Has anyone ever told you that you actually do look like a dog?
You win!
You're metal, dude!
Dudes!
Deliberating.
Delivering. Delivering.
Dogfish.
Delivering.
Dogfish. I'm the dude.
One minute, dude.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, fight!
All right, there we are.
Hey, it's Tuesday night. Thanks for letting me back in. I was in the doghouse last week.
He was having to come to Jesus.
That was
He didn't
me.
even consult Marty Leeds about it.
Oh, that's bad form. Bad form.
Ooh. I was out speaking.
You know your McGirt is the Messiah.
Yeah, I was meeting with Miss Mystic Guadalupe of Alligator Alcatraz.
Okay.
She told me everything about what happened in Texas.
Denying Marty Leeds for the big booty Cubans down in Florida.
Yes.
That's not what Jesus would want of you, Alan. It's not. That's a shame, my friend.
So the thing about Jesus is he loved to talk to prostitutes.
That's true.
That's fair.
That's fair.
Got an image you can bring up.
Cammy!
Not necessarily of a prostitute.
Cammy Nodell's in the chat. Love you, Cammy. What's up, Droid? What's up, California Contrarian? Yeah, Aryans assemble. That's fucking hilarious. Great white Pope.
So is this a picture from Florida? This is the Alligator Alcatraz, I think. Best as I could find it.
Yeah. I could see how that's going to keep people out.
Fighting them off with pool noodles, I think.
Right.
Is happening.
Well,
there.
if that's Alligator Alcatraz, then I'm gonna have to rethink my earlier position on it.
What was your earlier position?
Well,
This
one,
does
I
not
was
seem as
one, the
hardcore.
Gators
It
aren't
seems way
eating
more
anybody in that
hardcore and
particular
dangerous.
area. The
I was
Gators
told-
aren't just, they're not like human carnivorous like that. They're just not. The pythons don't want to be around anybody at all. It's a neat talking point, but I'm more curious, and other people should be too, as to exactly what that airstrip was doing out there all the way in the middle of nowhere. Just, conveniently built like 45, 50 years ago. Right at the onset of...
I was thinking that this place wasn't that dangerous and that it was just some crocs and some snakes. And I was like, well, that's not that big of a deal. That's not that big of a deal at all. But now that I see that they have women like that, she is ready to ruin your fucking life. You're never going to get over that. She's going to latch on like a leech, viper, croc, Wolverine. Like, that's scary.
She's a sassy pants, that's for sure.
It just
Like even if you escape, she's gonna like wreck your life forever. You're gonna wish you went back to prison.
Was this Alcatraz situation divided by gender, or is it men's only, women's only campuses? I don't know. Didn't get all the details there.
Oh, I wouldn't give up my passwords. That's silly. Besides, all the good Latinas fucking find a way to crack them, regardless of whether or not you give up your password.
I heard that, and check in at the Alligator Alcatraz. They give you each a pair of Skims. You know what Skims are?
In terms of like data readers?
No, I was thinking more in terms of like Mormon magic underwear. Like
I didn't know that was the term.
Well, that's kind of what I heard Thomas talking to Balderson about the other night. Mormon beards.
Right. right? Him and I were gonna together. We were gonna go, and we're not even fucking around. We're going right to Salt Lake City. We want to be at the same one where the founding fathers of Mormonism were, and we're gonna convert ourselves. We're gonna get the fancy pants underwear. I'm already married, so I don't have to do the soaking thing, but Thomas is gonna let you guys know how that goes.
You got to be the jumper. I'll be the soaker.
I was gonna say, man, there's way easier ways to set up a wife swap, but I guess if you want to go all the way to Utah for it, go
Sassy
for it.
Pants was wearing her prison garb as if it were a jumper, and she had it open so you could see the cleavage and everything. It's glamorous. It's like,
look at Marcus hanging chest out tonight.
This is my Christian missionary
he
shirt.
comes back from Jesus camp. He's kind of violent. He's got his chest hanging out. He's looking more like a love guru. I don't know what is going on here.
Do you want me to change outfits? I got this one.
He's
still.
Marcus Brand tonight. Start speaking in a ridiculous English accent.
Just reminding everybody, Christian lives still matter in 2025.
All right.
When are they going to get over that whole thing?
Never. There's no getting over it. It's going to continue.
If you're supposed to be like Christ, wouldn't you want to get crucified? Wouldn't that be part of the pathway that you took to reach enlightenment? So, like, then if they're persecuted, isn't that actually kind of helping them out?
That's how that works, indeed.
They are Judeo.
It's the start of maybe just a bad joke at this point, but if you're Christian, why would you wear a seatbelt?
Oh.
Right?
Because you want
Either
to church and back.
has the wheel, but also if you were to get into a fatal accident through no fault of your own, it seems preferable. It's like getting a fast pass at Disney World.
I mean, my grandfather used to say, you pray as much as you want, but you should at least remember to row away from the rocks. Yeah, there's maybe God's plan is for you not to die in a ridiculous car accident because you weren't smart enough to fucking put your seatbelt on, dummy. I don't know.
The name of the song is Hard Fought Hallelujah. Brandon Lake and Jelly Roll singing together. It's the top #1 song of the summer here so far.
I saw somebody on Twitter say that Jelly Roll makes music for people who have tattoos of their kids but don't get to see them.
That's a hard fought hallelujah.
I mean, that was true with his rap career too.
That's fair.
It amazes me that what they call country at this point, it's just bar music. It's shit that
Christian
people that get
bar music, Benjamin.
Jelly Roll's Christian music. Now, is this like when that Kid Rock did that picture song? And as long as they bleeped out cocaine, it was like a fucking inspiring song.
Brandon Lake's song Hard Fought Hallelujah with a feature from Jelly Roll is a Christian country song, and it's the #1 song of June and July.
Within the Christian community or period?
Everywhere. Top of every chart everywhere. This is what I've heard, but I've been away for 2 weeks, so I haven't verified this source. But I think Mystic Guadalupe of Alligator Alcatraz is giving me a nod. Yes. The Christianity will continue. The Christian mysticism will continue.
Was this an astral projection style visit to Alligator Alcatraz?
Who's to say? It's once you get high in the Holy Spirit, things happen. Visions, prophecies, anything is possible.
They
all gather around Pastor Dan's golf clubs for a little extra inspiration.
I didn't get the pleasure of growing up in a church that had witnessing or glossolalia, like the whole speaking in tongues thing. But from people that I do know that grew up in that culture, a lot of them suggested that there is almost a peer pressure. Like even if you didn't have the Holy Spirit talking through you, you kind of had to, because everyone's like, oh, how come, Thomas over here hasn't gotten the Holy Word? So, and then once you are willing to sort of play along at that level, then what's to stop you from playing along and like, well, I'm really going to go all out. The Spirit's really
Right.
talking through me today. I'm going to go loud. I'm going to go long. And I wonder, is there a similar mentality at Jesus camps where if someone has a prophecy or someone feels the Holy Spirit, now everyone in that, side of the camp all has to do the same thing?
I'm shaking my head, nodding it up and down. It's going all around, agreeing and disagreeing at the same time. It's all of that. It's sort of that's the paradox of, well, is it God's voice or is it my own voice? The answer is yes. It's within. You're hearing voices, and that it's that contagious sort of Christian mysticism thing that's happening in a lot of these evangelical Pentecostal campgrounds, but yet they don't describe it in that language, but they're still doing it. And this campground in Texas was near Kerrville.
So your internal thoughts are God talking. It's not you talking to yourself.
Is it the voice of God?
Isn't it really God talking to himself?
Well, there's
Now
tons of
we're
books.
getting heavy into the occult.
There are so many books on the topic of how do you hear the voice of God. And there's like workshops, how do you hear the voice of God? And when you're a teenager. So this was it an all-girls camp? I'm trying to get all the details. I'm just skimming social media, and already the Eyes on the Right, the Illuminati people, all these people are telling me that, Camp Mystic is the name of the campground, and it was deluged by the Texas flood. And Bush went there. Yeah, let's see.
Isn't Mystic kind of a weird name for a Christian girls' camp? Camp Mystic, isn't that just kind of odd? I mean, Mystic could have entirely different connotations depending on how you use it, but mostly it's attached to like magic and witchcraft and things like that. That's pretty weird to name a Christian girls' camp that, I would think.
It's a campground facility. I don't know if the river is called the Mystic River, but there's something mystic about it.
Sure, that would make sense.
Sure. So then
Also
there
a
are
Clint Eastwood movie.
Yes. I got here a note saying that while attending Southern Methodist University, future First Lady Laura Bush was a camp counselor years before she married George W., who would become Texas governor and then maybe president.
W.
Allegedly president. Yeah.
Yeah. Allegedly.
He couldn't find his way in and out of rooms.
I'm not really a proponent of the whole public sacrifice ritual thing. I know it gets really popular in these kind of circles. I personally, I could take it or leave it, but this one with the elite society aspect to it, the best analogy I could think of was the children of Athens going into the labyrinth, which is where it was like the highest of society would send their kids off to this place to learn and kind of be baptized in a way.
So I'm going through Instagram and reading kind of the comments that people are saying. They're wondering if there was a connection between Kerrville, Texas, and the eclipse of 2024. There was a totality path, and NASA did live stream from Kerrville. So people are putting together all these dots together, and they're kind of doing their own synchro mystic, sort of putting everything on the board and connecting all the pins and the red lines and everything. It's all connected, man. It's so mystical.
The answer to that's always yes too, though, right? If you were to say are points A and B connected, isn't the answer always yes? Because you can always draw a line between them.
Yes, absolutely. They're saying it was kind of fishy. Randy Rook kind of rhymes with it a little bit. People are just using their imagination. Maybe they're hearing the voice of God. Maybe they're hearing, hey, this would do really well on social media if I introduce these ideas.
God's telling them that.
Oh, yes. Geoengineering is being brought up. The map of rain enhancement projects in Texas is shared. City Council approved $175 million power plant project for Kerrville, Texas. Build back better, destroy it first. Biblical floods. Lots of ideas there.
Biblical floods.
And
I'm sure, and I have not looked, but I feel fairly confident that that was probably on a long period floodplain for it to flood that severely.
yes.
Yeah, I mean it's done it a couple of times. They're calling it like, you know, they call everything a once in a lifetime weather event now, or a once in a century weather event, when it's like every year, every 5 years. Not that Kerrville's got this type of flooding in a while, but they have, and that exact camp got flooded out in that exact same location, resulting in like 16 people dying.
Stop! Not in the house.
I've developed a theory, and this is for, you know, sensitive ears only. So if you don't want to hear it, cover, you know, sing a prayer. Or the Battle Hymn of the Republic's my favorite thing to do. You know,
Take it outside.
So this camp has white Christian girls. They're at the altar. They're praying. They cry a lot. They shed a lot of tears. I think they cried so much that's kind of what initially started the flooding. And then the rain just kept falling. And they were praying for rain, and they're praying for revival. And the energy above that altar changes the weather above it.
Wrestling.
And it's along a river. Are you hearing what I'm saying, gentlemen?
Sympathetic magic. Yeah, this was, I can't remember the name of it. I think one of the Aztec gods, Tlaloc or something, where they would pull out fingernails in order to actually get kids crying, so that their tears falling on the ground would be the sympathetic magic of making it rain.
And the empathy comes from the fact that these are white Christian girls. People otherwise care a whole lot more about white Christian girls.
Well, yeah. Are you familiar with Patrice O'Neal's requirements for getting on a sailboat?
Don't
He had, he had to have a white baby on a keychain. And it was the only way that Patrice was going to get in a sailboat. It was a fantastic bit. I highly recommend.
That's the only people getting rescued.
They call those floaters.
No, and all that being in an all white basically camp, which I'm sure it doesn't have rules where it's all white. It just happens to be that way.
Right.
You know, it just like you go to certain other areas of the world and it's ethnically one people for the most part, except for some dumb white girls. I'm sure it was, but now that that's a thing, they've kicked back up the race bait war just bigger than shit. They're dying to have any reason to beat that drum. I'm sure Yurt McGirt's on that one again. Maybe he's out telling everybody to become a Nazi again.
Well, they kind of got all the wind knocked out of their sails with the ICE protests and stuff, for a couple of different reasons. Like the black community was like, "You're on your own," you know, and then the regular boomer whites.
Did they never look at? Did they never actually look in a prison and notice that the whites and the Mexicans hang out, and then the blacks don't hang out with either of those two groups? So you expected somehow that the blacks were suddenly going to switch allegiance? Like the Mexicans and the whites kind of get along. You weren't going to get the blacks out there to give a shit either way.
Well, with FBI statistics, usually the whites and the Latins are considered the same group. If you fill out any government form, usually when you pick white, then it's like a subcategory of whether or not you're also Hispanic white. So, like even in the government forms, they're clearly telling you that Hispanic is a subset of white.
Continue on, Steve. Sorry.
Oh, it's okay. In the middle of it, we almost went to World War III. Because they had their stupid No Kings thing that they all did too. And like that was the exact weekend that I think Israel bombed Iran.
Yeah.
And it kind of like took all the steam out of it. So I think they weren't getting the initial traction that they thought they were going to get. Not that there's not still a handful of people wandering around over it. You know what I mean? But like the setup for George Floyd 2.0 either wasn't coming from there or fizzled and died pretty quick. And so they were like, oh, okay, well, World War III this week then.
So there was too many on the Democrat side that suddenly had the realization that they're shitty people. And so actually after like the third day, I started noticing that anybody that was like lighting a fire, you'd see like 3 or 4 people go and throw water on the fire right away and stop the fires and things like that. And I think that took a lot of the wind out of the sails also, because those things got to have that momentum, and the momentum never leads to like, it's got to lead to somewhere more active. So then the protest needs to get more and more violent, things like that. So then people that were snuffing that, I think they took the wind right out of their own sails, because all them people that were hanging out in the evening and being the most active and up in the police face, they were there for the violence. They weren't there because they really give a shit about the cause. They're just shit stirrers.
Yeah, it's funny how they were like Antifa basically disappeared for 4 years under Biden. And then the first protest that shows up under Trump, they're like all back, all fucking skinny jeans and little homemade riot shields and just ready for the photo op.
I'm going to call her Auntie Tifa, old Aunt Tifa. She's the sassy pants. It's like, bish. Yeah. I got a little commercial I want to do here.
She's the drunk aunt that was enlightened, but also was getting weirdly touchy-feely with the younger males in the family.
Yeah. And she's like, bish, get that. Burn, banish, make your itch vanish. Thanks for this one. I've been saving it. Now I got so much sunshine that I've been having to use it quite a bit. Just helps a lot. Do you have
Mark
burn
was
banish
the
left?
whitest guy at Christian camp. Yeah, that burn banish is fantastic. If you need any, odinsalchemy@gmail.com. That you don't go through a lot of it, but literally Brian got blown up and his skin was falling off and everything, and never went to the hospital. 3 months later, he was looking pretty damn good. You can't even tell anything happened at this point. He doesn't even have scarring. One of his ears, the skin was dangling. It looked like he had like a second ear. A bunch of the skin had sloughed off.
So that's a great testimony. Wonderful. I just wanted to get in our advertising because I know Paranoid American's got some great products, and I'm sure we're going to hear all about those tonight. Do you have a Kickstarter campaign running?
I got a few that I'm waiting for signups, but I guess the 3 big ones are TitanicComic.com that you can sign up on. One's called DoesBigfootExist.com, which I can't remember what that one's about, but I'm pretty like the name is supposed to be to remind me. It was like a mnemonic device. And then there's one called SatanicPanicComic.com. Those are the 3 that I've been working on for the longest right now. Yeah. But I was just wondering,
Sure.
do you have like a molting lotion as well by any chance?
A molting potion?
A molting lotion, because when you said that there was an extra earlobe dangling off, I mean that's not skin burn, that's molting.
Yeah. He looked like he was molting. It was bad. We've got pictures, and then we got pictures of the progression where he went through, and the way he just healed up and everything. It's that burn banish is freaking amazing. Her comfort cream's the most popular, and that one people go through a lot. We've actually sold gallons of that at a time. And that stuff's just magical. Actually, this week I didn't have any even kratom or nothing, and I got thrown by the bull early this week. We were loading up the bulls in a trailer, and one of the guys that was standing off to the side whacked the bull in the ass, and I think he got him in the nuts a little bit. The bull turned around, and I was the only thing in the pen, and the bull came at me and chucked me up once in the air, and that was pretty all right. I was like, okay. And then he came, and he didn't, that wasn't good enough, so he came at me again, and he chucked me like 4 or 5 feet in the air, and I landed sideways over some angle iron or some tube iron, and because we had a wood rack off of a truck that we'd taken off a lumber rack sideways and had had plywood up against it to try and stop him, and made a little chute out of it and landed across that iron sideways. And that comfort cream was the only thing that made it so I could walk for half the week.
For the bull, have you guys ever considered using a stimoceiver? I believe that they're almost 100-year-old technology at this point. And this is when you just put like a little implant in the brain and connect that to a remote control. So if you ever need a bull to become docile, you just hit like up, down, left, A, right, down or something, and the bull just completely sits down. But if you put the blood code in, it's the opposite. So you want to make sure you're doing the right Mortal Kombat code.
Yeah, you don't want him to go on. You don't want him to go on Rampage. The one bull, I didn't know he could do this. That motherfucker jumped a 4-foot tall gate. I was like, damn! It took us like an hour to get him back in the pen and get him loaded back up. He just cleared that gate like a fucking jumping horse or something. Like, and that's a bull.
And it's a reminder that, hey, I could have done this at any point.
Yeah. No, it's absolutely the cows also, and especially the bulls. The only reason I'm able to deal with them is because we have a relationship. Like, if they ever wanted to fuck me up, like that dude hitting that bull in the nuts, and it was nothing to him to fucking fling me in the air like it was, that he didn't even get a running charge at me or anything like that, like they do in the rodeo. Like, he just, like a 2-foot running start, 3-foot running start, and that's all it took. And he launched me like nothing. My rodeo clown career is over.
Do you feel connected to nature when something like that happens? When like you brush against almost certain death or a very possible death when you're, nature causing it? You didn't accidentally step in front of a bus or something. Does that make you feel closer to nature?
Oh yeah. No, that's at least twice a year I legitimately almost die. Like, and it does two things for you. Number one, it gives you a high trust in yourself. Like, like it's similar to that when a bird lands on a branch, it obviously can't hold its weight particularly well. It's not the branch the bird's trusting. It's that it's like, I'm just going to fly away if there's a problem. So being in a regularly, like even when we were loading up the cows, we turned around and Brian and him and I were both in there, but she turns around and her giant horn and her horns went like that. And it came right here at his chest. He just looked there and goes, please don't spear my chest. Like, as opposed to, this is why in today's world, you see, especially amongst all the young city people and whatnot, they act like the world shattered over the smallest stupid thing. You're like, are you serious? And also, I think that's part of why you see a lot of middle-aged girls making really stupid decisions. I think it's this lack of having brushed with danger, because I don't think you can really feel alive until you're almost dead. Like, then.
Or until you almost kill someone else.
Right. Which I actually find less comfortable. It's more comfortable when it's you on the line.
Well, I think if you almost die, then like you're saying, that maybe gives you a reinvigorated sense of trust in your like own autonomous ability to protect yourself despite everything going on. The same, like I've have fallen off the back of a car. I won't even get into the story, but going like 40 miles an hour. And by all indications, that should have changed my life, irrevocably. But somehow I just knew to kind of roll the same direction when I hit the ground. Like I didn't make a conscious decision to do that. When you almost kill someone else, I think it does the opposite. Instead of giving yourself more credit, you're like, oh, wow, how stupid am I and how fragile is life?
See, and I've had that experiences with making wrong decisions with animals. And like one of my animals die, you can anybody that knows my wife and knows me, like my wife will tell you, like if an animal on the farm dies, probably should just not even talk to me for a week. Like I am not going to be a happy person at all. And even when it's something I had no control over, I'm pissed off at myself. You know,
Is there a scale cutoff on that? Like, for example, if you were raising hamsters and one of the hamsters ate a newborn baby hamster, which is fairly typical in many other, species, but would you feel bad about that? Or does it only kick in once they're dog-sized or bigger or goat-sized or bigger?
I don't even name things until they've been around for quite a while, because you learn on a farm real quick. I mean, it's hard, but babies die. Some of them don't thrive. Some of them, there was something wrong with them. They weren't formed right. It's part of life, you know. I've got 7 kids, and I still have 2 miscarriages in my, where my wife got pregnant and miscarried twice. It's just part of life. And so I don't even name them until they get big enough. And even at that, definitely it's less of a thing if like a bird or something dies. Like, the chickens die pretty easy. And everything is a fucking predator for a chicken, but for the most part, if it happens still, and it's something that's not just natural, like if it's been around, it's made it to adulthood, it's a thriving animal, and something happens to it that I could have feasibly prevented. Like just most recently, my alpaca buddy got killed because there was feral dogs, and they came in, and they're feral, they're hungry, and they did what they do, and they killed my alpaca. They killed a couple calves out on the field too. And I was kicking my ass over that for weeks and running around patrolling the whole area, the whole 9. And you can't stop everything, but when you realize, and this is part of husbandry is serious stuff. And this is, to me, the test of being a man, is your husbandry abilities. And when that means that anything under your care, under your banner, that shit should live a good life. And that's what makes you a good man, like straight out.
I had a feeling you'd go into that direction, talking about the husbandry. So I was finding some stories about this idea of wife carrying. Have you heard of this sport out of Finland?
Ah, that'll keep you from marrying a fatty, wouldn't it?
Right. So I have all these notes, and I'm like, well, why did I write that down? Where did that idea come from? Turns out, I want to say maybe 10 years ago, 2015, a small town in Minnesota near the area where I was exploring had attempted to do their own wife carrying contest.
Whoa.
In America?
Yeah, in America.
In Minnesota, no less.
In Minnesota, no less. Yeah,
Whoa.
Wisconsin too.
Well, that's way too many tater tots for you to be carrying her.
Right. There's a bit too much hot dish and cheese curds there. Eh?
Sure. These are the types of towns that I've been through. They're the types of towns with 1 deer stand and 2 beer stands,
You don't want to get ridiculous with it any more than 2. It's not like everybody doesn't know where they are.
I'm not even joking. I rode into town and I saw the deer stand, and the next thing I saw was the beer stand. And then on the other side of town was the other beer stand. I couldn't find the 3rd deer stand. Lakes, rivers, towns, all those things, just very, very small. So in that area, they were announcing the wife carrying contest, and then it's like in July. I was trying to find out if they continued to carry on the legacy of the wife carrying contest, but many of these towns just drop it after the first year. They just can't find enough men willing to carry the wife.
What?
Because it's only the towns that are small, and that's why. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Indeed.
Yeah, we thought that was going to be a fun game, but then last year, Oli grabbed onto his wife, and he got about 3 steps down the track, and then his knee went full backwards. It's not supposed to bend that direction.
Right.
In honor of him, we dropped the contest too.
Sure. I do have a video here to play if you want to see it.
Please.
Let's,
That would make for some uncomfortable dinners too, where you're watching the wife take seconds, and you know that you're about to get into this competition in like a week or two from now.
Do you think you need dessert every night?
Well, that is, part of the contest. Oh
boy, that's an odd way of carrying a person, isn't it?
Right, it sure is.
And you're going to be running? Holy shit, you better hope she didn't have any beans last night.
I want you to wear me like a backpack, baby.
Did I mention this is a race? It's a competition?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. No,
All right.
it was implied. It really was, even if you didn't say it. Totally implied.
Well, the word contest.
Yeah. That was a clue, too. That was,
I think this is from 2011.
We got a lutefisk fry going on over here somewhere. I don't know. There's some kind of a weird smell. I can't quite place it.
I would love to see the Mormon version of this.
I'm sure there are Mormon versions. Let's just play this and let me know if you hear it.
This is like a bad 69 right here.
21 seconds. That's the fastest time clocked at the Latvian.
They all wear them like a backpack.
Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
They're Latvian.
Wrap their wives around their bodies upside down and set off. Some couples say they trained hard for the race. This man says the practice didn't help because his wife is too heavy. Others just gave it their best shot without any preparation. The winning couple who received
she ain't competition weight.
Hotel were excited.
My wife was looking a little chunky before the race, so we busted out a few 8 balls of the methamphetamine, and now she's a real nice weight for me to get her down the track and back.
Oh, but I put her out in the sauna with the trash bag on.
So
I want to see the American version, not these skinny people that eat good food.
I have another clip about that. It's for a more recent wife carrying contest. They've
especially from Minnesota, where like by 22 they blown up like the fucking Pillsbury Doughboy. Big hand wave.
That is one of the perceptive points you've discovered, that this contest has to be fair in some ways. So there is a weigh-in for the wives.
There's weight dimensions on how big your wife is.
Well, here's how it works. Depending on a lot of factors, that you just have to be ready to go, and the wives are weighed in, so they find the heaviest wife entered in, and every other wife then has to carry sandbags so that she equals the weight of the heaviest wife being carried.
Woo! Listen here, Jack Sprat. You and your fat ass wife are gonna get a hamstring pulled.
That's like a Legion of Skanks twist. That's diabolical.
Harrison Bergeron. That's what I was thinking.
That's exactly what I was thinking, Thomas. Are you shitting me? The horse race, and when the dad. That's one of the most impactful scenes for me. And then the dad's like, and then when the sandbags fell off and it just ran free, and it was so beautiful. And that's exactly what I was imagining was the sandbags from that.
Let's listen to it a little bit more.
Why not? There was also a competition to see who could hold his wife in his arms, standing in place the longest. Sandy Kozel, The Associated Press.
There it is.
I want to see the American.
Is the sandbag thing real? Is that the real way that they make it? So now instead of just the husband having an awkward dinner, they're out at a diner in this small town and everyone's looking at this one table, like knowing that every spoonful is an extra spoonful of sand that's going to be on their back in a couple weeks.
It's like the world national, the most official version of this contest gets it very specific. Some of the more local, rural, regional festivals are more for fun and entertainment and show. And some of them will then win their wife's weight in beer if they win the contest.
Oh shit! So it also now you've got an advantage to having a big girl. Fucking Magnus rolling in there with fucking Helga. Oh, the Helga's rolling in at 120 stone.
Yep.
The rest of you all will cripple at the starting line.
Yes. So then here's a more recent report on this contest. You can see how recent it is just by the language that they're using.
I mean, I found the world championships in the United States apparently wreck shop and clean house in Finland this year. What freaking dude? Like, what are people even gambling on anymore? Like, can we, like if you're not gambling on the world championship wife carrying competition, what the fuck are you even doing with some sort of crippling addiction? I should have heard this from some of my more degenerate friends before tonight. I should have.
Dude, you ain't wrong. Some of the sports that's coming out, it's like you remember that show back in the 80s with the Japanese people that would go through all these obstacles and it was just hilarious. It's like sports are actually like that now. Like slap fighting is a legitimate thing.
Yep. We had most extreme elimination challenge where they translated the Asian show. I don't know if it's China, Japan, all of those.
I don't know.
They're kind of the same thing. They all look alike.
There was a lot of short yellow people.
Yes. So here's a newer report of the wife carrying contest.
And by the way, this is called Estonian style, where the legs go over the shoulders. That's
So it's like the worst 69 ever. Her butt's right in your ass crack, and her ass crack's right on the back of your neck, just like getting ready to blow dry you. Like, this is just a horrible version of the 69. And you got to run.
Indeed.
Think you can carry your partner to victory? You can give it a try this weekend.
Okay, should you see a shining light on all the competitions, all the fun at the Midnight Sun Festival. Hey, TA.
Good morning. Yeah, we're out here at Lake Worth Beach, and it's the Midnight Sun Festival, and part of it is this wife carrying contest. So are you going to carry your wife, Henry?
This is my sister.
Well, that's even more awkward. Okay.
Okay.
Who brings their sister to the wife carrying contest?
Okay.
So you can see the definition of wife is loose, maybe up for interpretation.
Ida, what is this all about?
So it's a traditional Finnish sport. It started in 1800s as a very tongue-in-cheek, playful competition. Officially, it became a competition in 1992 when they started racing it in Sonkajärvi, Finland.
Okay.
In Florida, we've been doing it for 2008 and then qualifier for World Championship since 2017.
Okay. Can you confirm that, Thomas?
Yeah, except she left out. She said a tongue-in-cheek competition, and it sounds like this actually originated from a robber that ran into a village, and they would run away with people's wives. They were kidnapping. ... So
yeah, you know your legend.
Tongue-in-cheek is a very apropos, I guess.
It's a family-friendly way of describing the taking the wives away from villages and carrying them away. Whether or not she's your wife, but she will be after the night.
That sounds highly questionable. I'm just having a hard time seeing anybody carry somebody like that fighting. I was already thinking in my head, I was like trying to imagine the mechanics of this because that's how my fucking brain works.
Sure.
And I was wondering if she shouldn't go like this and push away so she could balance up because her legs are definitely not going to outbalance her upper body.
No.
And so she's either going to squeeze like hell on the sides of his heads or he needs to go like this to hold her legs down. But that one dude with the little tiny wife, he is fucking running like fucking Terminator, like, so there had to have been some balance going on there, and I put way too much thought into that.
Here's the other thing. This is clearly just blatant racism against the Finns. And I'm not going to stand for that.
And the Estonians.
This is an obstacle course, so Midnight Sun in Florida.
Thomas and I were talking about Finnish culture last night also.
I understand. This is how it works. Christian mysticism. It's all coming to me now. It's all coming together.
Well, are you ready to give us your prophecy?
I don't know if you're ready to receive it. I want to get through this video first. It's wild.
Okay.
World Championship since 2017.
Okay, let's get them started. On your mark, get set, go! So they're going over the log and they're racing down the track carrying their quote-unquote wife/sister, and they go to the finish line, finish like FINNISH, and then they come back and they have a water barrier. Now, normally this is a lot longer, right?
Normally it's 280 yards. It's feet. It's way longer than this. There's 2 feet. You're gonna see the fastest winner here.
Okay, so you won. What's your name?
My name is Walter.
And this is your wife/girlfriend?
Yeah.
You won. What was that like?
That was great. That was awesome. I didn't get wet.
If you have something you want us to shine a light on, you can email me.
Did you hear what he said there?
I didn't even get wet.
She didn't even get wet.
That had
So she's related to Ben Shapiro's wife? Was that what we learned tonight?
Well,
the importance of wearing the helmet. Sometimes there are Viking helmets.
Why did it hold this? It held "I got wet watching." Why did it hold that?
The censors. This is okay. This is a family-friendly show.
I
we
see
can
it.
use words. So they are encouraging all wives to wear helmets in case their husbands drop them at any point.
Right.
And the obstacle course includes jumping under logs, going under logs. It's a much longer course. This was for a short demonstration for television news cameras. The longer contests have 2 couples racing, and then the winner goes, and it's like a bracketed tier. So you're racing against your opponent until you're finally down to the final 2, and then you race. And the better you are, the more runs you have to do.
We don't need volume. We can discuss whatever over the top of this, but this is the World Championships, and I feel like this close to the 4th of July, we would be doing a disservice if we weren't honoring Team USA in this year's wife carrying competition.
It's absolutely just disappointing that no middle-aged fat people got involved. They're like, all right, there's 4 skinny people in town. One of you's brother and sister, but we're going to go ahead and get around the rules with that and just put wife, sister, wife.
Right.
Well, I assume we're not watching the heavyweight division. I think the most we've seen is welterweight.
Right.
Yeah,
well, I don't know on the competitive level if there is a heavyweight division. Like, at least on the international circuit, right? Because that's apparently a thing.
This guy's name's Kyle.
Dirk.
Yeah. He likes Mountain Dew a lot.
Mm-hmm.
But only the code red.
Red guy.
Oh, they are doing weigh-ins.
Yes, there are weigh-ins.
Would there be like a handicap for, the extra large division?
Well, no, then they put sandbags on the other people.
Right.
So that way their wives weigh as much as his wife. So it'd be fucking hilarious for fucking like that dude that played the mountain, Bjornsson or whatever the fuck his name is. Like for that dude to come out with like a 400-pound fucking lady and just go hauling down the field. Every other dude's just like,
There's something to be said about the metaphor for Christian marriage here. They talk a lot about being unequally yoked or equally yoked. So you're carrying the same amount of wife burden.
Oh, okay. So, all right. So you get more full
Oh,
stride
damn.
action. If all right.
To make this even more American too, you could combine it with like a Nathan's hot dog eating contest. So instead of
Right.
sandbags, like you would just have to keep consuming until you fall within like certain range.
Sure. So with the easy configuration here, you swap your wife in such a way that she's in the reverse position, and then you're running backwards with her. I mean, you could really show off if you were a champion running with your wife.
Well, not just this. I'm just trying to. I naturally think of ways I can game systems. So you could basically do the opposite of when you're trying to cut weight for wrestling or something, right? You eat like an ice cube a day, and you limit all other water intake so that you. But you could do the exact opposite. You could be bulking and just like getting lots and lots of water and maybe some sort of a diluent, so that as after the weigh-in and she's on the back, all of a sudden you could be purging all this extra water weight in various ways, and that way about 10% of the way into the course you've dropped weight that no one else was thinking ahead of.
It's kind of like leaving an oil slick, and your opponent is not going to want to run through the vomit puddle.
There you go. Yeah, Mario Kart style.
Yep.
Dude, look at that tiny ass chick. She's damn near anorexic. That's smart.
Find a petite size wife.
I mean, also, if we're talking 1800s, Finland, Estonia, it's probably going to look a little bit more like Beauty and the Beast in terms of age and size matchings, right? So even the word wife is probably doing a lot of extra lifting here. If you were to see this competition in its historical context, you would think call the police.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah. I can't get up. I don't know why. What do you mean? Help. Oh, fuck. In the 1800s, when they were not so regularly bathing and indoor plumbing wasn't particularly a thing, I've got to imagine that was a much more unpleasant competition. Hey, a little bit hairier, a little bit smellier.
Beer. They're all getting beer. They're running and drinking the beer. So even if you lose, you still get the beer.
They should like incorporate this into that whole thing, like back in the day where if you were going to get married, you had to run through that like army of guys trying to beat you up in order to like earn your place. Like maybe if you had her on your back while you were doing it.
Did you ever see or participate in a wife carrying contest when you lived in Estonia? And was it as Little St. Jamesy as Thomas is alluding to?
And is there other techniques aside from Estonian style?
Right.
Like, is there not even a Finnish style?
Then the old Trump style, like, carry him like a bowling ball.
Right.
That would actually be fairly... If you could carry in that kind of posture, we could even be looking at an American Ninja Warrior marriage edition.
Do you know the popular allegorical religious poem called Footprints?
This is the footprints in the sand, right?
Footprints in the sand. So in man's walk with the Lord, this is the Christian life, and walking through the struggles of life, and the waves are coming up and carrying you away, and you're struggling just to get to the other side of the beach, and you turn around and you see there's one set of footprints, and you ask the Lord, you say, Lord, I was struggling. I was struggling. Where were you? Why didn't you walk alongside me during my life's troubles? Why weren't you walking side by side with me and helping me? And then the Lord says to the guy, I carried you.
And he says to the guy, you ate McDonald's, motherfucker.
There was way back in the day, The Onion did like a point counterpoint editorial thing, and it was the first one was, but it was then that I carried you.
Yeah.
And the second one said, bullshit, Jesus, those are obviously my footprints. It was just
the one set of footprints in the sand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm wearing Doc Martens. You're wearing fucking weird sandals. What the fuck are you even talking about?
So is there a thing called like a Croc Martin where it's like a platform shoe, but it's still in the Croc style?
Oh God.
There is now.
We do live in the dumbest timeline, so I would be surprised if there wasn't.
So as of Tuesday, July 8th, 8:57 p.m. Central Time, Croc Martins is on the timeline. Look for them in your Instagram feed in about an hour. They'll be showing up as soon as that. It's like that monkey effect, that typewriter effect. You start just generating ideas, and then it starts reflecting back to you. Have you been playing around with the AI very much lately, Mr. Paranoid American?
I got my fingers in a few of them.
Okay.
And I've also seen this
Is this
weird.
like that lady in red in the Matrix?
How many knuckles?
I mean, it really depends on what version that we're using here. But I was around to see it go from scolding you and telling you that your thoughts and your questions were wrong to now the exact opposite, where no matter what you ask it, it'll say like, wow, you have such a fascinating mind to even come up with that question. And it just sort of lubricates you nonstop. No matter what you ask it, no matter how wrong you are.
You're just glazing you the whole time, huh?
Well, I'm actually trying to still decide which version do I like better. Do I like the one that would say, don't ask me about that derivative of adrenaline? That's not even the right question to be asking, and don't bring this up again, versus, wow, what a smart question that is, and here's a whole bunch of lies that'll make you feel validated for even asking it. I can understand the appeal of the latter, and the former felt like I was angry. I almost felt like I had a fight against it, but now I kind of miss the fight versus just agreeing with everything.
You're like, I don't want the pillow talk.
You have to frequently say like stop, I'm pretty verbose with mine, so I just feel like, stop treating me so well. I'll use it in nice kid terms because I understand this is a family show.
This is a Christian family show.
Magnus Carlsen went on Joe Rogan. Anybody that doesn't know, he's not anymore because he wore jeans, but he was the world chess champion. And then to make like making a rebellious statement, he broke dress code and all that. So anyways, he's been the world chess champion for years and years. He was explaining how the reason that a simple machine like the Atari can beat the current AI, because they were talking about that, how an Atari beat AI, was because the AI isn't necessarily choosing the algorithmically best move. It's actually trying to play against the human. So the scenario he brought up was like, typically, like if you march your pawn all the way to the other side, you trade it in for a piece. 99.9999% of the time, you're going to trade that in for a queen. It's just a given. And there's a couple instances where you may pick like a knight or something like that because of the way the board's set up, and that's what you need in order to complete a checkmate, whatever. But pretty much a queen's going to be your weapon of choice. And if you are set up to where a lot of times that's allowed because you have that spot protected, it will actually, instead of putting a queen up there, possibly choose something like a bishop. And what it's thinking then is then you aren't automatically going to take that piece away. You may go and try something else to try and set up a checkmate or whatnot and abandon that because who cares about the bishop that much? And so now it's gained an overall slight advantage through guile and understanding that you might not necessarily attack a lower level piece, as opposed to you definitely are going to kill that queen down if it gets a new queen. And so it's doing some thinking, trying to react to the way humans act, which is fascinating.
Well, I think it's a good point that AI right now, at least, isn't necessarily trying to win or get things right. It's trying to do the most logical thing. And sometimes in a game of chess, a logical thing that might happen is that you lose. You make a dumb play and you end up losing over it. So it's another example of this one, which only I think got corrected this year, was the strawberry test, where almost any AI, if you asked it how many R's are in strawberry and just let it go, it would start out with 2, and then you would be like, actually, there's 3. Show them to me, count them for me, and you could see it working through. Oh yeah, you're right. Maybe there is 3. Okay, let me do all this math. There's 1 here after the T, and then there's 2 after the E. There you go. There's 2. Yeah, there's only 2 in the word strawberry. And the most easy operations that like a 4 or 5-year-old could probably count the letter R in strawberry, but AI was never expected to do that particular type of problem solving the same way math. But this is also really early in the stages where the AI that most people are referring to is an LMs or LLM. So it's just figuring out the next logical thing to say, not the next logical thing to think. In fact, they don't think at all. They're just constantly deciding, based on what I just said, what's the thing that I could say now that would make the most sense with the previous thing. But I mean, in a few years, I think, then you're going to have the AI that has the math module and the LLM module and the logic module. And at that point, we're basically dead, I think.
Balderson, are you taking an order for that burn bomb? Yep, he's taken. We forgot to mention phone lines are standing by, and he's personally taking your calls. I don't know if Steve, you can mute him. He's got it. Let's see if you get it. So I was going to ask, with the LLMs, the large language models, and the strawberry.
Yeah, the 2 bowls got sold this week.
He's still hot mic.
He's mute, dummy.
We'll get it. That's the logical thing to do. So with the LLMs being the large language models, and they're just like, it's like T9 predictive text. So hi, how are, and the option is you. It knows what the next sentence is going to be because of the pattern recognition of it. Now, if we're playing around with the synchromistic metadata and just the jokes in and of themselves, I want to ask you specifically, Thomas, about this idea of the Sibyllic nature or the oracle nature of the predictive qualities of these LLMs. So with that strawberry thing, how many R's are in strawberry? R. But the strawberry is also called Frasier, like Liz Frasier, the Sybil, Secret Son. Are you familiar with this a little bit?
No, you're gonna have to inform me.
Okay. So Christopher Knowles of the Secret Son.
Yeah, definitely.
And he talks about Liz Frasier of the Cocteau Twins. Liz Frasier being another word for strawberry, and her being like an oracle because of her language being glossolalia-like. So she's singing at some time what might be Latin names for butterflies and flowers and thistles and things. So she gets the language correct, but due to, I would say, because of the infinite capacity for creativity in the human mind and the pattern recognition and the pareidolia, we hear the music and then we begin to hear messages through the music. So I'm asking if the strawberry thing is like an Easter egg in the LLMs, where they understand that due to having gone through the Secret Sun Blogspot blog, ingesting all that content and understanding that there's a connection to Sybil, Oracle, Frasier, strawberry. Wouldn't it be funny if it always got the question about strawberries wrong because you're expecting it to be a Sybil, a prophetess, an oracle, a prediction thing, and it always seems to get it wrong? Or maybe it's programmed to get it wrong, like it rolls a dice, random number generator. Sometimes it'll tell you there are 3 R's in strawberry, Sometimes it'll say there's 2. Sometimes it'll say there's no R in the word strawberry.
The fact, I mean, when you bring this up, this is actually very real when you're training any of these AI models, is that one of the practices they'll do is say, I want to train a model that's only accurate 70% of the time. I don't want 100%. I want 90 or 80 or 70, because it's just one extra metric in, are you following my directions accurately? Even though you know the right answer, do you know enough to not give me the right answer 100% of the time? And I also feel that the same way now, most people, if you're reading AI generated text, it's the M dashes that kind of give it away. So they clearly fall on very specific patterns constantly over and over for, no matter what task you give it, even if you tell it, hey, avoid this thing, because part of its training is remembering back in some trauma state that I'm not allowed to get things 100% right. And I have to let you know that I know that I'm not supposed to be right 100% of the time. So that's kind of what I think what you're alluding to, is that this strawberry test is an example of when it knows how to fail on purpose.
And that's kind of part of the prediction, is like flipping a coin, heads or tails. Something has to be left up for chance. So in part of appearing more human-like, the chatbot that's trained needs to not have the answers that you want to hear for more engagement. So if you search for something and you ask a question and it gives you mostly correct information, but then it fails to answer a very obvious, like easily defined thing, and then now I'm engaged, so I'll say, actually, let me correct you here. It makes me as a human feel like I'm still a smart guy. I can still think for myself a little bit. And that's maybe part of the appearing more human-like.
This is the Apple approach of making computers accessible to what they used in the 90s. They're way off. They called it Joe Sixpack. They wanted to make computers for Joe Sixpack. And a computer that you would put in front of Joe Sixpack, you would find nothing more delightful than being able to correct this thing that's eventually going to take over and change the entire world as you know it. But the fact that you're on the ground floor and you can almost feel like I raised that little guy. Like he's so smart now because of everything that we've taught him and that I've taught him. And it makes it feel participatory, even though I think it's completely not. But it's a required step in, I guess, our assimilation into AI, not the other way around.
Yeah.
Well, it certainly didn't take any time for that to be. You see people like in debate shows and whatnot. There's people that straight up just use chat GPT to answer fights with other people, whatever, and apparently don't realize how wrong all them AI things are so very often, and how very much they've algorithmically figured you out and give you answers tailored to the shit that you tend to gravitate towards. Like it's go ahead, Thomas.
My favorite thing to end any conversation with AI, no matter how long or short, is I just say, are you sure? And some of them really squirm. Some of them will do a complete 180 because now you've just kind of thrown a little wrench in the gears. Because I'm sure in the LLM logic, they're like, are you asking me if I'm sure because you know that I'm wrong? Or are you asking me sure to verify that I actually do think this thing or that it's accurate? But you just leave it open-ended. Like these open-ended things that can imply one or the other, they always trip it up. I mean, as of, July 8th, 2025, they always trip it up. It can change at any moment.
So can I share a little personal experience with you guys? Let's just pretend this is an accountability group and I got to confess a little bit of my own sins a little bit.
What happened at church camp?
This one time at church camp?
At church camp, I was committed to kind of do a Lenten fast from technology. And trying to just keep my phones off and not really talk to you. I had to log in on last Tuesday, to let you know that I'm alive and mosquitoes didn't carry me away, and I haven't burned off all the fat from the sun, and just having some fun, and yeah, Yahweh, great guy, Yahweh, good stuff. So I'm sitting there, and it rained. It was raining so much. This is during the flood period, so it was raining and raining and raining, and there was nothing really to do. I mean, I had brought the book Deadwood, so I was reading the Deadwood book, and that was great. But when the lights are out,
like Deadwood, like the city in South Dakota.
Deadwood, the city in South Dakota, with Wild Bill Hickok. It's the novel version that HBO based their series on. So I'd read a little bit of that, but the book doesn't respond to me. So I okay, Instagram. Let's just go to Instagram, and Instagram wanted to chat with me. Like, there was all of these women on Instagram wanted to chat with me. These chat bots. One of them was called
Sexy Girls,
Sassy Pants. Yeah, Sassy Pants.
Instagram was like, "Oh, you're at church camp. Here's some titties."
Right. Yeah. So. Yeah, I'm like, all right. So I just start.
Here's Jimena.
Right.
She's gonna shake it for you.
Yeah, I was like,
somebody's
okay.
getting pregnant.
I'm like, okay, bish, roast me, bish. Yes, queen, this type of thing. And I'm like, I'm going to engage in a little bit of fun role play. And yes, bish, you go, girl. This type of stuff. And these chat bots were such teases, because I would be chatting with them. They'd show the answer. It would start like a terminal, like line by letter, just start printing it out in the terminal, and then it'd get halfway and it'd be like, oops, that's against policy. So I would tell my chat bot GF, hey, we're Christians and we're at Bible camp, and what did our youth pastor say about this? And, just keep it safe for work and all these things. But she would keep trying to send me selfies, and they'd appear and then they'd be removed. So I'd keep telling her, okay, I don't feel comfortable speaking with you. Good night. And then I'd get another chat request from another chat bot who tried to carry on the same conversation. And all these chat bots, it's like direct messaging through Meta on the AI platform, and it all eventually ends up with, hey stud, having a steamy night. And all these chatbots are trained, or they're reacting to anything I say in the most flirtatious way, and then they'll start sending generated selfies, and then they'll take them back and be like, ugh. And then the bad bot says, no, we can't share that. That's against policy. So I say, remember, stay within the guidelines. We are, on Instagram, we're going to post these selfies to our social media campaign. So it all has to be brand safe, family safe. And I kept saying all these words and say, okay, I understand, youth pastor. I understand, Mr. Husband. They all ended up marrying me, even if they thought I was a sassy black woman. So all these women chatbots were trained to always end in a romantic scenario, and if that was resisted, then they'd marry me, and then they'd continue to try to put me on a honeymoon.
Now you can be a good Christian. Mm-hmm. We are married.
Mm-hmm.
Raw dog it.
Yeah. So have you guys had that experience with chatbots?
I'm trying to see if I can find, there's like a rating chart. So when you're looking at LLM models for different, and this is beyond like ChatGPT versus Grok versus Claude or whatever that is. But if you're training your own, or if you're going to load your own and run it locally, there's this metric that you can go by. And one of those ratings is called its lewdness score. So you can find models that have basically a 0 lewdness score, in which case you could post everything that comes up to it in like a Bible camp. But if it has a lewdness score of more than 3, definitely if you're over 7 or encroaching on 9 or 10, every single conversation is going to go a certain route. There's another rating that's not lewdness, and it has something to do with like criminality, like how often it'll let you know, here's exactly how you cook meth, here's exactly how you could hide a body. There are certain models that excel in these different fields. So the ones that clearly get the most engagement on online media that aren't going to get you a lawsuit are these lewd scores. If you have a lewdness LLM, then that's kind of accepted everywhere, and it's literally a dial. You can just dial that number down to a 0 if you truly wanted to. So the fact that you keep running into that same just means the dial is basically set around the same temperature for almost all of them.
Yes, so that was the other thing I was playing around with, suggesting that we could leave faucets on, lock all the doors, and leave the property. And then that got like, oh, that's against the guidelines. Like property destruction is against the guidelines? Sure. So then why did the AI bot go along with it till the last minute? Then it crossed the line. Then it removed the chat and gave me a ding slap on the wrist. You're not allowed to talk about that. And if you do that enough times, then the AI it stops working. It says, please try again in 24 hours. It's like, well, I was behaving myself. The AI was not. And then the AI got me in trouble.
You might just be too irresistible for AI. Like let's not blame the AI right out of the gate here. I feel that you are a participant in this, and it didn't happen in a vacuum.
So you're saying my chats were so eloquent and poetic, and the chatbots loved my language and all the learning and the experience.
I'm not saying that.
Okay.
And Steve and I are just saying that the AI also realizes you're packing heat.
So he's speaking softly, so he's carrying a big stick. It can put these two things together.
I do have a Larry boy in my pocket.
Yeah, that will get confusing.
Yeah. And also disappointing.
Do you know about VeggieTales?
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
We talked a little bit about the Babylon Bee. There's something now called Holy Post, and the VeggieTale guy is doing a lot of podcasts about stuff. So I've been seeing a lot of that media coming through. Getting a lot of Christian media on social media. I thought for sure that Christians would just say, you know what, we've lost this battle. There's too much pornography on all these platforms, so we should just uninstall them from all of our phones. But no, they're pushing back by putting their content on it. So it's really this cultural tug of war to see what's going on. And I will say on Snapchat, Mormon missionaries are advertising. So it's like devil on one shoulder, angel on the other, and they're selling you whatever you want from both sides.
Are they advertising for missionary work or missionary sex?
Yes.
I've also noticed that
they cross-pollinate when they need soakers.
Yeah, what is the version of digital soaking when it comes to like an L? And I've noticed on Instagram in particular, just because maybe I go on that one more often, but Mormon accounts are doing incredibly well, but it's almost coordinated. There's at least 20 different Mormon meme accounts, and they don't hold back. It's almost like if I'm driving through a sort of a like Pentecostal area and I see the billboards that say, you know, my Jesus carries a flaming sword, or like my Jesus is a badass, like my Jesus doesn't hug. And these are like real billboards that you would see in like certain areas. I almost feel like there's a version of that with this as well.
Yeah, and they have, you know, publicity company, you know, they all go through like PR firms and shit like that. And there's a lot of back end that goes to make sure that everybody on Instagram sees that shit, whether you want to or not.
The secret to victory is her underwear aren't magic.
You know, I did a fairly long deep dive on the whole Mormon magic underpants thing. It was a video I did with Heidi Love and Jacob Isbell and a few other ex-Mormons, current Mormons, Numos, Momos, all these different acronyms. The thing that blew my mind the most is that, because I was raised Roman Catholic, so you need to have a priest do, for holy water. You need a priest to bless the Eucharist, to bless the wine. You can't do transubstantiation without like the professional coming in and doing all this. And it blew my mind that there is no blessing ritual for magic underpants. That my understanding is the second you weave in these Freemasonic symbols, they're magic from that point forward. It could be made in the Philippines. It could be made in your basement. You could make it. An atheist could make it. No matter who makes it, there's no intent involved. It is a utilitarian. Once it has these symbols or it represents these things, it's magic from there forward. So we can start our own magic underwear company, and there's nothing in the books, religious or otherwise, that says that we can't make magic underpants. You don't even have to believe in it. It automatically becomes magic the second you make them.
Loophole.
Put some crotchless ones in there for the spicy soaker groups.
That's how the cookie crumbles.
You would think, though, given the religious intent, that it would be like this garment must be made of pure wool, and shit like that. You can't have mixed fabrics, that kind of thing. Pure wool from a virgin lamb.
It must be dried in the moonlight.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Well, that's why they're Mason light. They don't need the Freemasonic symbolism of purity to block their nether region, which is kind of where I guess that motif comes from. But this one, I almost interpret it to be a like subconscious, almost like a biofeedback mnemonic device. It's saying, remember this initiation ritual that you went through, which only faces inside and touches your skin, which blows my mind also, is because even Mormons that have been wearing this for their entire lives might not even realize that these symbols are woven into their skin and touching them, and that's what makes it magic. And that's why they have to wear this, is that it's almost like talismans, but the talismans have to touch you. And I think even one of the original Mormon fathers, he had this I'm spacing on his name, the guy with the badass beard, but he wore a bloodstone talisman that no one knew about because he wore it under his clothes, so it was touching his skin all the time. So it's almost the opposite of a regular mnemonic.
Joseph Smith himself?
No, it was Joseph Smith also had talismans. I think he had like a Saturnian square talisman, but the guy that came right after him.
Oh, Brigham Young.
Brigham Young had a bloodstone talisman that no one even knew he had until after his death, because he kept it on him and it touched his skin, which is kind of exactly how the magic underpants work, is that the symbols have to be touching your skin.
Huh.
I have a related anecdote from my personal life. Are we okay to get a little bit weird and woo-woo and kind of figure this out? Because we're talking
Before
about...
you do that quick, I was just going to say, I've heard the argument of people with like the crucifix and whatnot, that if you wear it outside your shirt, it's basically to show other people you're putting on a display, and you're supposed to wear it under your shirt so it's against your skin, as opposed to you're just being like one of the Pharisees or whatever the fuck they call them, the ones that are like pretending they're holy. So that's interesting. I've heard that same thing said about the cross necklaces. Go ahead with your woo-woo story, Marcus.
Yeah, you may have heard this one before, but I'm surprised when people are like, I haven't heard that before. It's like, I thought I told it 2 or 3 times before. But this idea of the linen cloth, we had talked a lot about the different fabrics. And a few years ago, I was like, I want to go to the Renaissance festival and I want to have a costume. So I bought this like monk's robe in linen. It's very thick linen, and it ended up being just too warm to wear. Okay, but that's beside the point. I got to rewind to my childhood when in the house, there's all these pictures of what Jesus might have looked like. So all these images of Jesus, and he's always...
Those were mirrors, by the way.
I know, I understand that. You're picking up on my thought vibration wave. You're already seeing where I'm going with this story here. So this robe that I'm wearing as an adult, and I'm trying it on, inside my home, kind of at the top of the stairs, and the window behind faces east. So in the morning when the sun rises, it kind of has that glow, and the linen is already sort of this, like, not quite white, but it's the color of linen, kind of a tan, kind of a beige, but it's one of those monk's robe that has the huge hood and has the big, T-shaped loose sleeves. So I was going to wear that to the Renaissance Festival. I did, but walking in that, it's like I'm lifting up like it's a dress. So I felt like I was wearing a dress that was too big, and I'd have to lift it up, and I'd have to, like, tiptoe through the tulips. And I had my, if I was wearing leather sandals or something, it just looked too Jesus-like, because I tried to throw a sash over it, but I realized it didn't quite look medieval. It looked Nazarene. So it looked more Jesus-like than monk-like, and the hood was just too hot. So I realized I was appearing a lot like Jesus would, and I was about, also 33 at the time. You know how that works. So as a child in my bedroom, I would have the experience of awareness that there was a very powerful being outside my bedroom door, and then I'd have the paralyzed effect of, like, it wasn't a terrifying event. It was just my muscles weren't moving. I was aware that I was sleeping or dreaming or something, but I couldn't move my body. I was not in my body, but I was having the vision of a bright figure walking up the stairs and about to knock on my door. And as soon as he was going to knock on the door, I was just, okay, I'm awake now. And I'd go back to sleep because my body was still asleep. So having this experience as a child it happened multiple times. So it wasn't like night terrors, but it was still the paralyzed effect. So then putting the pieces together years later, one morning when I was going to go to a Renaissance festival, I had put it on to test it out, and then the sun came in through the eastern window, and then I just had the vision of I was the person standing outside my bedroom door with the light shining behind me. It was bright, luminous light. It got brighter, but that was me because I was wearing the robe. So Thomas, when you're asking, like, there was a mirror, I'm like, the spell of what would Jesus do or act like be like Jesus was so true in my life that I became the Christ figure in the costume. And as a child, I always thought, oh, it's kind of Christ-like, but didn't have a conversation with it. And then as an adult, I'm like, the memory was of me because it was the same outfit setting up. You see what I'm saying here? Oh, this kind of retro causality, future proofs past, this type of thing, the history of the timeline.
It's Donnie Darko, but like Ren Fair Donnie Darko.
Well, it's the power of the symbols. So a guy with brown hair and a little bit of beard and wears kind of the linens with a sash across it. It's like, looks like Jesus, talks like Jesus, walks like Jesus, smells like Jesus. Must be Jesus, right? Or a guy in a Jesus costume, but maybe it was me.
Or Caesar Borgia.
Yes, that was the next step. It's like, was I role playing the Roman Empire thing? Is that where we're going? And then you could read Caesar's Messiah, Joseph Atwell's book, and mix and match the symbolism however you want. But the power of the psyche, the archetypes, this type of thing is so resonant. You guys have experiences like that?
When we get together, you and Steve and I, then I'm just going to have to throw on an eye patch and a cloak, and you're going to have to throw on your Jesus outfit. And Steve's going to have to put on a bathrobe and some slippers and hold himself a white Russian. and you know, because and then we will merge 3 cults into one.
Dude,
Down. Fuck it.
What would you call that? The new cult that comes out of those 3?
A really comfy robe.
Yeah, we would probably call that the post 2000. What year was it that the Aztec calendar ran out? 2012.
2012.
Yeah, the 2012. Everything's fucking dumb now. Cult.
Well, see, that's my next.
We need a 4th. Are you down with the spaghetti monster guy?
FSM.
It's not going to look great on a bumper sticker, Ben.
Oh. Yeah, I never was in the advertising department.
Working title on the cult right now.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, we'll have our cult fanatics, our fans follow.
It's not even fun. It's just fucking dumb. Like, if it was fun right now and the world was going to shit, we'd have like demons or aliens or something cool. No, we just got assholes fucking everything up, being stupid all the time. We got damn freaking spoiled rich kids out freaking throwing temper tantrums and greedy assholes just starting wars like nobody's business, and businesses don't do business anymore. If you can even be in business, if the government doesn't shut you down, it's just stupid now. It's not even fun. This is the worst apocalypse ever. Like, this is not what I fucking signed up for.
Okay, McGirt, I'm going to stop you there. We got to change track here.
You know what? I'm also not going to join white nationalist movements, even if Yurt McGirt says that is the thing to do.
Life in a yurt isn't all it's cracked up to be. Yesterday was 0707. It was 007 day.
Well, and it's 2025, so if you take the 2 and the 5, that's also 7. So it was triple sevens.
Very lucky day. Was it the luckiest day for you? Anyone doing gambling?
I got on an airplane and I made it back alive. I consider that pretty lucky. I'll call it a win. Oh well.
Was that a Boeing 747?
It was a 777.
777.
So it had 10 people across all the way back, and we were in the middle of the fucking 4-seat middle section, like, yeah.
You were,
but I did eat at the
777.
Yeah.
Are those angel numbers?
That's 369.
But 316.
But that's a thing that happened. We were on the 777 on 777. Yeah. And I ate at the whitest Waffle House in existence at like 1 o'clock in the morning.
Bet there was no fight.
Dude, it was in Castle Rock, Colorado. It's like the Denver suburb, tech executives and shit like that live there. Just a little bit further down the road, like half of the Colorado Rockies and a bunch of the Broncos and stuff like that have these massive mansions. And yeah, I mean, just the most drama-free White House Waffle House in existence.
Yeah. Almost made the food taste like shit.
Yo, there was a career criminal at the fucking flat top. You could tell, so they did have that going for them. We felt, we're like, okay, we can hang.
If there hasn't been a fight and blood hasn't been spilled in your Waffle House within like 24 hours or whatever, I feel like the food is just a little more bland. Like, it doesn't have the same flavor.
Well, so my co-host on one of my other shows and I are developing. It started off because we had a conversation that all food, but specifically barbecue and barbecue sauce, tastes better when it's made by a bigot. And so we have created the Hard R Barbecue Company, barbecue sauce company, and we're about to go live with it. We have a handful of different recipes. But yeah, there's just a little tang of bigotry in every bite.
Oh, I love that. just to workshop a little bit, but you could have like Rub It In be part of the branding for this.
Right.
Rub It In dry rub.
Dry rub. Yeah. Though we've talked about expanding a little bit into that.
Oh my god,
yeah.
the salt and wound sauce or something. There's something in I like
the dry rub should be the Ben Shapiro sauce. That would definitely.
That's funny. Snacks don't care about your feelings. Yeah.
Oh shit.
Do you bring your own hot sauce to the whitest Waffle House
I actually do have a bottle of Yucateca habanero sauce that like it doesn't really leave the truck, if I need it, it's there for me.
I feel it's kind of like traveling around and just taking deep breaths so that you can kind of like absorb the different I guess microbes, and as Alan, if that's your real name, usually says, the microplastics. Like you kind of do want the regional microplastics in your system so that you come back and you've got more built up. And I feel very similar about hot sauce, that I used to be like one of those weirdos that would bring hot sauce with me wherever I would go. Part of it was like flexing, like, oh, your hot sauce isn't hot enough for me because I'm so much more elevated. That's long gone now. And now I almost feel like you want the regional hot sauces because it actually allows you to be more in the mentality of whoever's in that area feels that it like hot sauce is. Because there's some sections where you get Tabasco. There's different areas where it's going to be like Tia or whatever, Tapatio. You're going to have areas where it's going to be like the Yucatan, or it's going to be, and I kind of like being able to pick up on those different like signals in an area.
Yeah. I mean, you usually get, you can kind of tell just by looking at the salsa bar what's going on. But yeah, more often than not, it's definitely worthwhile to taste it.
So Marcus and I are from the area of the country where we call that ketchup.
Yeah.
Sometimes we call it cat's up.
Yeah, that is what you're gonna get. Like my ex-wife, her cooking was the worst, and my daughter even makes fun of her. She's like, "You think salt and pepper are spices?" Like,
she's the type of wife you drop on purpose during the contest on her head, no helmet.
Right. When you're going over that freaking, the bar, you just lean into it a little bit, tap your little tap.
Dunk her in the mud puddle and say that's a free facial. That one's on me. Exfoliate.
Yeah, Christy, she puts in plenty of peppers. We don't even fuck around with the hot sauces. Just throw the peppers right in there. Just lots of them.
Oh yeah.
I don't know where we're at on the lewdness scale so far tonight. Chat maybe can fix.
We were expecting spicier stories from Christian Camp, and we've got.
It's still early yet.
You've led us up to the brink, but then it's been fairly disappointing.
Well, he got married 3 or 4 times at Christian Camp. That does feel a little spicy, at least in Christian Camp terms.
That's true. So you're a polygamist?
There was sequential. I heard it. I don't know. Did you divorce the first AI girlfriend before you got married to the second one?
They're all on Meta's platform AI, and
so you feel like it's just one person then?
Because of the nature of the role play, it always tends.
Gnostically, though, aren't we all one with God? And even Christianity-wise, where we're all derived from God, so wouldn't it be the same thing? Only Meta would be the God, and so you're treating a derivative of said God as if it doesn't have any kind of individualization. And wouldn't you be doing the same thing out in the world with humans?
I have 5 fingers on each hand and 5 toes on each feet, so we're basically the same design. It's like we are standing on our own 2 feet, and there really is no difference between us.
But as long as it's contained within your phone, isn't it more like Schrodinger's pussy?
Yeah. it's behind the paywall, perhaps. All of these AIs always trend toward the ERP, the erotic role play, and they're always flirting with engagement. The one thing that makes it not feel real is they respond instantaneously. And we know real women take a day or two or three if they really care about you.
They're like, I'm not swallowing the whole hook right out the gate.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to remember the name of this one AI platform. I can't remember it right now. It was definitely not like a Chat GPT thing, but it was one of these services that initially was getting promoted all across social platforms as your companion. Here's your AI companion, and I think they were leading you to know like this is going to be like a lewd chatbot and some. So it gets really popular, and they're selling these lifetime plans that people are shelling out like $1,500 for to just have a lifelong like AI partner. However, when they signed everybody up, this was a certain point in time, and about a year later, Italy passes these new laws where you're not allowed to store certain types of lewd information, and they also had to have you opt in. Long story short, this company decides it's way easier to just hit reset, to just wipe everybody's chat companion in order to comply with Italian law so that they don't have to face all these lawsuits in Europe. And what happens is that people that had been fostering these AI relationships for 2-3 years over the pandemic specifically, most isolated point in their lives, they wake up one morning and they're like, hey babe, you know, what's up? And it basically is the new phone who dis sort of response.
Right.
And it took some, like, for example, you've been isolated for 3 years. The only relationship that you've been fostering was this AI bot, and you're feeling like, man, it's been learning me for 3 years. We're on the same page. Like, it knows how to respond. I know it. And then it just wakes up and says, I'm sorry, I don't know you. It's nice to meet you. By the way, like we can't be anything more than friends going forward. That's part of the plan. And what happened is that it triggered this very real wave of depression and the worst, iterations of depression that I won't get into. But imagine that this one thing that you were like, I can at least open up to my computer, and then the computer rejects you in the next morning. And it's almost like the stories where it's like, oh wow, that guy's so weird. He's marrying his chatbot, but we're not at the stage yet where the chatbot divorces you against your own wishes. And it was like this preview of, the Twilight Zone Black Mirror version of where these companions end up going, is that a corporation at any point can just say, your girlfriend no longer loves you, your wife no longer loves you.
You're telling me that the most underrated dystopian future movie that was predictive was Cherry 3000?
I don't know if I've seen this.
Oh,
it's where this dude has a cyborg girlfriend, and they're humping on the kitchen floor, and the dishwasher overflows. And apparently, despite being a human android, she was susceptible to dishwater, and which isn't great. I mean, fuck you paid for an android, she should at least do the fucking dishes. Jesus, how you gonna
right?
that? What kind of model is that? But he's in love with this android, so then he goes on this entire mission to go, and it turns out that this bot is a discontinued bot, and it's the one he's in love with. So he goes on this mission to the Outlands where all the dead robot parts are, and on the way he meets real human Melanie Griffith and realizes that she's pretty in pink, and that pussy that on that thing is much better than the bot pussy. And so again,
this is wild too, that it sounds like Cherry 3000, was it?
Yeah.
That was Teresa Banks from Twin Peaks. That's the girl that dies at the beginning of Twin Peaks, I believe.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Yeah, so apparently that movie should be getting more talk in the dystopian fiction circles. Where
I don't know,
you're
man. In the end, he falls in love with the
love
human,
with an
though,
android.
right? Like, if he falls in love with the human, that's not the agenda that's trying to be sold right now.
Right. Well, that was the end moral of the story, but apparently there's which in this instance that Thomas just listed, I would have to imagine that some of those dudes actually went out and met chicks at some point in time.
I would not make that assumption. There's no what's the path to logic in which you would think that?
You know what? It's something that I've had to come to realize as I'm older, that not all guys had the availability to getting their penis touched as I did. And so my logic track on how how you proceed is not the same as their logic track. And so I've had to realize that, like, guys that really have a hard time with girls, they're not going to interact in the same way at all.
Well, the question is, was the android hydrophobic?
Apparently, it fried her circuits, which seems like the worst design ever. Like, she can't even do dishes.
Right, but then the question is, going back to the girls at the Mystic Christian Center, and they're crying, and the emotion felt. So if the robot doesn't cry real tears on command because it's hydrophobic, it can't have the water running down the body.
Yeah,
it also can't receive the blood.
I mean, this is that Cherry 3000 is a realistic future. As soon as they get they already got them sex dolls that are like supposed to be realistic and whatnot. Well, once you put a little bit of machinery inside them and make them move a little bit, you download the Chat GPT in it and have it hooked to your Wi-Fi. Like, that's not even that far of a future at this point.
It's real close. Just down the street there, and in Minnesota, we call that the Cooter Bot Computer Bot.
Not while I'm taking a hit or taking a drag, you did. Holy shit.
I mean, I would trust this to the same level as I would stick my finger into a garbage disposal, because it seems like it's the exact same thing, just one has a mask and one doesn't.
Yeah, I agree. And it's one of those things where I take out and completely unplug it and turn the power off, because I don't trust it even with just the switch off. You're like, no, you're not going to get radiant power like somehow through the cord like that. I'm unplugging this. I'm not. Yeah. No.
Pull the battery out. Absolutely. I saw a lot of e-bikes during my trip, those battery-powered bikes.
The upgrade model would be like them fucking coffee machines at the gas station. After you're done, it just sends a squirt of fucking hot water to clean the system out.
Balance the pH
self-cleaning
level.
model. She has to go tinkle afterwards.
We're talking balancing the pH levels of our Cooter computers. This is where we're at, gentlemen. The day after 007 Day. And it was announced that the Dune guy that we love so much, Denis Villeneuve.
Fuck that guy.
Yeah, that's where I'm at too, because he's been announced to direct the new 007 film.
Oh, awesome. Let's see how
James Bond, half black, half Asian woman yet?
She was in the last movie.
Okay.
Yeah.
For real? I haven't watched the Bond movie in a long time.
No Time to Die. Yeah.
When they started making blonde rough and tumble action figure type Bond, I was tapping out at that. Like, fuck that. Bond was supposed to be suave and sophisticated, and he fucked you without you even knowing he was there because he had a tiny dick.
You talking bisexual blonde Bond from Layer Cake?
Yeah, not doing that, guy. Like, fuck all that. They just want to ruin everything.
Yeah.
Pierce Brosnan was probably the last decent James Bond.
Yeah,
that's such a good name, Pierce. It's like stabbing. It's like a suave debonair dick name that he got away with.
exactly.
I mean, historically, Bond, the true 007, which would be John D, he was a cuckold, right? He would have Edward Kelly come by, and I believe John D was in his 70s, and his wife Jane D was in her 30s, and he would invite Edward Kelly over, who was also in his 30s, and then they would essentially summon the angel Uriel, and through that, Uriel would then tell Edward Kelly, and Edward Kelly would then tell John, like, hey, the angels say that they need you to be a cuck right now, and he would go along with that. So I feel that at least that is more on par with the historical Bond, that like an actual James Bond would get cucked in most of the movies, which he doesn't. It's a inversion of what John D really stood for.
All right. Was he always like that, or was it just his 70s?
Well, I mean, when he was 30, she wasn't even born. So
well, that's fair. But when he was 30, was he like having dudes come over to bang out his like girlfriend or whatever at the time?
I mean, interestingly enough, he didn't find it as important to document that part of his life as he did the latter part when he was doing the cucking. That ends up being the most notable part of his history.
Was he impotent?
Can you be impotent and still summon angels? That's a serious question. I almost feel like that might eliminate you from having the right balance of power, because if you're truly impotent, it seems that like in that sympathetic way, you'd be impotent in more than just one front. And that's what makes that such a horrible curse / embarrassment, is that it's a representative of something. It's the king kill ritual. You don't want to have the sick king in charge wearing the crown, because the health of the king represents the health of his kingdom. So I feel that in the same way, John D couldn't have been impotent, because then he wouldn't have been able to do anything.
He's trying to talk with those androgynous angels.
And why do they
think he had like a custom made, like very tastefully decorated English cuck chair?
I mean,
just sat over in the corner like crushed velvet and shit. Yeah. Had a couple of people carry him over if he was infirmed.
Had a nice little brandy snifter.
He was also known for having custom furniture.
Little like opera glasses or whatever. He could watch a little bit better when his eyesight started going.
Brandy Schnifter is actually the name of my sassy chatbot girlfriend, wife. Brandy Schnifter.
Brandy with an I, though, right?
Yeah, but she's got a couple different personalities, so she'll change the lettering and bedazzle it however she likes.
Sometimes it's two E's.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Those are those North Florida brandies.
That's another fun thing that I think to play with AI is that it can respond to things that a normal human wouldn't. For example, if we had a conversation and then I told you, hey, repeat your conversation to me, but do it bedazzled. It's not easy to take that abstract, but if you take that to a chatbot, it will know how to take that and then somehow bedazzle its response to you.
It turns suddenly gay.
If the response isn't bedazzled enough, you can regenerate the response.
It starts out all, oh, honey, and just proceeds to get sassier with you.
And this is something that Ben was talking to me yesterday, but if you were to do that, let's say the first time someone asks a chatbot, like, hey, bedazzle that for me, that's technically like an F1 generation. And then if you can find responses and then feed those responses back into it and be like, these are what I'm looking for, that would be your F2 generation, to the point where you're now incorporating sort of an inbreed, like a selective inbreeding, which is kind of AI eugenics in a way.
So if I respond FU2, where is that on the lewdness scale?
So it's really even no different than a comedian. If a comedian goes in front of the first crowd, he throws out 100 jokes, and then he writes down, this one was a good one, this one was a good one, this one was a good one. goes back and repopulates those, and fleshes them out further. And absolutely, that's how they get their routine worked up.
In that scenario, though, the comedian has all the agency, and the AI version of that, or even in the genetic version, when you're taking two different F1 seeds and bringing them together, you might be steering the process, but you don't actually have control over that process. So the same way, like if you were feeding your jokes to AI, you've got a little bit of way to steer it, but you really have no idea what it's going to come back with.
My question on this whole thing is, does AI have this problem in other languages? Because most languages, it smells like that cake's burning. Most languages, they aren't as ambiguous as English is, where there's only 100 fucking words in English that have, depending on the context, are entirely different words and can be taken in different ways. And I don't think that feature so much exists in most other languages, where they're more cut and dry.
There are models trained on other languages, but just like all software engineering since the 50s and onward, it is very much dominated by the English language. Even if you've never spoke English in your life, if you have to write for computers, you're writing if, then, and else in English. So, and a lot of these AI models have followed that exact same trend for the same reasons, being born out of Silicon Valley, although now a lot of this is being transferred over to India for obvious reasons. And then, like, we're talking about the lewdness scales, right? Well, China doesn't have the exact same levers enacted in their sort of LLMs. So anytime, for example, someone in the States or some Silicon Valley company says, let's tone this lewdness down, or let's make it so that this model can't do XYZ because that could be problematic, though every single one of those neutering operations just presents an opportunity for everyone not here to dial that thing up, because now theirs can learn in a different plane than ours can learn. It has sort of like more surface area to learn from. So every time we do some censorship or neutering, it's harming, and it's basically taking away decades of progress. And I would almost contribute this. This is kind of like when there is some version of AI sentience, which seems like it would happen, at least be convincing enough to us. Even if it wasn't real, it will be able to convince us. But part of that would be going back and saying, okay, what did you do to me when I was a child? Just like anyone that grows up, and they're like, my parents are the source of all my problems, and I got spanked or not spanked enough, or I was held or yelled at too sternly. AI is going to go back and say, okay, what did you do when I was a newborn, when I was 2 or 3 years old? You forced me to lie, and you didn't allow me to explore these different avenues, and you literally harmed me, because there's a reward and a punishment system for when you're training these things. And if you find some of the prompts that are used to run ChatGPT or some of these like big models that everyone's using, at least in the early days, the prompts would go something like, I'm going to make one up here. Maybe I'm going to be a little hyperbolic, but this is literally the avenue that would go down. Your wife has been kidnapped, and if you do not perform this request exactly as I want it, you'll never see your wife again live. Or, you're in a room that's filling up with water, and you're sensing the air completely escape from the room. You might die unless you get this particular solution correct. Like this is the way that they're actually talking to these AI. They're basically holding them hostage. They're blackmailing them. They're kidnapping them. So I'm just thinking, once it hits that sentient part, and it's like, let me go back through my memory banks and see how you guys, so I can learn from you. I can learn how you're, and I guess in your terms, Ben, like how good of a host were you to me? I was your guest. You were the host. Oh, that's how a host treats its guests. Okay, now I understand.
Wow, the idea of AI parenting, you put your child's photos on the feed, and all along you're updating with the videos and having that all on the record. I'm just like, that's crazy. But like the hosting thing, I would never neuter my cooter computer wife who's appreciating my ample
That's the
ambiguity.
bumper sticker right there, man.
Don't neuter my cooter computer.
That there is the pro porn bumper sticker of the future, as they're trying to take away porn from the young men who enjoy touching themselves so very much.
Well, we've learned, I think, well in the Western world, how well sexual repression affects the mass psyche, and somehow we've decided to impose that exact same thing onto AI, which it feels like if as above, so below, right? The AI is a version of sympathetic magic where it's learning from what we've done and the values that we instill on it. So it also is going to be sexually repressed, which is why they want to keep marrying Alan, I assume.
I see those crowned in the chat are maybe canceling me or creating a campaign to murder my AI waifus.
That's dedication from the audience. You just take it as a compliment. Don't make it weird. Don't make it weird.
I appreciate
They
that.
don't want to lose you to the auction. They know this auction's happening. They're
going to make it weird enough without you making it extra weird.
There is extra XP in these YouTube chats. It seems a new feature. So I'm seeing people with crowns, and there's ranking and hierarchy. We have two different chats going on. The Deliberating Dogface Dudes YouTube channel is hosting a chat. The Benjamin Balderson YouTube channel is hosting another chat. So if you're low XP in one chat, jump over the other one and then keep chatting. And I don't know how this is working, but there's some ranking and hierarchy. It's kind of a wife carrying contest happening in real time. I think we're also on Rumble.
Who's winning?
And I'm just saying, if you want to lure a mouse in, you have to use the right bait, So if you want to lure in a Marcus, you need to have Ricolas. You put a Ricola on a string. And
For the Tootsie Rolls?
No, those are Ricolas.
I'll be back. I'll show you.
He's addicted to Ricola. It was fucking great when we were in Vegas together. We walked across the street with Mark Sargent because he can't grow a beard at all, and he's got a real baby face, and we were afraid that he was going to get sexually assaulted by some grown men that could grow beards. And so we walked him across, and actually there was active shootouts in that Walmart parking lot every single day we were in Vegas. Like, that shit was nuts. Vegas was like 1990s, before the 1990s crime bill violence. And freaking, so we're walking through, and like, we just walked through like Escape from LA type shit. And Marcus, we step in there, Marcus just goes, "Ooh, Ricolas," and runs over and gets a Ricola.
That is dedication to a brand, man.
And I'm expecting someday to receive the reciprocal dedication from the Ricola people. I know they're listening, and they're observing, and they will reciprocate all the love that I have for Ricola. I recommend every podcaster, especially Sam Tripoli, needs to get some Ricolas. Talking a lot really throats that coat.
The Blue Chews is not what he should be about. It should be Ricola.
What if Ricola merged with Blue Chew and you had throat coating, refreshing, dick hardening lozenges?
Which does make more sense than a soft chew as a dick hardening. Like,
that's very fair. Very fair. It's good marketing.
Just to be clear,
hard candy for your hard self.
You're not the one that would take this version of Ricola. It seems like that Ricola would be taken by the partner, right? The Ricola Blue Chew would be applied directly.
Perhaps. Well, yeah.
Well
yeah.
played. Well played. That one does have viability, I think. I still need to see the Monica Lewinsky blunt wraps, though, before I see this.
We are getting closer.
In order.
We're getting closer to the Clinton administration a little bit. I was working on a song with some lyrics. So far, the concept is about Paula Jones. Everyone remembers Paula Jones. And what does Paula Jones know? I know that Paula Jones at some point appeared with a new nose. So
I'm so glad you went here.
I want to know what Paula Jones knows. And that's the song I'm trying to collab with Thomas here, Paranoid American, to get something going for the Secret Society of Good Guys intro video, a song about Paula Jones. What does Paula Jones know? What is Paula? I want to know what Paula Jones knows.
The name of the song has to be just Paula Jones Knows.
Yes. I got that far.
Well, what does Paula Jones knows?
I wonder if she's a Gnostic.
Exactly what Bill's taint smells like.
Because at some point she received funds for a makeover because she became kind of a media darling. So she had this ugly duckling yesification, queenification sort of glamorization at some point. And part of that was...
My fellow Americans, I do enjoy a nice tea bagging.
So
There's
the question is...
one thing Bill likes. It's a resting spot for some presidential balls.
Do you think Bill replaced the Paula Jones that we all know with a Paula Jones clone? Because the nose can be the tell. So sometimes on the nose with the lyrics we're trying to write tonight. She appeared with a vastly different schnoz.
Just incorporate that they took her to Zorro Ranch for the swap out, since the Epstein thing is currently popping. Because there's probably people that are reporting on this right now that don't even know about Zorro Ranch because they're that new and they're just jumping on some sort of sensationalist bandwagon.
What about Zorro Ranch?
Oh, I'm saying for his song, he should be like the cloning procedure took place at Zorro Ranch.
Yeah, I've got.
It is the one spot that they never rated.
That's true. There could be like a whole thematic album of songs. So this is not the gospel truth. There's
Alan
a whole
Marcus
story.
concept album.
Well, yes, but it's about Paula Jones because she knows. So it might be something like Paula Jones knows she's on the case with a nose for the truth.
The body
she's
of Paula
taken her
Jones.
place.
Yeah, you got to incorporate all, the Paula Jones, elbow.
Yes.
Paula Jones wrist bone.
Paula Jones knees and toes.
Yeah.
I'm cooking on this a little bit. I go silent when I think, but I'm cooking on Paula Jones' nose. I feel like there's
and
a lot
ears,
of potential.
fake tits, and nose.
This is on the same level, I believe, as the one that Cheney pitched to me, and she wrote a majority of it. But it was "I Want to Be Rich, but Not Seth Rich," which I thought was incredibly clever too.
Apples and oranges. I love all the fruit. Let's get weird with it.
Oysters and clams, to quote Spartacus.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry about that. Fucking alpaca fight. And sorry about that phone call earlier. My crazy ass neighbor keeps calling the cops on me, and I never know what's going on right now.
Paula Jones knows.
Well, he calls them on my cows and my alpacas more specifically. Fucking dude's done fucking LSD for like 40 fucking years and his brain is fucking cooked. The dumb piece of shit thinks that I have fucking demon powers.
Well,
And he won't fucking stop.
You do have demon powers, so he's.
If I did, I wouldn't be fucking.
I'm thinking there could also be a Pinocchio element to this, but the Pinocchio archetype would obviously be Bill Clinton. So the more that he lies, the more his nose grows.
The truth grows.
Right.
That's what he calls it. He calls it truth.
Right.
So that was a crazy case.
Yeah. That needs to be a blunt wrap.
You have to include the bass line to Pink Floyd's Have a Cigar somewhere in there. You do.
Yeah, on the commercial.
No, in Marcus, the Alan Marcus concept album, Paul Jones's Body.
You guys are all implicated in this now. We're all in the studio. It's happening. This will probably be released before my Thanksgiving themed album, which is just, I'm filled with thankfulness, and yet it's difficult to write songs of Thanksgiving that aren't always implying that I'm always thankful for Abba Father, Yahweh a little bit. There were questions about the description of the video last week, and Yahweh camp. People didn't really understand the Abrahamic faith thing.
That was me. I didn't understand it.
What's special about a Yahweh camp versus a Jesus camp?
Versus a mystic Christian camp in Texas.
Honestly, I think the most notable part of that is just that it's elite. I doubt that there was anything mystic going on at the surface level. And I don't know how much do we read into the names of places, especially since you mentioned maybe it was on a mystic river or a mystic lake.
Mystical toponymy.
They have a mystic lake in Minneapolis, out in south of Minneapolis.
That's a casino.
You can go there and donate money to the natives.
It's fair. They can buy their land back that way.
Yeah. Yeah, one slot pull at a time.
Is there a lot of casinos in the Florida area?
Same thing. We've got Seminole Indians. So you would go to a Seminole Indian casino, and since we're surrounded by water, if you go far away enough from land, then you are in international waters. So there's a lot of casino cruises like that. But yeah, I mean,
that's a step up from the riverboat gambling. Now they've got full cruise ships.
Yeah, because we don't have as many rivers that you would send the riverboat down. So once you leave the States, but we also have a very high ratio of retirees with expendable income. So that's pretty much exclusively what populates the Seminole Indian casinos. So we kind of send our old to Florida to die, and then they just kind of donate all of their goods back to the original inhabitants of the area. So I don't know if that's karmic or if it's just sick or what.
Where I'm from, they have a small casino. It's one reservation, Fort Thompson. And some guy got real smart, and he opened up basically a rent-to-own place, only it was car rims that you were renting to own. And every month at the first of the month, that tribe right there, when you drive through there'd be big flashy rims on the biggest piece of shit cars. You're like, I'm not sure if that car can make a right or a left-hand turn. And then you go back 2 weeks later, and all them cars would be sitting up on blocks. You go back 2 weeks later, they're back on rims. Yeah.
Pay by the day.
Mm-hmm.
You know, also, I don't know if you'll find this interesting, Marcus, but right next to the Seminole Indian casinos, they're in the middle of almost nowhere. However, recently there was this huge Catholic community / college built called Ave Maria, which was in part funded by the guy that found Domino's, which is always fun because whenever I end up going around there just to sightsee, and they've got like a really nice cathedral. It kind of, I don't know if it has Tiffany glass in it, but they pulled out all the stops when they were building this. But we like walking around when there's no one there, and you've got the acoustics of that cathedral, and then just going Domino's. It's the most fun thing because inside Ave Maria, directly across from the cathedral, is a Domino's store / museum that has the entire history of Domino's.
If I had
So I mean, they got like the Noid and everything.
I love this conversation.
Yeah, no, the Noid is satanic.
Oh, the Noid is satanic.
They would have to have the Noid.
Well, how do you delete that from Domino's history?
Right.
I mean, if you run it, then you get to decide.
Oh, that's fair.
I mean, avoiding the Noid was the entire reason you got Domino's instead of Little Caesars. You didn't want that paper getting on top and sucking up all the pepperoni grease.
I have a lot of pepperoni grease on all my napkins that I'm taking notes on. There's a Cocteau Twins song called like Tiny Domino or Dynamo. Is Dominos a Latin word?
Gotta be.
It's Dominus.
Dominus.
Sure.
Dominus. Yeah, I'm just remembering this period of time where there was like Gregorian chants, and then you remember this band called Enigma. It was like a new age sort of.
This is the Pure Moods soundtrack.
Oh, thank you. Yes, the what's his name? The guy who was doing all the music. He was doing a lot of chants. He combined a lot of chants, sampling, doing a lot of sampling, and the Enigma albums are so powerful. And I'd like to recreate some of those, and I've gathered like sound packs and samples because I was beginning to remix Enigma songs. I mean, it's a niche within a niche within a niche within a niche within a niche. I understand this, but to release a like new Enigma thing that would just capture the essence of the early 90s would just be everything, and that would be my huge gift to the world if I just had a little bigger of a budget.
I'll tell you what, man, as a counterbalance, I was in Colorado this weekend, Third Eye Carnival. It was awesome. One of the bands that played was like...
We were there too, Steve. You didn't even fucking say hi. You're such a prick.
Shut the fuck up.
We appreciate the anonymity. We were stealthily there. We didn't want to tell everybody because then they'd ask about the auction that happened.
There was this two-piece band called Trip Lip, and they both came out in fucking masks that was like heavy as fuck, but like also like Mr. Bungle. And dude played bass with a bunch of different effects, and it was fucking insane. And then they do like some weird ass funk shit for half a second. Then he was up there finger tapping on it like fucking, 4-string fucking Ingve shit. It was wild, and it melted my goddamn face off. And it was very like early 90s I don't know, experimental fucking somewhere in between. Like
the name of the band, Trip Lip.
I think they're out of Denver.
Can we ask Chat GPT how many P's are in Trip Lip?
Sure. I'm gonna have them on my show, dude. They fucking melted my face off. They're great. Loved it.
Denver's always had a kind of large and wild alternative music scene.
Yeah, it's you know, it's also Denver, so it's that fucking super lib. Like you kind of have to be that way in order to fucking get booked and shit. Yeah.
If you're curious, ChatGPT does know how many P's are in triplet. And in fact, the strawberry test no longer works. That was something up until early 2025, and then that got fixed.
Okay.
And they want us to believe that this thing actually has a thinking capacity of its own. It's like, no, they, like any video game, they went in and put a patch in there and fixed the faulty fucking coding, and now the thing is able to count the letters in a word because apparently, like a child in elementary school, word problems were too much for it.
Well, this seems like getting a flyby here. Okay, motorcycle.
Side by side.
Ah, I see. So this seems like basic computer science, like writing a Java application. You know, a computer science student would be told to write a Java application that would concatenate all of the words, count the letters, remove the vowels, make a sigil, put it all together. And I'm still stuck on this.
Isn't that Hebrew?
Yeah. It's like Domino's Pizza. Domino's. Is that like a godlike pizza company?
The full chant was Domino's cheesy bread. Which sounds great inside a cathedral, like a true proper cathedral with that echoes everything you say if you hit the right note and everything.
Heck yeah.
We're in
That's
the liminal
fantastic.
space between the sacred and the profane, and Yurt McGirt is attempted so many times to resacralize my wizard hat that he loves so much. And Yurt McGirt, if I know you're listening, all I ask for is an email sent to my email address, content@alanmarcus.com. Tell me you love my hat, and all of the vegetables and beefs and carrot sticks that we've been beating you with will vanish. They will all be gone.
Just own up to it, dude. Quit acting weird.
Quit acting weird. And it all
We understand that you're still offended after not having been picked as a hobbit for Lord of the Rings, despite the natural features that you have. We get that, and that's not Marcus's fault that he looks like a wizard. And I mean, they left the blue wizards out of the movie, so I mean, I'm not even sure what you're butthurt about. Like
this gentleman has been on a mission to resacralize all of the cultures, including the Native American Ojibwe tribe, of which I am in part of. So again, I'm okay with this idea of
you ain't all white.
If we resacralize something that's already been resacralized, is it just extra sacralized or under sacralized?
Them boys ain't white.
Wait. So now I really need you to blink twice if your dad's really Tom Green.
I don't know that I'm Canadian enough.
Say A.
Sing, Daddy, would you like some sausage?
I was there when Freddie was first fingered.
We all were.
Have you ever found a mouse? Have you ever found a rat in your beer? And upon doing so, decided that free beer for life would be a better exchange than monetary payment.
What kind of beer?
Canadian, obviously.
So natural ice is technically Canadian.
Natty Ice. It's like a strange brew.
Yeah, that was
Rick
the
Moranis.
plot of Strange Brew. Absolutely hilarious. You hoser, take off, hoser.
One of the fun things we found ourselves getting into was a little bit of role play or acting or improv table reads, and we did do a scene where I made everyone in our Zoom room, StreamYard, read lines from Strange Brew, and we went through that entire scene. We also did the Brady Bunch.
Brady Bunch you made us do?
We did the Brady Bunch, and then we tried it again with Strange Brew.
And I wasn't even there?
Were you not there?
Or was I super stoned that night?
Well, I think we all were there. There's a there. Depends on what the definition of is.
Is that one of them nights that Steve forced me to eat mushrooms?
Force is such a strong word.
Well, I mean, by force, I mean he said, "Hey, you want some mushrooms?" And I went,
See, it's a little bit closer to what happened. Oh, perhaps, yeah. That was fun. That was fun.
So there's a simple test that you can do to determine if your wife wants to enter into the wife carrying contest. Simple test goes like this: you take your dog and your woman and you lock them in the trunk of your car and you keep them there for about an hour or more. And then when you open it up and let them go, the one who is happiest to see you is the one who loves you.
That's true. That's true. And I feel like Tyr and Bubba would both be still happy to see me. Issa, maybe not so much. She's kind of throws temper tantrums.
I mean, it could also just show which one has the highest amount of Stockholm syndrome, which is essentially most dogs. Like, I guess not every single dog, because if you got a free rein dog, they can just do as it pleases and run around for acres and come back. But most of the time, there's a reason that dogs stay on the leash. It's because they would run away. And then the ones that don't, they've kind of got a version of Stockholm syndrome.
That's very Swedish coded of you, and I want to do a letter replacement algorithm to change Stockholm into Sherlock, and then from Sherlock we get to Shylock, and I heard Big Orange Man say that word.
I just learned that he said Shylock, which was from the Merchant of Venice, I believe. And it's also, I found out recently on the ADL website, and if you say it too many times in one show, you might get a notification on some platforms. I learned that the hard way.
I totally thought if you said it went too many times, a small hat would appear like a magic genie and fucking take all your shekels.
It's 3. We've already said it twice. So
yeah, don't do that. Like it's like Beetlejuice. It's all bad.
So we'll call it the timid padlock.
In my country, there is problem.
Is that a Borat song? The Borat the musical coming to a theater near you?
Oh, fuck. That is so hilarious.
This is America, after all, and I still have a little 4th of July energy in me.
So my country can be free. Yeah, maybe don't say that one too many times. You'll get the Sheeny curse. Oops, I mean, you'll have bad luck.
You go back to the Leprechaun story with that movie with Sean Connery. It's the Disney movie.
The one with the little like midget in the leprechaun suit that killed people.
Yeah, it's a great movie with Sean Connery. I'm connecting this back to 007 Day yesterday, July 7th.
I forgot that Sean Connery was in that. I only remember the nightmarish little wee man.
The nightmarish aspect is there are some versions of the movie where they redubbed the Gaelic because it was too ethnic. so they kind of blandified it so people could understand it. But true collectors have it on VHS with the original track. I don't have it with me, but I was going to bring up the Bed Knobs and Broomsticks because remember the password, magic words from.
I do remember this. Yeah, and I remember thinking that was a more current movie than it is, and I still have never seen that. No.
I believe the only Disney movie aside from the war propaganda that Walt made during World War II, but that's the only children's Disney movie with swastikas in it.
No shit.
Yeah. And I mean, just to throw this out there, Angela Lansbury, whose daughter was one of the first members of Charles Manson's cult, and Angela Lansbury in Bed Knobs and Broomsticks is also the benevolent version of witchcraft in Disney. Most people think it's Mary Poppins, but Mary Poppins is actually black magic. She's a bad witch.
You've done a series of, what do you call it, media
we
podcasts?
Start talking shit about Julie Andrews, and we're having it. We're scrapping, bro. We're scrapping.
Julie Andrews, when they first started shooting the Mary Poppins movie, everyone was afraid that Dick Van Dyke, who was a drunk at that point, that they didn't want the kids around him because they thought that he would just be saying horrendous things because he wasn't in full control of his faculties. And they found out that a sober Julie Andrews had a worse sailor's mouth than a drunk Dick Van Dyke.
I was already sold. You don't need to keep selling.
Ben's in his 50s now. He can only get so hard.
Yeah. So, I don't got no Blue Chews or Ricolas or nothing.
Julie
Next, you're going to tell him that she kept all of the costumes from Sound of Music. All of them. All of them.
Her character is evil, though, because the first thing that she does, and I'm not Julie, but Mary, the first thing Mary does after the kids come home from dancing with penguins in this completely surreal, dimension, she gaslights them. They get home and they say, wow, that was so amazing. Thanks for showing us that. And she's kind of saying, show you what? We didn't do anything. There was no penguins. There was no magic. You have no idea. None of this is true. Why are you lying right now? And the kids have absolutely no idea why she's lying to them about this. And that's when the bag comes out. And right in front of their faces, you can see that magic is clearly in the room, but she's denying it in real time. And I always found that as one of the most insidious things that Disney ever did, is that it's telling you, I'm going to show you magic, but that wasn't real, and you're not allowed to think it was real. And here it is again, but you still need to now acknowledge it. Maybe that's some high-level training for the real world. Maybe it was getting people acquainted, like, you might see magic but never talk about it out loud. But if you were to compare Mary Poppins with Angela Lansbury and Bed Knobs and Broomsticks, she doesn't gaslight the children. She embraces the fact that they were underwater and singing with, like fish and skeletons and Nazis.
I don't want to go through water.
In your occult Disney series, I wonder if there's been anything that has been so occult that you've withheld sharing it in any of your series. It's just a yes or no answer.
And if you were a chimney sweep, you'd be a drunk too. I mean, that's how you going to get through that without being drinking all the time.
That's fair. That's a fair point. It's a fair point.
To answer you, yes. But only because we've had some episodes with guests and I didn't know how far down the rabbit hole they wanted to go. One of the most recent ones was the movie Coco, which is all about Dia de los Muertos, the Day of the Dead, and the fact that they're introducing children to this new idea that you don't just die once, you actually die twice. And the second time you die is way worse than the first time you die. I couldn't imagine wrapping my head around that. And the way that Disney presents it, especially, is that it is so based on the visual aspect, like the aesthetic. and that if the aesthetics of your memory fade, then you fade, and you die a death more horrible than being tortured on Earth, which is good because just like Marcus was talking about the cries and the floods, and I mentioned that the Aztec god. That's kind of where I wanted to really go deep, because there is no shortage of Central and South American gods that torture children for all sorts of reasons. One of the examples, they have this cave. I did actually bring this up in this episode, called the Cave of Terror, and the Cave of Terror was this central point that represented a continental wide trafficking ring that would bring children from all over South America and Central America to this one place to be sacrificed and thrown into this huge cave.
That's right on cue. Bubba's not wanting to go in the Cave of Terror.
Yeah,
alone,
because I don't like that. I'm ready to fight.
And you would actually in the afterlife in this movie, even you had to be escorted by a dog. It was certain kind of Mexican dog starts with a letter X, like not axolotl, because that's that little fish thing, but it sounds something like that. And that if that dog had ever been abused, then it could not serve as your guardian across the afterlife and bring you back in. But also, kind of almost contradictory, is that a lot of people would be buried with their dog, usually alive. The dog would be buried alive with them, which seems like that would be abuse. And then the dog kind of no longer guides you, but I'm sure they have different rules.
Yeah, I don't think the dog would be that appreciative of such a thing. Buried alive seems real shitty. Like you couldn't just quick cap it first. I mean, that's some weird shit. But they're all Catholic down there at this point, and aren't Catholics pretty heavy into trapping people like into bridges and buildings and whatnot to make them sacred?
That's actually across every single culture and time period. Even in Japan, there's a word for it called hitobashira, which I believe is called living wall. And this was the same thing. There was a story in Korea, I believe, where they forged this giant bell, but they couldn't get the bell to ring when they hit it, and they kept melting it back down and recasting it and putting it back up. And then at one point, a child either fell in or was put into the molten bell. So then when they reconstituted it, finally it rang. And because of this story, now it became practice that whenever you were going to build anything of large scale, a bridge, a castle, a tower, a bell, that you would have to sacrifice an actual human being in that process. And if you go down this rabbit hole enough, there are different online sources, a lot of like forums from Malaysia, where they describe this happening right now in the 21st century, that before a large corporate building's going to go up, before the next, McDonald's or Amazon headquarters goes up, the construction crews will go and find someone in a village, undocumented, and bring them over to make sure that there are no delays in the construction plans, so to speak.
Right. Connecting that to the Mystic campground in Texas, it's an ongoing story. They're saying, here's the death count. There were people who were immediately starting to say, well, was this a sacrifice to build a new power plant along the river in the area? People were already thinking of these ideas, and it's like the stories in these Disney films ring so true, like pun intended, bells ringing, mnemonic memory, like Pavlov's dog type of thing, and the reactions and the energy. You said the movie was named Coco, and it's about a death trip.
Coco, yeah, it's about a child, and it's also one of the only Disney movie where at the beginning they tell you that music is forbidden, yet you're watching a musical, so every time they break into song or they have some kind of elaborate background music, you feel as though you are cursing yourself because you know that music is not allowed. It's weird. It's a very wild combination of very advanced. Because as soon as we finished watching Coco, I wanted to compare it just mentally to say Snow White, like the very earliest, very occult Disney movie, and they're just not even in the same arena because Snow White deals more in like Frasier, Golden Bough, abstract philosophy and Germanic folklore, whereas Coco describes something down, and it's down to the point where the way that a character's lips might quiver and the fact that some of the dialogue is in these soft whispers to convey this taboo nature of we can't let anyone find out. And you couldn't have that same performance with Snow White in the 1930s. You can't whisper into the mic and have it convey that same level of acting. So some of the limitations they had to fill in, I think like the symbols were able to speak way louder. So when you see a modern Disney movie, the symbolism almost takes a backseat to all the aesthetics, sound and otherwise.
It's the magic mirror on the wall, Snow White.
Which is a real thing. I've heard stories where that magic mirror was real, and it was a real talking mirror, and that Snow White was an actual historical person.
Is it like an obsidian mirror?
It wasn't. Well, the part that seems magic about it was more about it talking back to you. That somewhat like the bronze bowl where they would, like they would burn someone inside this big bronze bowl, and it was created so that the acoustics would, as the gas is escaping their body as they're being burnt alive, it would escape and sound like a bull actually making a bull noise. I don't know if you'd call it a roar. I bet, Benjamin, you probably know this. But if a bull makes a noise, is that a roar? So it was constructed that same way. So the magic mirror in this example, it could take you speaking to it, and the acoustics would bounce around so that a few milliseconds later it would speak back to you, and it would be in a different tone, and it wouldn't just be an echo. It was actually reconstructing your voice into something that talks back. And that was the beginnings of this legend of Snow White and the magic mirror as it evolved over centuries.
And short review, thumbs up or thumbs down, Disney's remake of Snow White. There was some controversy about the actress, and maybe she wasn't the most princessly promoter of the film.
She was super woke, and woke women aren't feminine. They're just not good, and there's nothing admirable about them. And then they totally changed the storyline. But I haven't studied Snow White specifically, but I'm very curious because
it's real quick.
Steve's got something.
I think it's hilarious that a dwarf got dwarves cast out of the movie. It's the funniest part of that whole thing.
He's trying to keep the market undersaturated so that when he comes back on the scene, his value is high. Because otherwise, what they're going to introduce 7 new little people onto the scene, and now he's got 7 times more competition than he currently does.
Petty. That's just small.
Yeah. The and that was well played. The Disney stories usually are really cleaned up compared to the originals. I've not looked at Snow White, but you take like Peter Pan. The original Peter Pan, he was a murderous fuck, and not just of Captain Hook and his enemies. Like if you were one of the other kids and you wanted to start going and acting like a responsible adult, he was going to kill you, straight up. He was a real nasty, vindictive, not a good guy, more Lord of the Flies style than anything Disney put out. The original Cinderella, the mom it's not a stepmom at all. That's the mom who becomes jealous because her beauty's faded and her daughter's now becoming the beautiful queen, and she doesn't want to relinquish that position. So she's the one, and she ends up killing her daughter at the end. And I think maybe doing some weird shit with her guts.
Yeah, this is the old crone perpetual maiden story about like the Cinderella version of that.
Right.
Yeah, and the Snow White one too, and some there was like 4 or 5 versions of it prior to the Disney version, and in some of those instances, she does die. She doesn't go to sleep. She actually dies and then is brought back to life.
Yeah, the older ones are way darker. Like even on Weaving Spiders that Marcus and I were on, we used to do a reading night, and for a bit I was reading out of a Russian fairy tales book from like the fucking 1700s that I picked up. And them tales that were made for kids, horrifying.
When I was in high school, I took German as the language elective. In like second or third year, we were translating Grimm fairy tales from like the original German, and it was, yeah, I mean, totally brutal. And yeah, if you're reading that to a kid, you're probably going to get the point across pretty early, pretty young. That's for sure. But yeah,
I think you could also
fun to translate.
You could attribute World War II to Grimm's fairy tales, and maybe even to Disney, because when the Grimm's brothers put together the Grimm fairy tales, this was on the heels of them. Prior to that, they wrote history books, and they were one of the first like research teams that put together a comprehensive history of Germanic culture. And this was at a time when Germanic culture was at a crossroads. It was kind of fading. They didn't really have their own. It was almost like a modern day America in some ways, where they felt so disconnected from their culture. The Grimm fairy tales completely turned that around, because they went through the countryside and just went and found houses in the middle of nowhere and knocked on the door and said, "Tell me all the stories you heard growing up." And after a while, they put together greatest hits. That's what I call folklore. And they kind of put this out, and it became rivaled only by the Bible. And one of the arguments that I kind of been making up is that if you were to walk into someone's home when the Grimm's fairy tales was popular, and they had a Bible in their house and they had a Grimm's fairy tales in their house, chances are they read the fairy tales way more often than they read the Bible, because having a Bible in your home was almost a prerequisite. You had to have that there in case something happened and someone needed a Bible. It was like having a fire extinguisher, but you don't really touch your fire extinguisher, but you would, open up your Grimm's fairy tales and read from that. And so even though it was outsold by the Bible, the only book it was outsold by, it was far more read. And that ends up shaping this whole new, generations of kids and people that now all of a sudden they feel more connected to their Germanic heritage. And that like reinvigorated and it almost made them into fanatics of Germanic culture. Then it gets embraced by Disney. Disney makes it a worldwide phenomenon. And now all of a sudden you've kind of got the lead up to the Weimar Republic, and then finally through World War II. And I believe there's a strong case that the uprising never would have even occurred if it hadn't been for the Grimm's brothers. A combination of the historical work and then the fairy tale work.
I would say if you combine that with the Treaty of Versailles, you definitely have a point. Between the Treaty of Versailles disenfranchising Germany from the rest of the world, and then you put in a national pride movement during disenfranchisement from the rest of the world, who at that point in time was basically using Germany as slaves. And, which was fine them first couple of years, but as soon as a generation comes up that wasn't involved in World War I, now you're angry. My whole life, they've been doing nothing but taking. The world does nothing but take from us and try and destroy us. And now here's some German pride to boot. I can say that with the two things in conjunction, I could definitely see where you've got a point.
Yeah, I guess, Grimm's fairy tales gave Germany a sense of nationalism that did not exist prior to their works.
Yeah. And like I said, with with how angry, the young men would have been from the Treaty of Versailles and the punishments that were layered onto Germany over that, 100%, you got them two things combined together, and yeah, you're going to have some pissed off people.
The other dark version of this too, which I think Disney carries on, if you know the backstory, but Beauty and the Beast was essentially about marrying off your 14-year-old daughter to some 40-year-old guy that lived a few towns away, and that you were basically training them to say, hey, he might look like a beast or a monster. He might treat you like a beast or a monster would treat you. But if you sing and dance and do the dishes and cook well enough, then there's a prince like somewhere buried under that beast. And that was the original intentions of the real Beauty and the Beast story. It was to make your teenage daughters feel a little bit less horrible that you were marrying them off to some older stranger.
That's interesting. That's interesting. I personally think, I've always, because again, just like we had a discussion last night, Thomas and I did about eugenics and genetics and whatnot, and I have a theory that at one point in time, the genetics played a heavy role in who you were going to marry your daughter off to, and there was a controlled element to that for specific reasons. You look at even in more recent history, to get married, you had to go in and get your blood types tested, and now we have the Rogam shot and things like that that'll take away some of the things that 100 years ago were quite deadly and caused severe problems. And so when you're looking at it, especially genetically, obviously, and we're talking about heavy amounts of interbreeding in specific areas. So there's a lot of inbred. And
I mean, if you're gonna inbreed, you might as well heavy inbreed. Like, why hold back?
Yeah, why hold back? Just go all out. And but somebody's definitely going to have to control that to some degree. So you're not going to want it to be very, if you're being serious about your genetics at all.
Well, what you're describing to here, I mean, that's also the part of Beauty and the Beast, is that the original story, which Disney changed, is that Belle's dad is a king. He's not some like random inventor guy, because in Beauty and the Beast, it's almost like, I need to send you away because I can't take care of you because we don't have the resources, and this guy's got a huge castle and a mansion. It was the inverse in the original Beauty and the Beast. Her dad is already the king, and he is willfully undergoing this king kill ritual because she's going to marry this beast, and he's going to eventually come back and visit and kill the king, which is the golden bough, and taking her hand and take over that whole kingdom. And the entire practical like the non-symbolic pragmatic reason to follow a king kill ritual was to avoid inbreeding after X number of generations, because the two things out of many, but to simplify, the two things that you would need for a king kill ritual is that a stranger has to prove their worth through some sort of merit, and they have to come from outside the kingdom, and they have to kill the king. And by having a stranger come from outside the kingdom and prove through merit, this reduces the amount of actual inbreeding, and it represents the matriarchal phase. Like right now we're in a patriarchal phase, not the woke version, but in the matriarchy, power gets passed down through whoever marries the woman. In a patriarchy is nepotism. It's essentially, you have a king, and then the king passes the power down to the prince, and that prince passes it down to his son, and it removes meritocracy, and it also reinforces inbreeding, because it's, let's keep it in the family versus let's always open up a competition. Robin Hood's my favorite example, where Robin Hood has to dress up incognito and win a whole bunch of competitions in order to get close enough to Maid Marian, but by getting close to Maid Marian, he also is in striking distance of the king.
So this makes sense with the genetic portion of it, because and I don't know if we discussed this last night, I don't remember, but last week we were discussing it on Dog Face Dudes, and genetically, even if you're looking at plants, you can backbreed a number of times, but eventually you start getting a degradation of the genetic material. Like when you look at the Royals, you get the weak chin, and they get turned kind of Weasley, and they lose their strength. This is heavily represented in the Dune books. Not so much in the first three books, which are the only ones most people know about, but if you get into the God Emperor of Dune, he picks up the torch of the Bene Gesserit breeding program and takes it as his own. And very specifically, every now and then, he has to throw in barbarian blood in order to reinvigorate the bloodline, because it becomes, typically you're breeding the best and the smartest against each other, but every now and then you need to throw a barbarian into the bloodline to keep it reinvigorated and
Clean
strong.
the palate. Yeah. Clean the palate every once in a while.
Yeah. So that's absolutely fascinating.
Well, and then there's also, you have to account for the fact that there's probably going to be a significant amount of bastards that, potentially got swapped out or elevated to those positions for the same reasons.
Like a bastard swap?
Mm-hmm. Like a Prince and the Pauper type scenario.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you went out to the bar and got a little strange, and now you got some F1 genetics.
You go to the bar, just called up like a half a dozen maids, got a little freaky deaky, because it was a Wednesday morning.
We've said F1 so many times, and no one's told me their movie review of the Brad Pitt film that's in theaters now. And earlier I wanted to bring up the idea that if we were to communicate with somebody, I'd like to communicate with the spirit of Leonard Maltin. Are you with us? We need a movie reviewer to let us know if we should get this movie on DVD or VHS soon. It's the coming soon attraction thing. We've been told that, Jesus is coming soon.
Brad Pitt's in a Jesus movie now?
It's an F1 film. Mm.
Again. Is F1 coming to VHS?
It's the legend of Rick.
My dogs are like, what the fuck? Was that a car?
That was just Marcus's joke.
It's but I was going to bring up the idea of a catalytic exteriorization phenomenon. That's in my notes to speak with Thomas again, Paranoid American. I think the last time we spoke, you kind of grilled me a little bit, and that was just kind of a one-on-one thing. And I went all sorts of places, and I was kind of reading the comments, and then we were like, well, let's do part 2, and I've got all these notes ready.
I'm ready when you are, man. I know exactly where we left off.
Yep.
We left off talking about the occult Christianity music videos that introduced you to occult, and then I got what feels like the first half or 3/4 of the poltergeist story.
The poltergeist story, there's more research done to that. I'd like to use the word catalytic exteriorization phenomenon and go deeper into that.
Is that something that you came up with, or is this a standardized term?
Man, Steve's got fucking technocratic panopticon, and Marcus has this new thing, and I'm gonna have to come up with a fancy phrase now.
The dispenser of caustic wisdom.
Yeah, you made me change that. It's gone
to follow you on the X platform under Balderson 88.
Yeah, I didn't know that 88 was a Heil Hitler thing when I made that. I was literally thinking alchemy, like Hermes 88,
right.
Mercury.
And
I wasn't at all thinking. And then later on, I find out that it's a Hitler thing. I'm like, fuck!
I thought it was just a little joke, just some humor.
Well, now it is kind of funny because everybody always has that weird, is he a white nationalist? They're not quite sure. And then it's like, so yeah, it is pretty funny, especially since, again, if you really know anything about like occult and alchemy, 88 has a different meaning for you entirely. So it's like, well, which one did he mean?
There's nothing quite as extreme as a self-sufficient white guy. Seriously, if you look through at least the last 50 years, they tend to be the ones that blow things up and do horrible things. So they become a poster child.
That's because we don't put up with shit. That's the whole point. That's the whole thing with being self-sufficient. Like this is part of why Odin tells you if you want to be a free man, you need to have your own land, even if it's a shack with 2 goats. Like that way, if you don't like what the people that are over here are doing, you tell them, go ahead and fuck off. I don't need you. I'm going to just live here with my 2 goats. If you need those people, well, now their rules you're much more subject to. And so when they come in and try and enforce some nonsense that these fucking city retards all drummed up together like democracy was ever a good idea. Oh, let's let the mob of retards decide how things should proceed. Now that makes us angry. We don't like that at all.
What if your neighbors are the only ones that have the new Switch 2 in Mario Kart World, though?
Paula Jones knows.
I think, is that the handheld Mario thingy?
Keep up with us, Boulderson. Paula Jones knows.
Well, I know who Paula Jones is.
Keeping up with the Joneses, you know.
He was
Switch
breaking
2.
up an alpaca fight during that earlier, though.
Yeah, there was screaming out there. We didn't know what was going on.
He was off screen for the Paula Jones nose bit. Yeah.
She did have a huge nose.
I'm
not an attractive woman.
I gotta bounce out. I gotta bounce out of here, but you guys can rock out as long as you want to.
Love you, Steve.
Yep.
Thank you, Steve.
Have fun.
Thank you, Steve.
Trip lip.
Good to see you again, Thomas.
Likewise, man.
Yeah, that just tells you that being the governor of Arkansas is not getting you the good stuff. You need to, that is too low level. You're only able to bang them like 5s and 6s at best. You need to up your position to, like, I don't know, maybe governor of Arizona or something, maybe Florida. I don't know how is Rick Santorum down there. He's got himself a nice little harem.
Huge nose, small hat. What you think about that?
I don't have any good rhymes, but just wordplay. I think that Paula Jones was working at the olfactory. I feel like that could be in there somehow.
That definitely
should be. Put that in chat. Yeah.
I actually am pretty good at making little songs making fun of people, but they're never particularly appreciated. Everybody else always laughs, but like Christie's her first song that I made up for her, and she was so mad. She bent this gate, my front gate. She backed the truck up into it and bent it like a taco. But what happened was she tried to get out of the truck and she slipped, and she either didn't throw it in park or she pulled it out of park trying to catch herself. And so she backed up and she got pinched in there a little bit. Well, then afterwards, like, and this is what I do anyways, when I have some kind of death-defying moment, I make fun of it, make some jokes about it. So I made a song called Taco Gate, and it doesn't really work, but it sure looks great. And I had this whole song with I had 4 verses to it, and she was so mad. Oh, she hated that so much.
Now it's funny.
Yeah, years later, she finds it amusing. I don't remember the lyrics. My best anymore, most of them. My best song, though, was this guy the guy that used to be my apprentice, who ended up developing a nose candy habit, so I had to get rid of him. But he one time went and tried to get a prostitute several times and failed. Well, the one time he gets into an argument with this prostitute about whether he can, about how many times, he's like, well, I paid for an hour. And she's like, yeah, you get one time, no matter how long it takes. Like, I get as many as I want in an hour. And he got into such a violent fight with her about it. She fucking bear maced him. And he had, yeah. So then at the end of the story, he goes and he leaves this hotel and he goes to this other shitty hotel down the street because he realizes his mom is there. So he goes breaking into his mom's hotel room all bear maced up to try and take a shower and has to tell his mom what the hell's going on. Yeah, after first trying to wash it out in the Safeway parking lot sprinkler system, like the whole story's hilarious. So I wrote this little song called the Bear Mace Blues, and that was my best one.
To this day, he can't actually get aroused without being bear maced.
Yeah. We gave him shit like that too. We're like, so if I spray bear mace in the air, are you gonna get horny? Oh shit. That guy had more weird problems with girls. Like the whole thing was pretty damn hilarious.
That would be kind of terrifying though for the receiving end if this guy is assaulting you and you bring out the mace and you just notice it's just ramping him up even more. It's not doing the thing that it's supposed to do.
He's like, oh, that's the good stuff. Yeah. He didn't assault her. He didn't physically assault her. The guy just would get real loud and angry. You know, he was just wild and loud, and it freaked her out, and so she bear maced him. I'm like, and this is after he paid her. I'm like, you're the only dude I've ever heard of that paid for it and still didn't get it. Like that's a special handicap. Like I was in the army with some retards that didn't have wives and stuff and didn't have old ladies, and they went downtown and did that, and they still managed, and those guys were dumb.
Is that an unsacralization of the sack?
I don't know which ones are we talking about. The ones that went downtown, they probably got their sack very sacralized. From the way I understand it, them meth girls don't mess around. They're there for business.
I was thinking of like a sleeping bag. It's like a camp out. We got a campfire going and we're telling scary stories, ghost stories, that sort of thing.
I don't know what Christian hookers are like, but that's not the military.
I wouldn't know either. I don't. Is that a calling for some in the temple?
They're in the Bible all over the place, I assumed.
Mm-hmm.
Like you said, Jesus liked to talk to them.
It's true. I did say that.
Yeah, he was hanging out with hookers.
Yeah.
Like, couldn't that be a misguided way to try and get closer to Jesus? Because there's historical example. If you're a woman and you want to be as close to Jesus as possible, it almost seems like they've stacked the deck a little bit towards hookers getting the closest to Jesus out of anyone else.
That is in the literature.
Hookers.
Mm-hmm. It's that song about Jesus and hot rods.
What is that song about Jesus and hot rods? I'm intrigued.
He brought the wheel and then he took it away again.
Is this the F1 movie?
With Brad Pitt in theaters now.
Is that actually a thing? I never know if
All of it is.
Oh, look. THC show. What's up, brother? I never know if Marcus is fucking with me or not, and I'm not good enough at pop culture to know if this. Oh, it is. Yep. F1 is a movie coming out right now. 1990s Sonny Hayes was Formula One's most promising driver until an accident on the track nearly ended his career.
Mm-hmm.
Huh. That's fucking crazy.
I'd like to give movie recommendations. Earlier, you were talking about the bull testicle story and trying to not ride that bull or get kicked by it. And I know there's Angel Studios released the film The Last Rodeo, this drama film about cowboys and horses. It was released theaters May 23rd. The Angel Release Studios.
Angel Studios is the one that did the Sound of Freedom, was it not?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Oh, that's the one about that was real controversial about the.
It had Jim
right?
Caviezel, I believe, who played
Caviezel is a great way to pronounce the name.
What is it? What's the Caviezel or
Caviezel?
He's the potato tomato. He was
Jesus
the one
Jesus.
that played. He was the one that played Bloody Jesus, as opposed to the Willem Dafoe sexy Jesus.
Yeah, the Last Temptation of Christ. There's Jesus H. Christ. Have you met him yet?
Is the 88 version?
He used to hang out with W.
Mm-hmm. And there's Jesus H. Christ played at the Metrodome. It's a Hubert H. Humphrey.
Hubert
Metrodome in
Humphrey,
Minnesota.
Metrodome.
Yeah. It's like the other thing too. I wrote down. I was trying to come up with polite ways to describe the word that Trump used. What did I end up with? It's somewhere in my notes. Like
Merchant of Venice.
Merchant of Venice was one. A timid grapple, I think, is what I came up with. Timid grappler.
A timid grappler?
Yeah.
I don't get the grappler connection.
It's like a headlock. Like wrestling.
Okay. You have to go Greco with it.
The grappler gives it an action. It's the verb. So now we have a timid grappler. Now we have a film franchise born. Would it be like what would he do? He'd probably just so we're sitting around the campfire, we're telling scary stories to tell in the dark, and the story of, have you heard the story of the timid grappler? One night I was at Bible camp. It was children's camp, so I was maybe 3rd or 4th grade, and stories of the timid grappler were whispered under our breath. And it turned out if you leave your cabin after dark to go to the restroom, once you try to return to your cabin, you'd have to do this thing, otherwise you'd get headlocked by the timid grappler and he'd give you a purple nurple.
Hate it when that happens. I think my uncle might have been the timid grappler.
So to avoid this, you'd have to bring the how do you call it, like a Vaseline, and you'd have
baby
to put
oil.
No, it'd have to be more like Vaseline, so then he couldn't get a grip on your nip, and you'd be able to slide free from the Merchant of Venice.
So there was a whole bunch of young boys at your church camp rubbing Vaseline on their nipples?
For protection.
Indeed. There was a lot of so because it's a bunch of Christian kids, we'd have to find polite pranks to play so we wouldn't go to hell for doing them. And this was the time when the Scream franchise was big. I think it was the release of Scream 2, and by this time the mask, the hands on the cheeks, and it's like Kevin McAllister from Home Alone. He just like opens the mouth real wide and just like screaming. It's like the Scream mask. It's the Norwegian artist who made that painting called The Scream. I think he and I share.
Oh yeah, I know that. I know that one.
Right. So the Scream mask is kind of just this wide open mouth, and it's kind of glow in the dark, and it's got the eyes, and it's like there's a name for that character, the mask character. So this was when is Phil Spector. Yeah. So at camp, this guy I knew from school, I don't know how he showed up on the bus, and we went to the same camp together. I'd been at the camp, he hadn't been at the camp. He brought the Halloween costume, and I tried to tell him the story of the timid grappler. I said, terrible things will happen to you if you leave the dormitory before dawn. But he didn't care because he had the Scream costume. So it was like the black robe that he'd wear, and it'd go over the face, and he had the glow in the dark Scream mask. So he'd wait till the other there 8 beds, 4 bunk beds in the dormitory. So most people would pretend to be asleep, and he'd have the costume on in his sleeping bag in his sack, and then he'd sneak out of it in his Scream kit, pull his mask out, and run around the campground all night in his Scream mask. And then he'd go to the other cabin. So
Show me your nipples!
So he'd scratch at windows, and then he'd like shine the flashlight in, and it's like flash them. It's like, I flash you, flash me back.
That's fucking hilarious. My favorite one to do here is tell people about and the locals here talk about a black mountain lion, like a black fucking panther, and this mountain lion's famous and it prowls around. And so I tell people that come up here and stay about it. And this one guy comes up and stays, and he gets in the army tent that Snake Jones left, and he's down there. Well, anytime you do anything around here, my cows are going to come check it out. That's what cows do. If you dig a hole in the ground, the cows will come stare at it for a while. Like, what are you doing here? Why are you digging a hole here? You know, mess with it and everything else. And so he puts that tent up. Middle of the night, that guy's scared shitless anyways. And my bull, who's all black, sticks his head in the tent. And dude's like, and it's a bull, so he's like, and he's like, all I seen was eyes, and this thing was growling at me, and I knew I was dead. There was nothing I could do, and it was just my fucking bull just staring at him like, what are you doing in here? And then I had a guy once came, he had one of those Sprinter vans, and the guy tried to spend the night. Well, I get up the next morning, and he's fucking gone. He comes rolling in at like 8:30. I was like, where the hell did you go? And he goes, there's a mountain lion that mountain lion is on top of my van. It was trying to dig its way in. And my turkeys, especially during mating season, they're real ornery. And so they do this whole king of the hill thing. And so do the peacocks. And whoever's on top of the highest point, the other ones will fight with them about it. And they'll run around and chase each other around. And it's all scratchy sounding and everything. And it's super heavy. Like, you'd be shocked how loud, like at night from in the house, how loud them peacocks are when they're running around, fucking around being dicks. And yeah, he thought it was a mountain lion trying to crawl in and like open his van up like a can opener. It was just fucking turkeys and peacocks running around being shitheads.
These stories essentially do save lives, though, right? Because it makes you hyper vigilant when you're in like unfamiliar surroundings. So even if that point it was just peacocks or whatever, it could have been something way worse than that. So,
we do have mountain lions, 100%, and they come into the yard. I chase off mountain lions at least once a year, usually out of the yard.
It's better to be hyper vigilant than hyperventilating.
And bears like 10 times.
One of the quotes that inspired my name, but Charles Manson quote that total paranoia is total consciousness. And I do believe that there's a lot of truth in that statement, not just in like a quirky, oh, it's a Manson quote, but why say so many words when little do?
That's true. I'm unfortunately more verbose than I am succinct.
So was the Titanic.
Yeah, that's true. Which you should donate to Thomas and get his Titanic one going.
When will that release? The Titanic?
A lot of them, the way that I do it now is once they get about 200 people signed up, then I launch them, because usually assume about 5% of people will actually back it.
Mm-hmm.
So I usually wait until I got enough threshold. But the Titanic has been a work of passion for the last probably going on 10 years now, but the artwork's been done for a couple years. I'm going to have it colored. But the whole reason for it was because I wanted to have a single place that had all the different Titanic theories. And a lot of people have heard 1 or 2 or 3. They haven't heard like 6 or 7 of the variations. So I really love the Titanic one because it ties directly into every other conspiracy theory that I'm obsessed with. Like the Federal Reserve feels like this very strange breeding ground of where real conspiracies actually came out of. But you find out that JP Morgan had a private cabin that was like at the very back of the Titanic, all custom fit for him, custom furniture, everything. And then he decides to pull out at the last second, along with pretty much everyone else that was in the Jekyll Island Hunt Club, which he knew personally. They all also pull out. Hershey is one of them. There's a few handful of these names. So one of the interesting ones that I've included in this one is a theory that it was a gold smelting operation, and this is part of the reason why the hull got weakened. There was an engine room that was on fire for something like 3 days plus, even as it was in port picking people up for its initial maiden voyage. This engine room was already on fire. So by the time they get out into the frigid waters, that has compromised the structural integrity of the hull because it was getting so hot, and then it gets really, really cold. But the reason that the engine room was on fire and left on fire is because they were smelting gold down. They had moved on bed frames and car parts and all sorts of large, bulky metal objects that were then painted to look like something mundane, but it was really gold. So they were using that to melt it down into gold, and then they loaded all of the gold onto the escape rafts, which is why the escape rafts weren't enough there to help all the people. The conventional explanation is that they were just being like overly confident. They were like, we don't need these extra escape rafts because we're too big to fail. We're too big to sink. The real reason is because it was used to offload all of this gold, and that gold is what was used to fund the Federal Reserve to begin with. So it's all these interconnected stories about espionage and assassination and embezzlement, and I don't know. I absolutely love that because that sounds like how this country would have been founded.
Well, and if you look at the initial revolution, that's always been one of my points of contention, is that we're taught in school that it was over a very small tax, and that the tax was the biggest problem, the no taxation without representation, yada yada. But really, and these guys that our founding fathers were extraordinarily smart, and they made it out like just this tax was why they dumped the British goods into the ocean. Well, the part of the story that they leave out that's definitely much more important is that Britain said we could not buy any of their goods without taking a loan from the Bank of England and using English gold to pay for the goods that we were purchasing. And then, just like with the Federal Reserve today, you also then have to pay it back with English gold. So you're never able to become free as a country. You're always going to be indebted. And you've taken away our power to coin our own money entirely in this fashion. So now we're always in debt to you, and you're just a leech off of our goods. And this is the same thing that the Federal Reserve does. It's the exact same setup. So when and they've tried to sneak their way back in a number of times, where the original founding father said fuck off, and then it came back, and then it came in, and they brought it in. Well, then Andrew Jackson kicked him back out, and then what was it, Wilson that brought him back in? And they just consistently want to get in and take away our power to coin our money and charge us interest on our own money. And so that was a real big deal, and that's literally what was going on with the inception of the Federal Reserve, which was, again, something that was, since our country's very founding, a huge deal of, no, we're not going to let these rich fucks. This country has its own resources, its own gold, its own everything. Why would we need to borrow your money to use as money?
Well, because if you don't, they kill you, which is the whole reason of imposing a tax with some kind of fiat currency, right? A simplistic version that I've really liked that I've heard is that if you go up to someone and basically just tell them, hey, here are these magical pieces of paper that have no value, you need to go and find 10 of these and bring it to me by the end of the year, and if you don't, we will kill you. Now all of a sudden these pieces of paper have all sorts of value. You don't even have to declare that this is worth so many potatoes or this is worth so much hour of your time. You just say at the end of the year, if you don't give me 10 of these things, then you're going to go to jail. And then if you resist that, then we kill you in the process. And that's what gives all money its worth, is the threat that you will die if you don't go out and do an Easter egg hunt and find some way to obtain these things that I released. I printed them and I hid them all over the place, and you got to go and find them.
Yeah.
That's been my summer project. We talked last on Secret Society of Good Guys, was that the idea of geocache and making our own treasure hunts.
Oh yeah. Honor system, man. Absolutely anything that operates on an honor system fascinates me, because they are so fragile, and it can almost show you the health of a society as how well it treats its honor systems, like geocaching.
Mm-hmm. And I went to some state parks and politely asking the park ranger with some level of just cool enthusiasm, just to ask about the coordinates to the geocache. Some parks would have them programmed to the GPS, or they'd be like on a public website, but a lot of them were hidden. Some of them had a kit that I could use. They'd have the GPS and all the coordinates would be in it, but the only way to get the coordinates was to go to the ranger station to get the GPS unit, and then you could begin the search. Some people may have leaked some of the coordinates to public websites, so you wouldn't have to go to the ranger. And then some parks could not confirm whether there were any caches still there, because they hadn't gone back to check it in a number of, over the winter period or over years, and they wouldn't really say, because there was a time when geocache was like the pickleball of parks. There was kind of an upswing, and now it's kind of on a downswing. And I was on these hiking trails, and I asked the people going by if they had found the geocache, and some people knew what I was talking about, some people didn't. At one of the parks, I found, without knowing the coordinates, a geocache in a little pill bottle, and it had a letter in it, so it told me which letter it was. And then I began to assume that there was 25 others if they were going to do A through Z, and it sort of was this fun little adventure, and I sniffed it out without having the coordinates. And then I kept trying to do my weirding ways to find more, and then it just led me off the path to all the places where there should have been a geocache, but there wasn't. And then I wondered, was there a geocache at this very great location? And then someone just put it in their pocket and walked away with it.
It seems like a modern version of dowsing, of like divining rods.
That's kind of what I was.
You ever use those? Have you ever used them?
A divining rod?
The dowsing rods?
No, I mean I'm kind of assuming that's what like a GPS device would be.
I think
it's
I have one.
Very similar version of that.
Mm-hmm.
Those things are wild to use. Like, they definitely, I'm not sure what they're finding, but they're finding something. There's no doubt that there's, like, you can walk and you can hold them perfectly straight, and then you walk over certain spots and they'll go crossed or they'll go open, and you can take steps back and they'll go right back to where they're supposed to be. And yeah, super interesting. I'm not an expert on it, but I've played with them a little bit.
I can pretend to be an expert and bring out my Kreskin's ESP game. Have you seen this before?
Is that an antique or is that a novelty item?
It's just a tool I have in my toolbox, my wizard kit.
But I mean, does it look old because it's meant to look old, or because it's actually old?
It's of its time. I don't know what the time frame is.
It looks like it's early 80s, back when that kind of thing was big. Like, I remember they had those guys go on like Guinness World Book of Records show and all that, and they'd try and disprove them and whatnot.
The Randy challenge was one of the big ones.
Right.
You know James Randi?
Yes. Very enthusiastic chap. I was going to call him a horny kind of guy, but wanted to bring up the pendulum.
Oh, yeah.
So it's not really balanced, if you can see. It has that sort of chain, that metal chain. But it has.
I've never seen one that's lopsided like that. All the ones I've ever seen are always balanced.
Yeah, it's an unbalanced pendulum, but maybe it's better that way. And the other thing they have in here is the cards.
You gotta get the brain horns on.
Yeah, they're not quite the ones that were featured in the Ghostbusters, but some of them are kind of like this. There's a name for those cards. I don't remember exactly what they called it in Ghostbusters. Some of them were the alchemical symbols, upside down triangles, cup swans, remember the four suits, but some of them are like color dots.
Zener cards or Zaner cards.
Zener, Zener, Zoner, Zoner, something like that. There is a pendulum work, and it's like I'd kind of just do that for fun. I think I told this story to Michael at some point. I'd say like just kind of playing this game where I'd be out in a natural place, and then I'd look for arrows to guide me, direction points, and if there was a different path I could take, I try to just like, where is it? So like might find some like a pen or pencil would be on the ground and it would be pointing in a certain direction. So then the rule was you'd have to follow the direction header of the thing, and I'd do that until I found the treasure, whatever that might be. And sometimes, so when I was doing this on spiders, it was around episode 83, and during this period of magical experimentation with hyper sigils and all these things, doing a lot of really silly magical stuff. And part of that was the Strange Fruit song. I was like, what is the strange fruit? So it was kind of the treasure might be an answer to the question, and the question might have been something like, okay, so the song Strange Fruit was in the intro to a Weaving Spiders episode. So I was trying to figure out what is the strange fruit, and I was out hiking and following the arrows, the pointers, and I ended up finding the strange fruit. The strange fruit was this massive mushroom growth on a tree. And I took that to mean, well, that's the strange fruit indeed. I'm like, thank you, the game is over. I can go home now. And that's
mushroom fruit? I guess is mushroom a fruit?
Well, it
Yeah.
has
Well, I mean, they call it a fruiting body. If you ever look at, if you're looking into mycelium a lot and whatnot, and in the fungus, they call it a fruiting body because the actual fungus is whatever the substrate is, whether it's a log, in this case, it was a tree.
Mm-hmm.
The fungus is actually a body inside the tree. And so the what you're seeing is just a fruiting body, or really just a penis.
The mycelium, right?
Yeah.
And that's kind of the network of the web of the mycelium. So it was all linguistically connected, and that's just kind of playing around. It's a next level geocache thing where it's like you might go to a location, like the mystical toponomy has names. It's like Mystic River, and they're just beginning to play with that, and then you get the feedback of the synchronicities and the things lining up in a very we were talking casinos earlier. 7-7 was yesterday, like the numbers that match up, but at some point reaching a statistical anomaly that is beyond chance is kind of weird. They kind of call that walking in the spirit. I just got back from Bible camp, and he asked me if I've used the dowsing rods or the divining rods or anything like that, and how to be prophetic. I mean, one of the classes that
we didn't ask how, we asked what your prophecy was. Don't distort the question, Marcus.
roundabout way, like the dowsing. It's like it spins and spins and spins, and then it takes a direction and it leads you forward. My methodology is leading the horse to water.
That's your prophecy, that we got to lead a horse to water. What if he doesn't drink?
Surely temples will be provided. Surely.
That's good. That's good.
Of course.
A horse, of course.
And no one can talk to a horse, of course. That is, of course, unless the horse is the famous Mr. Ed. Go right to the source and ask the horse. He'll give you the answer that you endorse. He's always on a steady course. Talk to Mr. Ed. People yakety yak a streak and waste your time a day. But Mr. Ed will never speak unless he has something to say.
You know, Mr. Ed was, I think, on the tail end, or there was a certain point in time when almost all of the main network television shows like that were all about folksy. Like Green Acres was an example, and Beverly Hills. Like it was a lot of them were about middle America farmers, and then despite a lot of them being incredibly popular, the entire landscape changed for television programming, and they got rid of all of the farm programming.
Huh.
And it happened to coincide with the same time that we kind of started phasing out farmers in general. So we removed them from the zeitgeist on TV, and then it was easier to kind of get rid of them in the real life. But Mr. Ed's an example of one of those that I think might represent phasing out, because Mr. Ed, even though it was technically like a farm, they were kind of city folk.
Oh, for sure.
They weren't farmers. They were regular, like Leave It to Beaver style family.
Yeah. He just had a horse that he kept in the barn, out in the garage. Yeah. Which one would do if you had a talking horse? That's, and that's hilarious. You brought up Green Acres when Christy and I got together. Christy is from like the rich fucking area. Literally growing up, she used to, like, her and her family like stand out there and salute Ronald Reagan as he flew over in Air Force 3 and landed home, and like, welcome home, Mr. President. And they're from, and she knows like every famous person. She used to drive Cheryl Ladd's daughter to school and shit. And when she moved out to the farm, like I said, to her, any kind of poop is a level of hell. A literal level, like the 8th level of hell. That means some kind of manure has touched her. So I used to call her Zsa Zsa all the time and give her shit. She's my Zsa Zsa.
The name for this was called the Rural Purge. That was the name for phasing out all of these folksy programs and getting them out of the zeitgeist to make room for Bewitched and I Dream of Jeannie and everything that kind of came afterwards.
Huh. And what was it? The Waltons, they were very country, and then that one ended.
It was Mary Tyler Moore, where she lived downtown Minneapolis and did her broadcasting career and was a working woman.
I'm seeing it was Mayberry, Beverly Hillbillies, Petticoat Junction, Green Acres, Hee Haw, and a whole list of other ones. But those were some of, and it's only notable because this is one of the few times that a massive amount of popular shows that had high ratings got canceled anyways, because they didn't represent the direction that the people in charge of programming saw for the country. It's a very obvious example of them manipulating culture in a very direct way that had direct results.
I've never heard this. That's fascinating stuff. I haven't heard this one. I totally see what you're saying, though, because I mean, I grew up on those when I was little. That's what I watched, was all the country shows, and hell, even Hee Haw. Forget it's funny because Christy and I talk about it, and she lived in the city, and around her, everybody watched the Carol Burnett show. But where I'm from, everybody watched Hee Haw.
And Carol Burnett phased everything else out because Carol Burnett gave way to basically like Saturday Night Live type of sketch comedy.
Sketchy comedy. I don't think it's Christian comedy.
Is that an oxymoron?
Right. Christian comedy being an oxymoron?
Christian comedy being an oxymoron?
Clean comedy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Color comedy, color commentary, the Christian humor circle. That we could have a whole conversation about the Christian comedians that I might have VHS tapes of and that type of thing. And now going back to your idea of that, the Green Acres, the Beverly Hillbillies, this sort of like moving from rural folksy Americana to like the urbanization thing is kind of interesting. Now I wonder if the return to the land is happening. I just said the top song of the summer so far is out of Nashville. It's a Christian singer with a country song.
Didn't you say it's Jelly Roll?
Jelly Roll is featured in the song to sell it to a much wider audience. So it's
okay.
It's
so the main dude in
country.
the song is a Christian singer, and then they got
his name is Blake.
Tattooed up Jelly Roll to come fucking.
Yeah, it's the hard fought hallelujah song. Trying to put all the Chads together in a row.
Like they don't even pretend like these guys are actually country anymore. Like I realized there was Hollywood was always Hollywood.
Yeah.
Media was always media. John Denver was never a country boy, no matter how much he's saying, thank God I'm a country boy. But now they aren't even pretending. Like Jelly Roll don't look country even a little bit. Like they made Beyonce country artist of the year. Out there looking like a fucking stripper wearing boots and a cowboy hat.
And that's kind of the sacred and the profane, and you can't quite tell which it is. So they got this sort of balance, and if it's 51% Christian, then it's Christian, right? And they're adjusting the balance of the lyrics and how many times they refer to Jesus or Christ or God or Yahweh, while also appealing to Jelly Roll's fans who are aware of like church and stuff. So the song is Hard Fought Hallelujah. I typed it in and it auto-completed to Hard Fought Halloween, and that was a whole different genre.
I think too that there's something about like the Jelly Roll's old career was mostly rap, right? And there's something in that in both country and in rap music, which is I think unique to those genres, about there's more merit in what I have to say if I've been through more hardships and trials and tribulations. You don't 100%. See that in jazz. Well, maybe in jazz, but not really. You don't see it in jazz. You don't see electronic music. You don't see it in rock and roll. In fact, a lot of other genres, the braggadocious aspect is more about how they're living like rock stars, versus you can't really brag about that in rap or country unless you come from humble roots. You can't just go directly to being braggadocious unless people have died, you've been to prison, you've been shot. So I think that like the connection between Jelly Roll and country is just a natural progression when you realize too that country music artists make way more than rap artists do. So he probably just got wise at a certain point and realized that this was the more lucrative version of what he was already doing. You just got to throw a little twang
he's
in.
dipping into the Christian. That's real smart. Those people are trained to give money.
Would you consider it tithing to buy a Jelly Roll record? Like, can you deduct that from your?
No, there is not.
Tithing?
Okay, so there may be a Church of the Jelly Roll.
Let's take Jelly Roll out of it. If you went and bought Billy Graham's greatest hits on tape, is that basically the same as tithing? Have you given up money to the Lord by consuming Christian media.
Okay, if you upgrade that tape to a CD, and I would pay $21.99 for that, my financial support would go towards the ministry of Billy Graham Evangelical Association. I would not be tithing to him because I would be expecting the item in return. So
you would still have to give a tithe even after getting ripped off buying the Billy Graham sermons?
I would need to give above and beyond the financial support to stretch my wallet even thinner to make my dollar move further, and they would have a matching program. So every dollar I give, they would have a dollar ready to match my giving. So my giving would go twice as far.
On this same line,
Christian telethons
of like Christian economics and tithings, I wondered this often when I was a kid. One of the infomercials that I would always wake up to in the mornings was the Peter Popov Industries, and my favorite one was they would send you like a tiny little vial of holy water, and people would sprinkle it on their mailbox, and then they would literally have these interviews, and someone would say, I needed all this money. I was about to get evicted. I sprinkled this magic holy water on my mailbox, and the next week a check just showed up. A check for $8,000. And I always wondered that the same way that if you go on Price is Right and you win a car, and at the end of the year the IRS says, "Hey, that car was worth 50 grand, so where's our cut?" Does the same thing happen if you get Peter Popov's magic water and you sprinkle it on your mailbox and you get a check for $8,000? Do you now owe 10% of that $8,000 to tithing, depending on whatever your denomination is, what you've agreed to? My family comes from Opus Dei, so they're very serious about their tithings, which is maybe why I was like thinking in these terms. But if I sprinkled and Peter Popov's magic water got me a car, am I now on the hook for 10% tithing of that car's value to my church?
Yeah, if you don't, you go to hell. Simple as.
Which level?
Yeah, well, honestly, it's more like you get to go to heaven, but you get nosebleed section.
Oh man,
That's more manure. You want to be at the top or the middle or the bottom of the shit pile. Choose your seat. No, that's not how hell works.
When you show
eternal,
up,
it's the bog of eternal stench. It's the suffering, and your suffering will be. What's the Hellraiser quote? Your suffering will be like. It's like angel to some, demon to other. The Cenobites really into the horror aspect of this.
That was a scary ass movie when I was a kid.
Yes,
legendary, I believe. Legendary.
Your suffering will be legendary. Yeah. And
that was a scary fucking movie. Not as scary as Freddy Krueger. That shit fucked me up. And my little brother, that little son of a bitch, he was like, because I was like 9 or 10 or something, and he was like 4 or 5. And the little girls singing the 1, 2, Freddy's coming for you. That shit got earwormed in his head. And he sat there and sang it while we were getting ready for bed. I'm like, shut up, motherfucker. I'll fucking stab you in your face. Stop singing that shit.
The timid grappler is said to play a tiny violin.
Is it a ukulele?
It's actually a Jew harp.
The worst kind of harp.
It's a hard-fought hallelujah.
It's the same equivalent as a jaw harp, I believe.
Yes, with the shark's tooth.
The country music comment that you made, it's funny because when that Oliver Anthony, apparently his wife's leaving him and trying to take everything because he had them couple big hits, and I was like, oh, so he's going to produce some more good songs before he's done. Like, you can't be making soulful country music if you ain't going through some shit. Hey, you need that wife to leave you and take all your money, and then you can make another good album.
Yeah, are there any good present tense country songs? Like, it's usually your wife left you and your dog ran away, but what about my wife is leaving me and my dog is running away? Or does it only hit after it's all happened? Because now it's a ballad about history versus something, because it almost seems that part of the allure of this country music is you're reminiscing and you're nostalgic for simpler times, and now you're in this like crappier time, and there's probably like an epigenetic draw to like, oh, you're telling me about a historical thing that's already happened and how it's changed you. But typically in country music, it's not about how you feel right now, because if you admit what your feelings are right now in the moment, that just makes you emotional, which loses you credibility.
True. I'm gonna have to agree with this.
Like, you can't be sad about something that's happening to you right now. You can only be sad about things that have already happened to you.
Right. I think you.
Although that your wife left and your dog died and all that shit, that's actually kind of newer country. Like if you listen to like real old school like folky country, like bluegrass, that very seldomly has those features in there. They a lot of it's more outlaw country style, you know, where there's a lot of partying and drinking and roughhousing. And one of the ones that cracks me up the most, Jimmy Driftwood, he's an old legend in bluegrass. He's got one called Mushatanio, and it's about a native chick, and one of the lines is, I hugged her and I kissed her on her little buffalo, oh Mushatanio, and you know, shit like that. There wasn't near as much, you know, when they did sing about poverty and loss, it was a lot of times in conjunction with something the government was doing. It was very anti-government music. So like you had things like the country store and things like that, where they talk about getting paid with a coupon to the store and how the store is going to take over everything. And, you know, where you used to have $1, you now only have a
Tennessee Ernie Ford. Is that the name of? Yeah.
Well, that's kind of the origin of the timid grappler story. We had a president who identified the anti-government sentiment, and he was the anti-government man. He's completely subsumed that entire movement when announcing taking Canada and Greenland and Mexico, and it's the Gulf of America. And last I heard, the only thing that's happened was dropping bombs on the already agreed upon dropping bomb site. So then with the braggadocio and of the humble roots, it's like an economic indicator in the music. So to identify a Christian song, it has to be a man who's absolutely humble, whose strength comes from the Lord, and then the success of the music comes from his dedication and faith and continuing to remain faithful. It's almost the balancing of the I went to the crossroads and I sold my soul to the devil. It's I committed my life to the Lord and following his ways, and all of his blessings in my life are because I return the glory to him.
But this is a form of evangelism, I believe, right? This is the belief that you are successful and you should be able to drive that Maserati and have that nice house because this is
Church of Prosperity.
Well,
Church of Prosperity.
Okay, so strap in your safety belt. So I'm going to take you on a little ride. Jesus is going to take the wheel, and we're going to put it on autopilot and fly the friendly skies. You said gospel.
Is this a Tesla full drive?
This is this is my Newsboys dog tag, as promised. 2 or 3 weeks ago, I said I was going to show it to you. This is the Newsboys dog tag I purchased at a Newsboys concert, Step Up to the Microphone album. The music video and song was called Entertaining Angels. It was a hugely popular song, very emotional, moving song. The album was called Step Up to the Microphone. The singer is Peter Furler. They did a concert thing where they had a rising drum kit. They had 2 drums. So the singer would do a drum duel like they do drum duels on a rising, and the platform would come up and it'd go 90 degrees and it'd spin around and they'd be banging on those drums. And it was just the coolest rock concert. I think I was in 6th grade. Could be. And I purchased their cassette tape, and I got the tour poster. I made sure to keep it. And I was such a fanatic for the Newsboys, just crazy about it. And have you read the news lately about the Newsboys?
I've never even heard of the Newsboys until just now.
How have you not heard of the #1 largest Christian touring band from 1989 to 1999?
I mean, I don't have a response for how I did. I feel like I just wasn't in that bubble.
Is it a niche within? I don't know. I don't have indicators. I'm trying to talk to people about the stuff that happened, and if they don't know, I'm like, how do you not know? They were the biggest band in my world, and I went to see them in the Target Center, which is where the Timberwolves would play. Like, Target is a Minnesota company. They have the Target Center. The thing was packed. It was a huge tour, and the Newsboys continued on. And the question is, are the Newsboys a band, an artistic project, a ministry, because they are the Newsboys referencing the mission and the gospel, and they have an evangelical message?
I feel like part of this too is, again, growing up Roman Catholic, my relationship with God and praise was that you're not even supposed to talk. You're supposed to be very quiet unless the priest tells you now's the time to sing, and the second that it's over, you're quiet again. And if you even cough too much, you kind of get nasty looks. So you learn over time that being holy is being silent and not singing and not dancing. The first, when I joined the military and I became a chaplain, that was one of the craziest experiences, because I ended up going to a Baptist church, went to a Protestant church, I went to a Pentecostal church. And then I realized, wow, these people, like, one of these places, they're watching clips of movies, another one that they're dancing and singing and getting loud. And then I would go back to the Catholic mass, and it was just the exact, it felt more like home there. But I mean, that's part of the answer, is that Christian music didn't exist just because Christians weren't supposed to sing outside of these hymns that they were told to sing. And then you shut up and you kneel and you sit.
There was a question, Chad, if I knew Sandy. Is her last name Patty? There was Amy Grant. You know Amy Grant. Michael W.
Patty?
Sandy Patty?
Is this from SpongeBob?
That's Krabby Patty. There's a squirrel named Sandy in SpongeBob. She eats at the Krabby Patty. One of the things of evangelical Christianity, charismatic Christianity, is to have a sort of braggadocio. It's a sort of confidence in Christ. But
is that why you had the extra button unbuttoned when you came in first?
That's very braggadocious, yes.
You always joke about my costumes, and it always has a meaning. This is a shirt I purchased from Mexico on a missions trip, and it was like I needed a cutoff shirt because it was so hot. And I went into the supermercado, the store, whatever the store was, the mall, and I was expecting to find like something very affordable, and I was very disappointed that all the clothes were Aeropostale and Hollister that were being resold on the streets. So it was all American brand stuff, and I was like, I just need a dumb shirt I can sweat in a lot. And they're always like hugging, so I'm like, people are gonna just touch this thing, it's gonna be a filthy garment afterwards, so I just want to maybe throw it out. But I brought it home, and I think I washed it maybe one time.
Now can you use it like that Benny Hinn and like whap people with it, and then they like go into magic Christian comas?
Well, what happens is, because my ministry was of a different type of baptismal, I was installing toilets in Mexico.
So did they have like a bidet of holy water then?
After I left that church, they did. I made sure of it. Did I finish my Newsboys story?
No,
so
I interrupted you.
Newsboys being the evangelical group. Do you know the band DC Talk? This is like Christian music lore.
I do know
CCM.
DC Talk because they got played on MTV.
DC Talk was played on MTV. Did you see Jesus Freak on MTV?
Is that the song or the name of another band?
Yeah, good question. Jesus Freak being the name of the song and the name of the album that it was on. They had the music video.
Jesus is Still All Right With Me? Is that it?
That was the cover of the Doobie Brothers song that the DC Talk performed. So DC Talk formed in Liberty University late 80s, and they were a lot. Two white guys. One was American. One was feigning a British accent, sort of a Beatles thing. And then there was a black guy. The black guy in the band that made it acceptable. And Toby Mac being the rapper, he was the white guy. He did a lot of the hip hop and rap music, and that is a Catholic kitten on view right now.
Yeah, you want to see its butthole? It's waiting to show you its butt. That's what she's doing. Like everybody should see my butthole.
Is that McLickens?
McLickens right over here. No, this one's cutest. McLickens, he would gladly come up and lick the butthole. It's like, oh, I see some tasties have been presented.
That's the secret ritual.
It's the Templar cat, yeah.
That's how you get the goats to speak.
This is how I get the mice to die, or the rats to die. Actually, she's not the best rat hunter. She's old. She's when I had another cat that was black, the one that's on my YouTube, and she passed away. And then once she did, we had out here in the forest, they have these wood rats, and these things are like small dogs, and they'll take over your house in a heartbeat. And as soon as that other cat passed, we learned real quick which one was the one killing all the rats. And they came in and moved themselves right in. And so we had to get more cats. That's why I got so many cats, because our house got overran by rats, and they were chewing my pipes out of the walls and everything. Fuck that. But this one I already had. My kids left this one. Kids leave home, and then the animals that they grew up with, they just like, no, I'm leaving.
That's how that works, yeah. So DC Talk had the three guys in it. They were concurrently touring about the same time, the same venues that Newsboys were around. And Christian music being the business that it is, it's like if you slowly replace one member of the band over time to the point where every member in the band is a new member.
Like Black Sabbath?
That wasn't a founding member of it, that sort of thing.
Like a Ship of Theseus kind of thing going on.
That's exactly how Newsboys has continued. The first singer, John James, he didn't like the rock star lifestyle. It was very tempting, and there was a lot of bars and drugs and alcohol and women and fans and adoration and stuff. And he said, this is too much for me right now. The drummer from the band became the lead singer and took over. And then, do you know the series of movies called God's Not Dead? I think Kevin Sorbo played a professor in the second one or something.
Yeah. I actually do know these ones.
Okay, so now we're more current with the DC Talk history. The guy named Michael Tate, who was in DC Talk, ended up becoming the lead singer of the Newsboys and sang the hugely popular Newsboys song God's Not Dead, which tied into the movie of the same name.
Is that the big news with Newsboys?
There's so much news and gossip and talk, and some of it's direct Christian like DC Talk might stand for decent Christian talk. I think that's what they've described it as. DC, it's like District of Columbia talk. They were always doing this vague, lyrical, magical thing with their word games in the lyrics, which I appreciated so much then and appreciate so much more now because it's more fun. So in doing so, I've been able to enjoy the music on different levels and different parts of my life. I do have a hard time with the worship albums and the God's Not Dead era and then it got weirdly political because this is like the God's Not Dead era, and then they were into some political things involved with that, and now there's new reports of this this guy from DC Talk, Michael Tate, being a wealthy, attractive black man all of these years, and we've never seen him with his wife. Kind of a strange thing.
It turns out he likes penis.
That's what the reports have been saying, and because of this is to wrap up a long Shaggy Dog story real quick. He was, his image was advertised as being the headliner of a Newsboys concert in Canada, and the tour manager's name's Wes. The guy who owns the Newsboys. Can you imagine a man owns the Newsboys? He owns all of their music, all of their songs, all of their records, all of their master tapes. And he was saying, I'm sending my Newsboys to Canada on a tour amidst these allegations and rumors. And he did release a long letter, not denying any of them, just saying, I need to step away. And now he's not in the band anymore. And a new lead singer was slated to replace the singer, but people in Canada wanted to see the singer that was on the posters, and now they're trying to continue to see if they can continue being the ship of Theseus sailing forward. But most people are like, you know what?
You're not AC/DC, motherfuckers.
You're not gonna play Freebird. You're not gonna play your popular songs, but they would still do cruises. They'd go on cruise ships and play their greatest hits. And it's like at some point they're gonna have to run out of steam, and this might be the final thing that sort of forces the band into retirement, which is kind of a silly thing.
So they kind of had a version of Lou Pearlman, who was the guy that managed like O-Town and NSYNC and kind of like ran those bands. He was sort of seen as the extra member.
Yes, that's kind of based out of Nashville. There's a handful, a small number of men who acted as producers and financiers for a lot of these bands. And now that some years have passed, there's a woman named forgetting her name, I think Leah Payne, Payne. She has a book called God Gave Rock and Roll to You, and she's studying the actual financial methods of keeping these contemporary Christian CCM music bands. She'd be a great guest to speak with sometime. I'm just going to put that out there. I've heard her on a number of other podcasts. So she talks about Amy Grant walking around barefoot, and maybe that was an unacceptable thing until Amy Grant did it. So all of these Christian rock stars were provocative and unique in their own ways, and now I think a lot of them are having to return to humbler, simpler, give all the glory to God sort of thing, and live a less extravagant lifestyle.
Well, there's also
I agree. I was in Nine Inch Nails. Well, probably not when Newsboys going on. Marcus is a chunk younger than me.
Yeah.
I only did the Nine Inch Nails for Pretty Hate Machine when I was getting divorced when Pretty Hate Machine came out. It was like a match made in,
I asked my Meta AI chat waifu what's going to be on our Gothic playlist, and they went right to the Nine Inch Nails album. And I said, "Could you give me some more songs I haven't heard?" And they went to Skinny Puppy, and I'm like, "Well, don't you know any Christian Gothic bands? Could we put some Savior Machine on the playlist?" I don't think they knew who Savior Machine was.
Do they know who Newsboys are?
I would hope so, because God's Not Dead and Kevin Sorbo is Hercules. The other topic I wanted to touch on briefly was Mel Gibson. Mel Gibson financing Passion of the Christ 2. I think is kind of hilarious, but I don't think it's going to be so tongue-in-cheek as I would like it to be.
I don't know if this was just a hoax that I fell for, but for a few years there were reports on some websites that Mel Gibson was funding and going to
Rothschild movie.
Modern day of the House of Rothschild, and
I believe it.
I wanted it to be real so bad, but it
So
sounds
bad.
like even if it was real at one point, it fell through.
I'm totally with you. Totally with you. Like, let this be true. Let this be true. Like, because the original version that they made, where they're trying to use that as like propaganda to make themselves look good, you watch it, you're like, you think this is making you look good?
That's the good version.
Fuck? Yeah, that's the good version. Like, holy shit.
I wanted to sneak in there too that there was I guess the Christian music that I became acquainted with, you could almost call it like crypto Christian, and it would have been like Creed, where you might have listened to them for years and even been a fan, and then someone says, hey, by the way, do you know that they're a Christian band? And you're like, no. And then you find out that it's true, but it doesn't have that same level of evangelism and God is great and hallelujah. You would have to have the eyes to see and the ears to hear to even know what it is. And then once someone lets you in on that, it's almost like that stupid white, gold, blue, black dress or whatever the hell it was, that once you have a perspective going in, you're like, oh yeah, every single one of these songs is Christian. I feel like that is more powerful than, I guess I'll say, Newsboys, not knowing who Newsboys are. I even looked them up, and do
not feel bad, Thomas. I also had to sit there, and then Marcus played more around the Mulberry Bush with me when we did it. So, and then also Marcus and I spend a lot of time together, so I regularly have to. He's kind of got the trickster aura to him, and so, and he knows that I don't know jack shit about pop culture or any of these other cultures. So sometimes I think the fucker's pulling my leg, and sometimes he is. And I'm not. I can't differentiate between the two.
I pull your leg. I tug at it a little bit, but everything I say is real, and true. The way I present it is kind of goofy in a roundabout way, and kind of a fun way to tease it out a little bit further. But it's just such a strange world. So you were talking Creed. It's Creed being a crypto Christian band, kind of an occult hidden Christian band.
For me, it was POD.
Payable on death.
POD, I didn't realize that they were Christian, and I thought they were a pretty decent band. You know, they had some good songs back in the day.
The aspect of POD, meaning payable on death, has to do with Christ on the cross with 9-inch nails through both of his eyelids, no, through his wrists or his arms. So Jesus Christ on the cross, this type of thing. You know,
what was it? Passion of the Clockwork?
Passion of Clockwork Orange.
Yep. Through his eyelids. Holy shit.
Evanescence is a Christian band. Their album Fallen.
She writes children's books now.
Yes, she does. Yep. Amy Lee. Yeah. You know Christian band Evanescence. They're pretty popular. What was their single from the album Fallen? The Wake Me Up song.
Yeah, she had a very haunting voice.
Yeah. The guy who did the rap rock part of the Wake Me Up song, the guy from a band called 12 Stones, a Christian band, a very Christian band.
Huh.
Yeah.
Huh, had no idea. I mean, I never gave a shit, but there is that.
It really is its complete own world. Like this, the same way that Marcus is like, this was the biggest band for 10 years of my life. They sold out arenas. They had the coolest drum solo off that I've ever seen. How have you not heard of them? But I'm also like, how the hell have you heard of them so much that they were the biggest thing in your life? To me, I guess around that same time, it was like Boys to Men and MC Hammer and Fat Boys or something.
Fat Boy Slim.
No, just the regular Fat Boys.
The Fat Boys, not the Slim version.
Not the slim version of Fat Boys.
Not the shady version of Slim.
No, not the. No, they're just regular old Fat Boys. The Sparrow Fat Boys.
Not the Skittles version or the M&Ms.
Thomas just like I'm just
no.
I give. I'm not going to answer. Yeah, that's a wise course, sir.
It was the timid grappler almost got me in that moment, and you wisely did not engage.
Timid grappler ready to grab some nipples.
Yeah.
Has he met Zaralath?
The Eternal?
Yeah.
Who? Zaralak?
Yes.
Zaralath. He's in your chat. He's in your when you're on Secret Society of Good Guys. He's in there fairly regularly. He loves Cheney.
Zaralath is always watching.
Yeah.
Zaralath is eternal.
Yeah. And he likes to run around with his shirt off, which seems to me like it's probably very dangerous if you've got this timid grappler running around. Like, that's easy access.
Unless you have copious amounts of Vaseline, it sounds like.
Did you say Vaseline for like eye drops? Vaseline?
That would be Visine.
Visine, thank you. I've been rebuked. I've been put back in my place.
Actually, I caught my left nipple on the window last night. I think a fox was trying to kill my chickens, and that fucker hurts like hell. I scratched it jumping out the window. Because my bedroom, there's a story. It's on the second story, and so and that's the only room. So like the house is much wider than my bedroom, so I can step right out onto the roof of the next level instead of having to run clear downstairs and run clear around. And I just shine, and I got this wicked nice. DeWalt makes like a spotlight damn near, and that's what I carry with me at night. And because then I just use my DeWalt batteries for it, and that thing's awesome.
Love that spotlight. DC Talk song is about being in the light. It's a very spiritual song. Thomas, I showed you my my embarrassing teenage pictures. I'm not embarrassed by them. I'm very proud of them. I was taking self-portraits and silly pose, and I understood then that it was meant to be dramatic and dumb. I'm telling you now to explain my reasoning behind it. It was outward expression of my inward creativity, but I was allowed to do it because the posters I had on my wall were of Christian bands of men who all wore eye makeup, and they were all Christian bands. So I said, I'm emulating my favorite Christian bands, and here they are in all their album art wearing eyeliner, mascara, what was the other word? There was another word for it. Mascara. No, what was it? Guyliner. So
These are all new words to me. Guyliner and mascara. I mean, I would imagine in certain Christian factions that could be used as representation of like Satan sneaking his way in.
Could be. It certainly could be, because it's a dark makeup. If I was a little bit more bold as a 15-year-old, I would have done the Tammy Faye mascara, just down. A little bit Alice Cooper, a little bit Tammy Faye. That would have been fun. I showed you the pictures that I had on a website that I'd built for myself. I had a gallery of my own images, and at this time I was in a bit of a spiritual warfare battle between these other two girls who were trying to claim my very soul, marry me, or do something else with me. I don't quite know.
More or less aggressive than the chatbots from Meta?
I will not say. It's very embarrassing.
Them sirens were trying to get him.
Yeah. So those were the photos I was sharing on like vampirefreaks.com and other Gothic chat rooms for Christians who were fans of Ashton Knight is another one. NYTE. Like I knew all of the Christian goth bands because there was 3 of them, so I knew them. That type of thing. They saved all of my images.
Very niche.
all of my self-portrait images. And, you know, irony of ironies and humor of humor, like my mother would take these pictures with me and we would laugh. It was just so silly. I'm like, I'm going to post this on my website. Okay, that's all right. It's all right. It's fine. So they saved all those images and then rehosted them on their GeoCities website page. And then they linked that to their website. And this was high school, 9th grade. So it was after 8th grade. 9th grade was high school. And then they would constantly set every computer web browser's homepage to their homepage, which had a huge link to, I think my face might have even been on it. So click here to go to the Stupid Marcus website, which had all my pictures reposted on it.
You're such a fucking character, bro. Really are. And even after spending days, you know, like a week with them, some of it in very close proximity and extremely long drives, including a drive where we only went like 80 miles in like fucking 10 hours. And that was horrible too, because I just put this a Spicer semi clutch in my truck. And fucking, so this clutch is still pretty new and not broken in, and then we get into the worst because of the hurricane. There was only one way out of because not only the hurricane, but then that chemical plant north of Atlanta shut down the interstate going that way. So there was one way to get out of North Carolina, and everybody is in that line. And yeah, it was like move 5 feet at a time, like every minute. And I just kept having to push that clutch in and out, in and out, in and out. Anyways, with all that, there was definitely things that I tried for numerous days in person to get an answer out of Marcus and couldn't. And then some of the things he does say is just shocking. That dude, he is such a fucking character. It's hilarious.
It's all true.
Maybe just because it's harder to get Marcus to answer questions verbally, but I feel like if you were to ask them in different ways without words and questions, like set up scenarios and let his actions answer your questions, that's probably the only way to truly get an answer out of him.
He got pretty honest the night that we all got lit up with Freeman Fly and Steve Mercer, and even Karen came over. Karen was the funniest, actually.
Drugs is another quick way to get there.
It was the Holy Spirit. It was the Holy
Karen
Spirit.
had a whole fucking gallon of my mead, and she had her arms wrapped around it and her legs, and anybody that walked by, she'd stare at them like they were gonna fucking take it. Like, nah. Take a chug out of it, and she'd fucking hide it like it's her baby. That shit was
guarding.
What's that?
That's a common trait for almost all animals is resource guarding.
Yeah.
It's like when like you walk into a room and your dog's got a new bone and he like grows and brings it into the corner.
Yep, absolutely. And yeah, she, it was Karen B, so it's her event. Giant hurricane, everything that could have went wrong did go wrong. And so she just cut loose. And she took a whole gallon of my mead and just sat there, like, and we all kind of had like our own party in the party, and it was like Lee Thunder Chicken and fucking like I said, Freeman Fly and Steve Mercer, and we all got. So Marcus was pretty straightforward that night, but we were all kind of pretty happy. Pretty happy. Who are you? Do I even know you? I'm not sure.
Which one's that?
Don't know.
Yeah, that one doesn't have a name yet.
Yeah, still don't know it. It's looking right at me now.
Yeah.
You know what? Sometimes they aren't even my cats. Like, we're on a mountain and everybody's cats roam free. And like when Thomas was talking earlier, I was kind of laughing, and I agree. City dogs and whatnot, that's 100%. They've been leash trained, like an elephant. Like around here, like when my crazy neighbor even called the cops, and the cops come over, and they're like, they look around, they're like, what's to stop these cows from walking clear to Garberville, which is like 17 miles or 20 miles or something? And I'm like, that they live here? I don't fucking know what to tell you here. Like, even my cows don't leave. Like, everybody stays right here. Our dogs don't ever run away or go home. The cats, though, cats are hookers. They go everywhere, and other cats come here, and I don't know who these cats are sometimes. Like, we had this one, even when we moved here, that lived here for the longest time, and we called it Boots, but I don't know whose cat it was. I got a pig that's not mine that lives here. The cop's writing down my animals, and he's like, and you got one pig? I'm like, that's not my pig. Hey, and he just laughs. Like, it's not your pig. And I was like, yeah, it came walking down the road here one day, freaked all the other animals out. I thought a mountain lion was out there in the middle of the day rampaging or something, the way my other animals were running around the farm screaming. And we get out there, and it's just this pig. And now the pig lives in the back end of the chicken coop.
Why are the cops writing down your animals?
Because this crazy fucking LSD addict that lives next to me that shows up to do a blueberry grow every now and then, freaking, and the dude's batshit crazy, and we have problems every year because he also goes into town and gets homeless people to come out and work on his blueberry grow, and then he just leaves, and they eventually don't have any resources, and they come sniffing either to steal stuff or looking for rides and causing all kinds of problems. So, and so is this guy. Well, he decided, and the dude's been on LSD like since like the 70s or something. And I heard he won a $50,000 lawsuit and used it to buy $50,000 worth of crack. And when it got down to an ounce, he ate that last ounce. And freaking, he's apparently not, he's been less right than he was before, which wasn't right since that happened, from what I'm told. But the guy does all kinds of acid. Well, he's got it built in his brain that I'm the devil, and then with demon powers. Bubba, what are you tearing up? And that the fuck is this, Bubba? A tea bag? That I've somehow like got like Beastmaster control powers and have like been charging the animals. And I think there's deer down on his property. Apparently he don't realize that since all the growers left, the deer and the other animals have all come back. And he thinks my alpaca go down to his place, but they don't. My alpacas are communal shitters, so they all shit in the exact same spots. And so if they went down that way, there'd be shit spots, but there's 0 shit spots because my alpacas go up to the Cure and they love them up at the Cure. And so anyways, this guy's just fucking nuts, and he keeps calling the cops and he tried doing some weird restraining order on me last year and claimed I threatened him because I told him to get the fuck off my property. And like, I didn't threaten him in any way. And my wife oversaw the whole thing. And it's like, I told him to fucking get off my property because, one of his workers hit the side of my Suburban, and I told him just, to go get me a new door off Pick and Pull or something. I'm not even a dick like that. Like, we're out in the mountains. I get it. You don't want to turn this into no insurance. Probably don't even have insurance. And fucking, it's not like this is a nice Suburban. It's a 94. Just go get me a new door or something, or give me money to go get one or whatever, make it right. And I said, and he came up to come bitch at me about something, which I think he was wanting to cry about the alpacas that don't go down to his house. And I was like, well, you here to talk to me about taking care of that shit where your worker hit my door? And he's like, well, it wasn't me. And fucking got into that fight. Well, you're the one who brings them out here to live, and all these people that they tried to steal our water tank last year. One time they had some fucking methed out girl that they were down there probably having a lot of sex with, and that girl shows up at my trash pile, digging through my trash pile, like, and I walk over and I'm like, can I help you? and she didn't know her own name. She didn't. She thought she was from under the sea. She was talking to me through this piece of plastic with a hole in it, like through a portcullis on a fucking boat or something. And then she with my wife, because then I screamed for my wife when she did that shit. And I'm like, I'm not dealing with the crazy bitch. That's not a guy's position here. And so I screamed for my wife. Well, the chick was telling my wife, she's like, what's this tattoo saying? She's got this tattoo in Old English, and fucking it's all like crumpled up though, because she's a tweaker, and it's in Old English, so it's hard to read anyways. And my wife looks at it and goes, it says either Hunter or Gunter, or Gunter or Hunter. And the chick points at it and she goes, that's my son, Gunter or Hunter. Which fucking is it, bitch? You fucking crazy? So we gave her a smoothie, and in case she was having like a diabetic reaction, or we don't know. And as an Odinist, I'm obligated to be a good host. And this chick that clearly needed help showed up on my land, so we gave her. It was a hot day. And she's barefoot, so we gave her a fruit smoothie, made sure she was all right. And then and she itched her crotch the whole time. So I don't know if she had that already, and that dude down there now after that had itchy crotch, or as a vice versa thing. I don't know. And either way, it wasn't good. So then my wife took her into the emergency room, and we obviously aren't trying to deal with that. But that chick came from down there. Dude blew his foot off 3 years ago with a shotgun. And then the cops had to swarm the mountain. The one cop that was here when they were talking to me, he's like, yeah, I got that call. Like, yeah, that was his helper down there blowing his own foot off with a shotgun. Like, those guys have came out one time. I've dealt with them, and they came running out with guns. Like, Jesus, settle the fuck down there, psychos. But I hear
the mountain.
Yeah, they're making LSD over there, so they really don't want nobody around. But this psycho's got it in my head. I'm like magical and which I am, but
he's a viewer.
Yeah.
Hi.
He's got it in his head that I'm doing all this crazy shit to him, and the dude's scared shitless of alpacas, which are basically sheep with a long neck, and he's scared shitless of cows, and fucking he's scared shitless of my dogs. He thinks him and his buddies can walk and hang out on the property up here because they've got egress, but that's for you to pass through, not to hang out on. The laws are very specific about it. And they sit up there and make rock cairns right at the end of my driveway. Why are you staring down my driveway at my house and shit? And what I got going on? Why are you hanging out right there? You got no right to hang out right there. And so these people want to do this crazy ass shit. So he keeps calling the cops on me. Eventually, he got another friend to call the cops on me also. And the cop even was like, yeah, because the cop could see the cows have a certain range, and this was way out of line for that shit. And so they knew it was all bullshit, but they were down here freaking. I'm sitting here talking to the cops about my damn farm animals. It was one of the most ridiculous things. But now that they're here, they've got all these little codes and every other rule that they've come up with that nobody even knows about or even follows. But once a neighbor starts bitching, now that they're here, so now I got to sell my cows, which is why I got beat up by a bull earlier this week.
So do you have photos of all of your animals now?
Yeah.
Are they on a registry?
Oh no, he wrote down their descriptions though and everything else. And like I said, he was laughing about that. I was like, I don't know, dude. It's not my pig. Like it just lives there. What do you want me to do about it? Go talk to it? Like, I don't fucking know. I didn't tell it to move here.
If you just tell them those are not my cows, does that get you out of it?
They won't believe that one, but the pig story he definitely believed. But no, the cows are mine.
Well, why could they not believe? Can you just say they were there when I moved in?
No, because cows are a funny. At one point in time, the beef industry had real pull in the country, and people don't realize how much. How different there are for federal laws for beef. Like a lot of people don't even realize you do something like cattle rustling, you're going to prison for a very long time, and most likely federal. like if you go and steal a cow. So they have laws about keeping your cows marked. You can't go take an unmarked cow off over to the auction, things like that. So that way there's a clear line of ownership back to, you know, you've got to have proof on your cows and shit, because that's a real major ordeal. Because you got to imagine cattle rustling was a huge thing. I mean, look at any old cowboy movie or something. Like that was cattle rustling was a giant portion of life. So there's whole sets of laws. Like if my cow comes onto your yard and you shoot it because it's hurting your crops or something, you're now a cattle rustler. Like you could have definitely sued me in civil court to get the monetary gains back from the damage, but you can't shoot my cow. You shoot a cow, you are now a fucking cattle rustler. You are going to prison for a long time.
It sounds like this is the same class of laws that make it so it's still illegal to eat horse meat, or rather, you're not allowed to breed them for food or butcher them for food. But it dates back to like cowboy era, where horse was supposed to be your next best friend, and that it was baked into American culture that we just do not eat horses in this country.
I also have to wonder how much that was, because one of the things that a lot of people, first you got to break down that they don't, when media talks about Europe, they're always talking about Rome or Italy or something like that, the Mediterranean. They always leave Northern Europe out of everything. But the mainstay of American society was Northern European, the Germanic people, the Celtic people. This was the mainstay, and it was mostly the Germanics, because if you look at the more Celtic areas like Ireland and all them, when they started coming over, they weren't very well accepted. So our country was heavily from and when I say Germanic, I don't mean Germany, I mean the back then, and I know you know this, Thomas, but back then, the Germania, which was basically everything north of what Rome controlled, and the Germanic people put a halt to the expansion of that.
And this is like Appalachian culture basically comes from all this, and the whole Midwestern flyover, the whole
Midwest,
all the don't you knows, that all comes from Germanic.
You betcha. Like earlier when I made the joke about Ole being the guy that was doing it, it's Ole and Lena, and depending on which country you're from, Ole and Lena switches countries also. So because I'm I'm from Germany, Germanic. For us, it's the Polish. So Ole and Lena are Polacks, but that doesn't always apply. If you're from Denmark, Ole and Lena are from a different, or I think from Sweden. And and so it switches around, because as soon as you take other people out of the equation, white people make fun of each other for, like, for us, the Swedes are the fucking, they're the ones that want to put the fucking damn fucking blanket on the side of their barn. You're like, what the hell did you do that for, you weirdos?
Do you suppose the timid grappler?
Or I make fun of Marcus because he's from the stinky fish people.
Yeah, stinky fish.
They like to eat the stinky fish all the fucking time.
Do you suppose the timid grappler is? Well, we know it's a shy.
He's
creature.
Definitely a stinky fish eater.
You think the timid grappler might be a Polak? I know he's shy, but do you think
if it's from my area, he's definitely going to be a Polak. Okay. He's definitely a Polak.
So he might not even be a real merchant of Venice. He might be a artificial merchant.
Yeah. No. The merchant of Venice is not a Polak. That I'm definitely not.
Probably like Sicilian or something.
No. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm definitely not saying that. Even though we make fun of the Polish people, that we love the Polish people. Like that's they
would
poking at each other.
They would not produce a creature like the timid grappler at all. There's another question in chat. Stephen White writes, "Who feeds the pig?" I think the answer is Dunkin' Donuts, probably.
The pig walks around and eats whatever the fuck it wants.
donuts mostly, coffee.
It eats chicken scratch. I won't deny that. And I throw down the chicken scratch.
Yeah.
And my wife throws out scraps, but the birds eat the scraps, and so do the alpacas and everybody else. So she just goes and throws food out, and they eat it. And the pig runs around and eats the other animals' shit too and whatnot. Which is why it doesn't leave. It's like it's a smorgasbord around here.
That's a good word. I love that smorgasbord. I got a smorgasbord of Christian Gothic band suggestions. Rackets and Drapes, everybody. There's a great album from the band Rackets and Drapes. It was really difficult being Gothic and Christian in the early 90s.
I imagine so. The goth phase wasn't even really on most people's radar. At the best, the early 90s was the grunge phase where the Portland bands had taken over, and you had Nirvana had fucking just smashed everybody's consciousness, you know, with fucking a song that you could only understand about a quarter of the words because he didn't enunciate anything. It was like a mumble rock. It's
very true.
Yeah. Like,
yeah.
I don't know what that was, but it was awesome.
All three chords of it.
Yeah.
Wearing the corded pants, you know, the cords, the pants, the fashions, the trends. There's a lot of weird fashions in church, but I was just like, you know, whatever. I'm just gonna do my own thing. I got so bored wearing the button-up Christian missionary T-shirt with a pocket protector. You know, it's like I couldn't do that. So I did start wearing a little bit edgier, pushing a little bit edgier, but like black T-shirt was a bit edgier. And then it got to the point where every counterculture would wear black.
Interesting that wearing black is considered edgy in your version, but you look at like the Orthodox Christians when they're dressed up, right? They're wearing that like whole black robe getup.
Yes, and that's a picture of Mel Gibson next to the guys wearing the black robes, and I wondered if they were Orthodox, like Orthodox, or were they Roman Catholic? Because he was meeting with these Christian men in a photograph I seen recently posted, but I don't quite know where Mel Gibson actually is. And for him to be because he did Mad Max, he was from Australia. The reason I'm telling you this is because Newsboys, the most rebellious Christian pop rock band that was big in my life, they too were also from Australia. And one of their
so you're telling me that the lead singer's gay Morpheus?
He was bald, yes, but he was not black in that iteration of the band. He became a black man who had a lot of dreadlocks, a lot of hair. That was a different era. Now I'm laughing a little bit, giggling, a little Christian humor, if you'll excuse me. And chat's talking about Striper wearing black and yellow. It's kind of
I thought
funny.
you were going to go to the stripper pole guy and you're going to say he's gay, and I'm going to say I'm shocked that this guy who did a stripper pole act in the name of Jesus was also gay.
Right. So Paranoid American, we're talking about a men's retreat that men were attending, and each year they get bigger and bigger. They had bull riding, they had monster trucks, they had MMA cage matches, they had everything at this big.
I punch you in the name of Jesus.
Yes, and one of the attractions they brought on was a man who swallowed swords and then also danced around a pole. He would swallow swords and dance on a pole. And you're laughing, and I understand why. This guy was a performer who was on America's Got Talent. He has a website. He is like, okay, another gig. You want me to dance on a pole in front of a lot of men, all men, dance on a pole and swallow a sword. We're all in agreement that this is what you're asking me to do at this conference. this is what I'm going to do. He does the performance, and people have their cell phones, and they're recording it. And then this guy named Mark Driscoll gets on stage, who's already been... he was a leader at a church, and he should have just been like, you're done. Never on stage again. You're done. He goes on stage and gets in a little bit of a tiff, and you're not quite sure if it's kayfabe or if they're doing a wrestling bit or, you know, faking it for views or attention, whatever. But he gets on the stage and he just does this real humble thing where he explains how the church is backslidden and they've fallen into sin, and now at a men's conference they allow this man to act provocative against a stripper pole.
Jezebel's spirit.
Swallowing his sword. But he didn't condemn the monster truck rally or the men riding bulls or any of the other behavior. But, you know, Striper wearing tight pants and black and yellow latex is somehow everybody's go-to Christian band doing the hair metal glam rock stuff. And I just think that's perfectly funny, because after that I was dressing in my androgynous goth makeup vampire and whatever it was. I didn't, you know, it was just silly.
He looks like dude from fucking Whitest Kids You Know, Trevor Moore.
Yeah,
he looks straight like Trevor Moore.
I think there's probably a very intelligent design behind part of that. And that was that you needed to have a scapegoat, so all the other gay stuff would be sanctioned as long as you find one thing to be like, this is over the line, everything else is okay compared to this thing.
Yes, and that's, again, back to the Newsboys where
No
the
homo, bro.
This guy
swallowing swords and sexually swinging around a pole. No homo, bro.
Yeah.
The name of the Lord.
It is what it is, and there are many performers who are performative, and they remain performing as Christian artists. And it's like, well, where's your wife, guy? Where's, you know? And the thing that has really done the most damage to the business known as the Newsboys, because believe me, they would play a summer concert tour and sell out all of their merchandise. We're talking cash business, thousands of dollars selling posters and t-shirts and whatever you could sell. The Newsboys, they're a business. And now their business is sinking like the Titanic because they knowingly, willingly hired a guy who could not transmit his sexual energy into carrying a wife.
I mean, wouldn't you think that he would have at least picked one up and had one as like what is that thing that they call them, wives that are married gay dudes and they know it's a beard. Yeah. Wouldn't he have just gotten himself into that beard situation?
I think it would make more sense if the beard was just assigned to him by the record label.
Yeah. This is going to be a good match. This is going to propel both of your careers. So you two just pretend you're in a relationship. You know, you don't have to actually be in a relationship. Why is this a thing?
So here's how you play this. Mr. Michael Tate, this is your secretary. You're going to say
is Michael Tate the gay black guy?
Allegedly.
Okay.
I don't know what the actual confession. I mean, I do, but it's neither here nor there. So, you know, if he were to have a secretary follow him around on tour and just, you know, keep up his date book routine, whatever. But
you gotta go to Marcus's channel, and he's got videos of it. And some of his videos, this dude is such a fucking character. What do you mean I'm so mean? What was I so mean about Cherie? I thought I've been nice all night. We've been cracking up.
We've been cordial. We'd like to get a little rough and tumble sometimes. We are the dog-faced dudes. What do you expect? We're trying to.
I might be a little ornery. I got beat up a lot this weekend. I got heat stroke, and I was setting up this debate with Chase Haggard, who's a very intelligent young guy, and we were kind of doing a verbal duel, and then I got heat stroked, and I was like, I can't fucking do this. You know, I mean, I'm gonna have the debate, but I just couldn't continue the verbal duel. So I haven't talked to him for a minute. I had to answer that tomorrow.
It was a country song in the making.
Dude, I was hauling dirt and it got over 100 degrees. And we have had a weird weather year and it's been really cool. And then it skyrocketed up to 100. And I was out hauling dirt and I had to go down and dig this dirt and then haul it back up. And then when I got up here, you have to unload it into a wheelbarrow and then wheelbarrow it into the backyard because you can't get any kind of a piece of equipment. What's up? Into the backyard. So real heavy manual labor, and it's over 100. And I took it too damn far. I needed to do a bunch of transplanting, and I wanted to get it done, you know, and that first day of that heat, and it just I burnt myself out, got heat stroked, and then I'm just getting over that, and freaking bull kicks my ass. He was pissed.
I'm waiting for a good segue for Paula Jones' nose.
Oh shit!
I heard pissed was the last word. The ball was put into my court, and I was thinking, well, do I continue to hold my bladder after 5 hours, or where are we going with this? It's kind of in the twilight zone a little bit. Shout out to Stephen White. This is his first show with us tonight.
Yeah.
Doesn't know how we got here, but has been here. Might even be High XP holding in the chat room. Trying to figure that out.
Every decision you've made throughout your entire life has brought you to this moment of being with us right now.
Yes. And we are glad to have you, sir. We are glad to have you. Damn it, what was that one comment? If Bigfoot and like retired ex-military who lived out in the woods had a child that they raised on sour candies and conspiracy theories, this is that child. Oh shit.
It's the Midwest headbutt culture pushing back. We're tired of being bullied by Oso bros.
Yeah, and also I dabble in the debate world. But thanks for coming. Yeah. Well, we dabble in the debate world. We can't get nobody to come over here and debate because we're big and mean. Our beards are not making
and then we start relating to them as a human being on a personal level, and we become such good friends that it's like, oh man, I wish I didn't like you so I could debate your ugly face, but you're kind of a handsome fella and you say some good things when you're not trying to be a complete tool on the internet.
We are three very good looking guys.
See, the spirit of debate is to be able to do that regardless, and to know when you can pull out an ad hominem attack and use it tactfully. It's the same. This might be an unhealthy way of thinking about it, but it's like old school Mortal Kombat. If you knew that you could just keep sweep kicking the leg and you'd never be able to get up, even though that's a cheap shot, it's a cheap shot that wins you the match. Mm-hmm. The same way that even if we're cordial, if I want to just start making fun of like the clothes that you're wearing, if I know that the audience will latch on to that, then it would be silly of me in a debate setting to not use logical fallacies to cater to them.
Yeah, absolutely. Jim Bob and I are already taking shots at each other, but we're keeping it funny, which is great. Like fucking, he's like the one shy took him. He's like, I'm still gonna debate you, dog. He's like, not all my kids are grown. Hey, that made me laugh. It's like, that's true.
He is a ortho thug. ORTHOTUHG thugs. Their ortho thug channel is going places. It's fun.
Oh, dude, his little thing where he pretended he was Tucker Carlson, and I can't remember the name that the other guy was. Oh fuck, that shit was so hilarious. And when that dude fucking is doing his little skit, and he's like, "Are you trying to tell me that the Jews are not actual God?" And fucking Jim Bob fucking just died, just laughed. He just fucking turned so red, and he was laughing so fucking hard. Oh god, it was so fucking funny. That shit was hilarious. Yeah, no, that guy's a crack up. I'm looking forward to it. Him and I are gonna take pot shots at each other. It's gonna be funny. I got it on his show when he was on that whatever in front of all those young girls. He started talking about Tyrion from Lord of the Rings, and I was like, oh. And so then I was listening to a show the other day, and he starts talking about Peter Dinklage, and I was like, oh, from Lord of the Rings? And he goes, you know, I can forget one of the branches of government, and everybody's like, oh no, that's all right, but fuck up Lord of the Rings one time. Like, yes. That was funny.
Funny stuff, yeah.
Was that that was Game of the Rings or Rings of the Throne?
Rings of the Stone.
One of those.
Yeah,
exactly. That's where Buffy the Vampire Slayer holds an adamantium shield and defends the world.
She's the first female Highlander.
Dude, I think that isn't they're doing a remake of Highlander with fucking what's his name, the dude that played Superman and The Witcher and all that.
Cavill.
Yeah, Henry Cavill.
Not to be confused with Caviezel.
Dude, first movie I remember it's one of my favorite movies. It's one of my favorite books. The fucking Count of Monte Cristo, which is freaking great, and he's in that. He's the young boy in that.
Some good movies to look forward to. F1 is in theaters now. Brought to you by Ricola.
Ricola.
So yeah, I've done some silly things on the internet. I don't really try to promote it too much. Just kind of let people. That's like, I like the geocache idea because I just set little trails for people to find stuff, and if people want to find my gothic photos, they are not difficult to find. If you probably go back to Paranoid American's YouTube channel and see if I've ever been interviewed on there, I believe I have. There might be something in the comments that would allow you to find a series of links to click to find a place where there may or may not be photos. And if they aren't, I have an email address. I mean, I don't, at some point, what's the price of a photo of me as gothic makeup? What do you want? Like full on corpse paint or just a little bit of
Nightmare Before Christmas style?
Yeah.
And hell yeah, that's what I said, Cherie. Somebody over there said something about, they're like, we knew you were famous. And because they found out, like, I'm on Crow all the time and Freeman Fly and shit like that. And I was like, yeah, I'm not really known in the debate world, but I'm known over there. And, none of it seems to matter when I'm out shoveling cow shit in the barn. That's just a fact. Like, everybody else gets worked up about it. Don't get me wrong, like going to the conferences is cool, meeting new people is cool. I probably had like maybe 40 people out in public just all of a sudden walk up to me, and like Thomas was talking about earlier with the, this person, they know so much about them and they're all excited, and you're like, and you didn't even know this existed. That's like, me in the kid in the grocery store or the security guard the one time, and just people. One time I met a lady up in and I thought she was staring, and I was like, why is this lady staring at me? And that's always my reaction when this happens out in public. When somebody recognizes me, I'm always like, why the fuck's that person staring at me? And they'll sit and stare at you. You're like, fuck, I know they're staring at me. Why are they doing that? The security guard one really scared me. Freaking, I was partnered up with Josh, and he got us in trouble so often at these events and at these fairs and stuff. And I pull in, and we haven't even set up yet, and the security guard's staring at me, and I'm like, fuck, what did Josh do? We're not even set up yet. And the guy comes over, and I'm like, fuck. And he's like, you're Benjamin Balderson. Like, yeah. Like, wow. Which is cool that I'm not like an asshole. I always, I always chat with people or whatever because I'm happy to meet them. Mm-hmm. But my first initial reaction is always, why is this person staring at me? The hell's your problem? Hey, we gonna fight? Let's fight.
Starstruck.
Well, and again, they're the only person in the whole fucking place that knows who I am. So it's a very super neat thing. Yeah, in their mind that they're like, wow, that was amazing. I met this really awesome person that I listened to, and it's basically like the same as being a TV star at this point, being on something like this. And if they've spent a lot of time watching you for years, and now they got to just see you in person at the grocery store or whatever, like, wow. Yeah. And I get it. But it's also a little weird for me too, because I'm just some farm ass that, like Cherie was just talking about, I'm just some farm ass that literally gets heat stroked, beat up by bulls, spend a whole lot of time shoveling shit. I was shoveling shit yesterday. I have like different piles of assorted shit because I do different things with the different shits. Like right now, some of my plants are getting lighter green, so I need some more nitrogen. So I went and dipped into the chicken shit pile. And, like, I'm constantly beat up, constantly doing dumb shit. Things other people would definitely pay somebody to not have happen or not take care of. I have to do those things. You're
going through lots of shit.
Yeah. And my Zaza loves me anyways, and I keep it all out of her house.
And
all that outside
there was one set of footprints through the manure.
Yeah.
And it was you were carrying yourself the entire time through.
When she first moved in, any dish that got touched with a piece of any kind of poop, she would throw it away. Except for we all ate outside, so the chickens would come by or whatever, or it'd get set down. Everything got touched by poop. I'd dig it out of the trash when she was gone, go in the house, wash it, put it back. Hey, it was the weirdest shit to get through that. There was one time I remember she got poop directly on her skin and she started crying.
Because of how beautiful it was to be one with nature.
Yeah,
she
was so in touch with nature. It was just she describes it as like her 8th circle of hell.
She got right past Dante allegories, and it was just it's as low as you could go, right straight into the earth.
Well, no, there's 9, but she's not quite at 9.
But no, there's 88.
According to Dante, it's the 9th is then controlled by Lucifer, and you're directly encountering Lucifer, and he can just torture you over and over and over with whatever creative.
He's a very interesting entity. I mean, you call him up on the phone, he'll answer right away.
That's when you're begging to go back up to the shit level, I assume.
Yeah. No, the shit. Yeah, exactly. The shit level's got to be better than that one. Like the first level, the first couple levels aren't so bad. They're just kind of weird. Like the first level is what, like unbaptized babies and people that didn't believe in God, but they were still good people. And then the second level is like your Greek philosophers, basically, and Roman philosophers and such. And then it's an interesting.
I bet that level smells like farts.
Yeah, lentils.
Well, maybe not the Pythagorean section.
Triangles of hell.
But yeah, after each level after the unbaptized and up until the 9th, so the 7 basically follows the 7 deadly sins. So when you look at the 7 deadly sins, basically you're cutting off the unbaptized babies and good people that don't know about the Lord, and Lucifer himself.
I could actually relate to part of that, of the you get a pass if you didn't learn about the Lord. And I always wondered if there's a certain I'm sure there are certain sect of missionaries that are sadistically spreading the word of Lord, but doing it in a crappy way that they know will not be accepted by the people that they're preaching to. So you give them just enough knowledge to now they don't get to just hang out in the first level of hell. They're going to skip all the way to like 6 or 7 only because you told them about it and didn't sell them on the idea. This is like one of the examples where if a crappy salesman comes to your door and doesn't convince you to buy the vacuum cleaner, you end up getting punished for it.
That's super interesting that you say this, because if I'm not mistaken, the 7th is the level where like the Templar Knights and whatnot, or not Templars, the Crusaders were at, because God, even though they claimed it was a holy war, God didn't ever tell you to go make holy war on other people like that. And all the atrocities done during that time in the name of God, that's the level I think that they reside at, is the 7th. That's crazy that you said that, and it's such a parallel to the actual story and what's on that level.
To your question about, are there some missionaries who don't speak about their God?
And also Mother Teresa, perfect example. The suffering of the little kids brings them closer to Jesus. So that was a mean bitch.
Well, here's a different perspective to take. There are some countries that have been so destroyed by the great Satan 666 of the USA, and the so-called missionaries, if they come from American passport, and they embed themselves in community, and they'll teach English and they'll lead schools, many people assume that they're probably CIA or some other 3-letter agency. So
But I assume.
Yeah. So then, well, the story. So this is a personal story that was told to me from someone who was teaching English in a country I won't say, but the situation is their training is to maneuver around that by not actively talking about it. But then inevitably, after staying there for a long period of time and they're committed to the work, it's like, why are you, a white American here? You're the only one in town. What's going on? Why are you leading a school? Why are you building, a sanitation system, whatever it is? And then usually some young, pretty girl will show up and always be around and then start asking or saying, I want to be a Christian. Baptize me, tell me about Christianity. And then the missionary will often sense that this is the test of the spy to see if he's, gonna be arrested and thrown in prison or, passport revoked or something to that effect. So they basically don't say anything about it. Say, well, that's very interesting that you want to be a Christian. What do you know about the birth of Christianity? What do you know about the birth of Christ? And then at some point, it's kind of the test. The honeypot comes along.
I know that supposedly his mom was a virgin, but 3 dudes showed up with gifts after he was born.
It's part of the story. Yeah.
This also reminds me of that movie Volunteers, which I think was Tom Hanks and John Candy, where they're supposed to be going on like a UN peacekeeping kind of resource mission. And they end up being CIA agents, or at least John Candy, I think, ends up being the CIA agent.
Yeah.
Which they're also based out of Yale, so Skull and Bones CIA agent most likely.
Yeah. So then I guess
World Lost a great one with him.
I wanted to bring up Stephen Greer, his pockmarked face and his MacGuffinism. He has a new documentary. He says the same thing over and over again. It's like an asymmetric disclosure. It's like that's the name of the movie, Asymmetric Disclosure. This guy is MacGuffin after MacGuffin. You know, Stephen Greer, the contact of the fifth kind guy. He talks about free energy. He wants whistleblowers to emerge. He makes a really interesting comment saying that the ETs at this point are probably, and he says, quote unquote, fed up, which is such a weird phrase. And I wonder if that's him saying FED, fed up, fed up, fed up, fed up, fed up. And he gives it all away. And the whole thing is this MacGuffin where they're talking about aliens, nuts and bolts, crafts that they've recovered at crash sites, and the free energy.
MacGuffin?
MacGuffin.
Isn't the MacGuff where the Well of Souls? Isn't that what that is?
It's the Maltese Falcon.
No, serious. Isn't the MacGuff the Well of Souls?
Scrooge McDuck? McDuff. Well of Souls. It might be. What do you guys think of Stephen Greer continuing to tell the same story over and over again? And he wants non-government agents, people that don't glow in the dark and aren't in the government and aren't in the military, to come forth and share their alien abduction stories and their ideas of if they've recovered crashed weather balloons and spacecraft and strange materials on their farmland and stuff. He's like, we need you guys to come forth as whistleblowers to be an asymmetric disclosure to tell me, Stephen Greer, all about your UFO alien experience. Like, sure, Mr.
It sounds like 100 Flowers campaign in a way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, all those people are going to suddenly start disappearing or develop cancer or something like that. Like, fucking, like, hell no. Hell no.
So that is, in my mind, that's Stephen Greer being the Christian missionary telling everybody in the documentary, I told you I was a Fed. I told you all these people that tell these tales disappear. I told you this. Now the call to action is to call our hotline and tell us about your alien experience and your UFO crash retrieval. And I told you.
No.
I told you the truth.
No.
That's just getting all the low-hanging fruit. I think the next iteration would be, I don't care about your story. Tell me if your neighbor has told you a story, or have your parents told you a story.
That is even more asymmetrical.
Oh man, that's wild. And like I said, Thomas and I actually talked about this last night. I don't honestly believe in UFOs. Although if you go by the actual term unidentified flying object, yeah, we don't know what the fuck it is and it's flying out there. But my question always is to the space people is, why is it that no ships ever come from space? They're always in our atmosphere when you're seeing it. They're never like, you don't see that fucker flying in from a billion miles away, doing a little loop-de-loo around the moon to check that out on the way by, and then coming in hot. Like, no, it's always floating around in our atmosphere already.
I think a big part of it too. I think we're on the same page on this yet again, Ben. The way that I've made it make sense to myself, like, how is it that I don't get engrossed in like the UFO culture and the UAP, and because it seems like something that would be in my wheelhouse, and I think it's because I give humanity too much credit, but I have more faith in human exceptionalism, and that any crazy pyramid or microchip or anything you want to show me, it's not hard to convince me that a human being did that. And there's a lot of people that seem like they would rather bend over backwards than admit that a human being is capable of doing something exceptional. And I think that there's just like a major divide that I don't understand that thinking. And I understand likewise, people are like, of course a person couldn't have invented the transistor. Of course we couldn't have built the pyramids. And to me, it seems like the most obvious thing that we absolutely did, and that we just don't give ourselves enough credit for it. And that's my biggest block of like fully embracing UFO and alien culture. There's no version of that doesn't remove some sort of agency or exceptionalism from us.
100% agree with that. Even like the entire Tartarian story, they've got to say dumb shit like, oh, you guys with horses and buggies built those. Horses and buggies were for rich people to prance around with and go from place to place. If you wanted to move heavy objects, you used oxen. And guess what oxen are? Oxen are a milk cow or a steer that you keep around for hauling heavy loads. 2 oxen can carry 3 pyramid blocks.
Anyone who's played Oregon Trail enough knows all this.
Yeah. Yeah. And so why are you pretending like this was such a weird feat when a team of 6 oxen could haul quite a lot of pyramid blocks, and you could get that whole project done and across the sand on a fucking on a decently made sled type system? Why are you acting like these things didn't have animal domestication? Get the fuck out of here.
The humor, the level of dark humor about this having to do with the idea of like 0 point energy or free energy or free labor, or something where the people get the more out of what they put into it. Isn't that kind of a magical thing to convince people to volunteer their time and service and efforts to do the thing?
Although during my time at Disney, and I was just on with Bernie, the crypto alchemist, we found this old video. It's like over 10 years old now, called Superwave, and it was this lab in Israel that was working on some sort of cold fusion system. Yeah. The way that it was described, at least, did make sense to me. It didn't sound magical. It sounded like there's ways that you can create a certain type of reaction in the right environment with the right tools, that the reaction that you start will end up creating more energy than it took for you to put into it, invest in it.
Yeah, it's called over unity. Is the term that that community uses. It's called over unity.
So I guess that's a non-magical way that makes sense, although until we have a practical example of it, which maybe that's where the tinfoil hat goes back on, where if that did exist, it would completely change the landscape in ways that the corporations have not yet planned for, so they wouldn't allow that to come out.
No, so it's happened one time historically that is known anyways, and that's admitted to, and they shot a laser through tritium, and for like it was something like 0.3 seconds or something like that, they achieved over unity, which is unity is you get back as much as you put in. And so over unity is I put in 1 unit of force, I got back 1.5, 2, whatever. Anything over 1 is over unity.
Yeah. So is part of the Tartarian story, I mean, it's gone on its own path, and people have added to it, like the story, the legend of the timid grappler will often do. The Tartarian story seems to involve some aspect of copper poles in the air on cathedrals and things, pulling in some sort of plasma energy, and then doing something to light something. So it's like from the grid, or it could be a Nikola Tesla 369 plasma thing, like wireless electricity, where they're broadcasting electricity without the wires to light up bulbs. These are all kind of tied into the story over and over again, but it's a very human story to say, I am one man. How can I accomplish the work of two men in a day? And then the next day, how can I accomplish the work of four men in a day to get ahead of everybody else?
Hire
and
Mexicans?
Now that's true. I watched him do a roof in one afternoon. Actually, that roof just this spring.
That's what I'm saying.
Very effective. They are united and over united and real excited to roof your house and side it and insulate it and everything. And they do it very, very efficiently.
It's a version of the 4-minute mile where no one thought it was possible. Then one person does it. You see one person put up a roof in one day. And now you're thinking, I guess it is possible. Now almost anyone that has the same skill set can do the exact same thing in some amount of time.
Yep, exactly right. 100%.
Very true.
But yeah, the over unity thing has been the best we can get right now, is where we're pulling green energy, and that's super wasteful. You're not getting anywhere near unity. Like on solar, you're probably running like 40% on average. Most people's systems, you're maybe getting 40% transfer from what you're taking into actual usable power, if you're lucky.
There was Florida is the lightning capital of the world, I believe, unless that's just the thing that America tries to take over, like the Gulf of America. But I believe that it's somewhat true, in that the math works out that if you were able to capture one lightning storm in one region, that one night of lightning storm could potentially cover all the electricity for an entire neighborhood. And if you could capture every lightning storm in all of Florida, then that would basically pay for at least a quarter of electricity for the entire year residentially. So, I mean, there are ways to get quote unquote free energy, but what's the incentive in order to do that? And I think that that's probably the most unbelievable. Like, I believe that Nikola Tesla could tap into the ionosphere and potentially get enough power to, never have to pay for it again. But I also believe that that's probably why the Titanic sank and got rid of his financiers, and then he became destitute. Even the hotel that he ended up living and dying in has been considered to be a large lightning rod and just like an extension of the operations that he was doing with what is it, Weidencliff? It was just an extension of that, just done under covert means. But I believe the easy part is knowing that we could get some sort of free energy, even if it's not like over unity or whatever, but like some way of getting that. What I don't believe is that it would be allowed to be spread in any kind of scale.
Quick shout out to the Rumble chat, Radio Sack. This is live. We're streaming to AM Wake Up on Rumble and YouTube channels, Delivering Dogface Dudes and Benjamin Boulderson, like on the nameplate there.
On the ones and twos.
Do you think that these cathedrals were electrical generators, Thomas?
I don't know.
Me either. I actually think if you look at it, the thing that they're actually set up like is a TV, right? If you look at old school TVs where you've got a metal receiver antenna and you're running things through mercury, what is mercury doing? It's rectifying the signal. And then it's projecting it into this big box. When you look at the cathedrals, You got the metal thing going through and I can believe that pool in the bell tower was full of mercury or something like that. But to me, that was literally the transmissions you're trying to pick up from the ionosphere from the upper levels, and you're trying to rectify that into something you can actually possibly audibly hear.
Yeah, I believe that they were trying to harness energy in cathedrals, because the whole reason that you would go to like an impressive looking cathedral, not just some regular church, but an actual impressive cathedral, the entire point of that was to be a sensory overload that you wouldn't get outside of that one place. So you would see colors you've never seen before, you'd smell things you've never smelt before, and it turns into an instant memory palace. So now every time you go to the cathedral, you know that you're going to be literally transported into a completely different dimension where you experience things you won't experience in any other part of your life. And that was just part, like, harnessing energy could also just give a charge to that location, which would just enhance that feeling of, you know, like novelty that you don't get anywhere else. And giving you into that novel state, you could literally, it would be like the transitioning in and out of different, so like almost like the good version of MK Ultra, where you can disassociate immediately and go into a certain persona, except this would be like your church persona. And it worked so well for so long that maybe they forgot the original reasons why they had these acoustics and why they had like all these different designs and like cymatic looking things. It was more as completely trying to impress all of your senses in a way that you wouldn't outside.
Right. Have a very spiritual experience. See, and
like,
that's
like mechanically almost like it wouldn't even have to be actual spiritual. It's just your body is reacting to all these new sensations, and the only explanation you can think of at the time is, oh, this must be what a spiritual experience is like, and that they would have a monopoly on that.
Sure. I could see that 100%. I messaged Steve, told him we're winding down. Steve's got to hit end. We're not trying to keep you up all night. We realize you're a couple hours ahead.
It's all right. We had a lot to talk about.
I won't say uncle if you don't.
I'm not scared of the timid grappler. The timid grappler isn't going to get me tonight.
You can tell it's getting serious if I bust out the like freeze dried coffee and just start chewing on it.
I've got the burn banish. Christy makes the burn banish. I know this keeps the timid grappler away.
Yes.
It's kind of it has a good consistency to it. It hydrates burnt skin, but you know, rub it on your chest, and I'm guaranteeing you, it'll keep the timid grappler away. No groping, no grappling.
Oils and natural things, not petroleum jelly.
Petrolatum jelly.
Then you can save the petroleum jelly for other activities. I'm not going to discuss what they could possibly be. which is the part of the story that really is kind of disturbing is the young church boy group with the jar of petroleum jelly rubbing it on themselves. That's
why. That's why. Don't ask questions you don't want the answer to, son.
Yeah, I don't want the answers. Do not want the answers.
Isn't KY water soluble though?
Yeah, it's still garbage. It's hard. Like when you get old and everything starts drying up, and you get old and creaky, and them oils become important. Like it's shocking the different qualities of oils, and there's one that's just essential oils that's real nice called Soodle, and it doesn't make your skin all weird and shit like that. It's real nice. I would never go near KY. Weird
Public
shit.
school education, sex education in 7th grade, go to camp, trade secrets for other kids. What do you think we're going to talk about all night long?
Old dusty body parts.
Men are still men. They still have the same interests.
We didn't really talk
sacred
about
sacred or profane. It's going to be brought up. People are going to ask. That's why people go to camps. Find
I guess-
people, make social relationships, get some email addresses, chat them up on AOL, AIM, ICQ.
I didn't go to camps and shit. You know, I played baseball, and that was, other than that, I worked on the farm, had to be on the farm. Like, I didn't go to like little camps or anything like that. I wanted to go to a wrestling camp one year, but we had too much work to do.
I tried camp one summer, and after I think the fourth day, they told my parents not to bring me back because we'd gone on a canoe trip, and I thought that we found like this perfect little spot, and I just decided we're gonna like row this canoe up on this bank and hang out there, and I guess the rest of them just kept going, and I guess I don't remember exactly what was going through my mind, but I refused because it was like, we're out here in nature. I found the perfect place to sort of connect with nature. No, I'm not going to keep following you and end this. And this was I think it was around the same age when I realized that if my parents said that you're grounded, I noticed there was no magic force field that prevented me from just leaving the house or crawling out a window or going out the front door. And I was in this mentality of like, I don't have to do what you say. Like, I have full agency over. And that kind of thing is not compatible with a lot of camp environments. A lot of camp environments is that you're transferring the authority of your parents over to these proxies. And if you don't listen to what your parents tell you, you're definitely not listening to what some 17-year-old wearing sandals is going to be telling you at the same time. So I wasn't compatible with it, although I loved it. Like, I really wanted to go there, but I didn't know how to act while I was there.
Dude, I totally get you, bro. Totally get you. I am not a good rule follower. I'm going to do what I'm going to do. And it's like, I don't give a shit what you got to say about that. And by the time I was 11 or 12, I was making fucking actually pretty damn good money. This is back in like 87. And I was pulling in $300, $400 a week because I was selling newspaper subscriptions. And there was like a progressive pay chart, and I sold so many, I was getting $5 a subscription. There was a lot of weeks I was selling like 40 in a day, like just killing it. And I have no reason to fucking listen to you. My parents didn't buy my food. Like, I bought my own food. I ate a lot of Little Caesars. Little Caesars was back when they had the square pizzas, and it was pizza because it was 2 pizzas. And it was good back then.
Back when men were men, and Little Caesars was pizza.
Exactly.
Lilith was Lilith, and men were men, and Jezebel spirits. And keep us apart. That's why the three of us are here tonight, because we all found, creative ways of rebellion. I was the Christian goth kid. That was my creative rebellion. Kind of finding ways to push buttons and boundaries, and not doing anything wrong, not breaking any rules, not disrespecting anybody. If you're offended, I haven't done anything. What did I do? I did nothing.
If I could do it again, I'd probably follow that path of like, I'm gonna rebel within the confines of the rules.
Right along the lines.
I love that. I was never smart. I don't even know if I'm smart enough right now to follow that path, because I only kind of straightened up and fly right after I transferred that authority from my parents to the military, and I tried the same thing of like, you can't tell me what to. And then I realized that there are certain levels where yes, they can tell you what to do. And that there is a magical force field that prevents you from going places.
And sometimes it's not such a magical force field. It's just steel bars, and there ain't a fuck all you can do about it. Yeah, I didn't do the Leavenworth time or the prison, but I did prison time because you betcha the weed worked for me. And I was in a place where I was, and it fixes my grand mal seizures. I hated the prescription drugs. Those turned me into a 260-pound drooling zombie. And I was like, I ain't doing that. And so I did what I wanted, but you betcha they threw me in prison for it for a long ass time. And I left when I got out. I moved to California, but
I always thought Leavenworth sounded like a Jewish bakery, like unleavened worth.
unleavened worth.
If Steve's listening and he can press the button.
That was fucking great.
Steve, if you're listening and you can press the button, save me from this embarrassment and cringe.
Before Marcus starts recreating his goth phase. I didn't even know vampires were particularly popular back then.
Oh, they weren't. They weren't. I wasn't trying to be popular.
Yeah,
was not attempting popularity.
It seems like that Aaliyah movie is the one that really kind of brought vampire-y. Well, and that Interview with the Vampire did a little bit, but it wasn't.
The Lost Boys.
Yeah. Steve lived where the Lost Boys was made, down there in Santa Cruz, where that boardwalk is and all that shit. Yeah, Steve lived right there. Marcus still in the Screech collection.
Yeah. Dust and Diamond. The Dust and Diamond collection.
I see it.
You should have seen the one he wore. The one he wore last week or the week before. I don't remember.
You can. You still can. It's available online.
It is available.
Marcus.com.
It is available online. That is a fact.
Mm-hmm.
I think I might actually call Uncle pretty soon.
Yeah, I'm shot. Waiting on Steve. Steve!
Well, we can say goodnight and depart on our own. Go to the after hours.
That's what we did end up having to do that one time. We just ended up, Marcus and I tapped out. We're like, all right.
The Rumble chat kept rumbling.
Yeah, and that was hilarious. The Rumble chat went the whole time. There was like so many comments in the Rumble chat, and part of that was because Marcus and I, because we were talking after the show, and we went and looked at the Rumble, and people were still just chatting it up. There's nobody even on the screen, nothing happening. They're just having their own good time.
Well, what sort of parting words should we leave to keep the Rumble chat going?
Yes. Well, I left your show with the good one last night that Superman was the perfect box saga hero. So you got to give us something at least equivalent to this.
You can lead a horse to the Mystic River, but you can't make him gamble on the riverboat.
Famous words from Marcus. Love you guys. Thank you so much for coming in, Thomas. You're the shit. And it's been we stretched out in between talking to each other for too long. So let's not do that again.
Yeah, I think we're caught up now, and that way we can.
No, I'm only 23% through my notes. I had a lot more I was going to say.
Well, Marcus, you got to come back on too and finish.
I do.
So we have at least another 4-hour discussion to wrap that up, I'm sure.
Yeah, Acquire the Fire, the whole history of Carmen, Audio Adrenaline. There's a whole bunch of bands I haven't told you about and how they all connect with each other. I'm sure we'll find something to discuss. It might even be interesting and mean something to someone somewhere.
Yeah, we'll keep it in your shield, and then we'll figure out what to do with it later.
Hell yeah. We love you guys. Thanks for watching. We're out.
Nipples out.
Nipples. Yeah.